Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1051. Chapter 1051, Temper. 3 more. Of course, Patriarch expects you higher. Long Yan said, Patriarch not only wants you to be the young master of Torch Dragon lineage, but he also wants you to be the young master of the entire Dragon clan. Speaking of which, Long Yan shook the head. How can this be? The difference is too much. Don't say it is the 5-Pulse Dragon Clan Young Master. With your bloodline, you want to be the Torch Dragon Young Master. Difficult as Heavenly Ascension. After a pause, Long Yan sighed. Don't say Torch Dragon Young Master, even if it is recognized by the Torch Dragon lineage. It is difficult. Suzaimo was silent. His bloodline is impure. Entering Dragon Bones Valley will inevitably encounter many difficulties. But as the red-haired ghost puts it, wherever he goes, his strength is respected. Suzaimo believes that as long as his fleshly body can be restored as before, in the same level, even if he faces Dragon Clan, he can suppress it strongly. Just then, there was a splitting of the air sound in the distance, and there was a little bit of talk mixed in. You said that Suzaimo was really faithful. Half-Ancestor didn't kill him directly. There are so many treasures on this child. It's understandable that a supreme treasure like good fortune as your Lotus or Divide Phoenix Bone can resist Half-Ancestor's blow. However, it's useless. This time, the 9th super sect is here. Even if he is evil again, he will have to die. In a blink of an eye, the two figures fluttered with big sleeves, walking in the wind, and the body seemed to be integrated with heaven and earth. This coercion, this aura, only body fusion realm can radiate. 2 body fusion great experts. But this immense coercion had just arrived, and it was easily resolved by the breath of Long Yan. Long Yan, expressionless, looking at the 2 people who came forward, did not give way. Body fusion great expert definitely exists sideways on heavenly desolate continent. Even more, how? 2 people from one of the 9 immortal sects, but the most powerful in the northern region is the sect-colored Glaze Palace. 2 body fusion great experts. Seeing someone blocking the road in front of me, a killing intent suddenly appeared in my eyes. The first reaction was to rush over and directly kill the person who blocked the road. However, when the 2 body fusion great experts approached, they suddenly stopped. Although Long Yan did not appear in Dragon Clan form, the breath emanating from him made 2 body fusion great experts feel a throbbing heartbeat. This breath, Dragon Clan. 2 body fusion great expert. The 2 of them looked at each other, unconsciously, bowed, saluted at the same time, and smiled, saying, from the colored Glaze Palace below, I have seen Dragon Clan fellow Taoist. Long Yan expression is cold and silent. In his eyes, even if the 2 in front of him are body fusion great expert, they are also humble by bloodline. He is disinclined to pay attention to Dragon Clan fellow Taoist. Please first. The 2 body fusion great experts didn't think it was embarrassing. Let a passage open, let Long Yan pass by first, express respect and welcome with smiles. They are from Colored Glaze Palace, the cultivation base reaches body fusion realm, and they are indeed well qualified to walk in the northern region. But when they meet the Divine Dragon in Dragon Bones Valley, they have to bow their heads. Importantly, the cultivation base of this Divine Dragon looks similar to them. This means that this Divine Dragon wants to suppress and kill them too with absolutely no difficulty. At the beginning, in Myriad Shapes City, the Rakshasa clan and God clan of the Taiku 9 were Gold Core realm, but they could slaughter human race heaven chosen. At the time, there were very few Gold Core Taoists who could fight the 2 foreign clan. Long Yan snorted and took Suzaimo on his own. 2 body fusion great experts from Colored Glaze Palace glanced at Suzaimo with red hair in divinity, but it felt strange, but didn't say anything. They simply did not meet Suzaimo. Even if you have seen it, you can't recognize it. Today Suzaimo is a shawl with red hair, covered with scales, and even covered his cheeks. Even those who have met him will never recognize him now. Suzaimo's eyes were cold and gloomy face, passing by 2 people. Through the chat of these 2 people, he vaguely guessed that his affairs in Buried Dragon Valley may have been exposed. Otherwise, There will be no 9 super sect. These two should be the body fusion great experts sent by Colored Glaze Palace, and they are going to find him in Buried Dragon Valley, kill to the last one. Supposing that, Suzaimo's face naturally became a little ugly. The two body fusion great experts of the Colored Glaze Palace let Long Yan pass and then turned away, softly sigh of relief in their hearts, speeding up, and wanted to rush to the Buried Dragon Valley as soon as possible. Long Yan didn't know the grudges of Suzaimo and Colored Glaze Palace, and Super Sect. But he noticed that Suzaimo's complexion was not right, and he couldn't help turning his head and asked, why? The two guys had a problem just now. Well, it should be trouble for me, Suzaimo said subconsciously. Long Yan slightly frowned. You are waiting here. Before Suzaimo reacted, Long Yan threw down a sentence, turned around, and walked away. The whole person transformed into a Dragon Clan form and was horrible. Two body fusion great experts moved towards Colored Glaze Palace, chased after him. Long Yan's speed is too fast, soar into the clouds and mount the mists. It didn't take long before they had caught up with two people. Dragon Clan fellow Taoist. The two body fusion great experts of Colored Glaze Palace just said hello and were interrupted by a dragon's roar. Ang! The sound of dragon's roar echoed through heaven and earth, penetrated the golden cracked stone, burst out with horrible lethality, and pierced the minds of two great experts. Two body fusion great experts screamed at the same time, covering their ears subconsciously with both hands. Call! In midair, the divine dragon fluttered his tail, and the huge dragon tail swept over. The entire void had shattered. At the moment of a body fusion great expert's delusion, he hit him heavily. The body fusion great expert was directly beaten by a dragon tail into a ball of mist, body and soul entirely exterminated, and fell on the spot. Colored Glaze Palace is good at body refining, and it can't bear an explosion like a divine dragon. Another body fusion great expert not even think, turn around and run away. But his speed is far worse than Long Yan. Long Yan shuttled through the clouds, but after a dozen breaths, he had already caught up with this person, leaning down on his claws, cold light flashing on sharp claw, and flung down. Kill. The body fusion great expert saw that he could not escape, and did not know what kind of spell broke out. Suzaimo was bitten by Long Yan before he could show him. Pukai. The corner of Long Yan's mouth slowly shed a trace of bright red blood. The body fusion great expert, even without the primordial spirit, was swallowed by Long Yan. In a blink of an eye, two body fusion great experts have fallen. As a member of the Torch Dragon family, Long Yan was a bit angry, a bit fierce, and anxious before he was at the bottom of the Buried Dragon Valley, and Suzaimo had already seen it. But he didn't expect anything. He just said casually that this Long Yan too didn't say anything. He turned around and killed two body fusion great experts. Body fusion great expert, on heavenly desolate continent, almost peak exists. But under Long Yan's men who transformed into the form of Dragon Clan, they couldn't support 3 breaths. This bad temper. Suzaimo stood still, staring at the scene, stunned. 3n more. Many thanks. Hello tomorrow, Limo, will not be. Xiao and other fellow Taoist rewards. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1052. Chapter 1052, Survival. Although Long Yan's attitude was not revealed, Suzaimo felt that he was not at all accepted by the Dragon Clan expert. This is normal. Long Yan and Suzaimo only met for the first time, and they didn't know anything about his temperament, character, past, strength, everything. In the eyes of Long Yan, Suzaimo is a junior with good luck, bloodline is impure, and I do not know how to be seen by red-haired ghost. Long Yan said that he called the young master so that he could explain Dragon Clan's situation so carefully and patiently, mainly in the face of the red-haired ghost. Therefore, Suzaimo didn't expect it at all, and his own casual words drove the Dragon Clan expert to do it for him. Moreover, the strength of Long Yan's method, terrifying, brought him great shock. This is the strength of Dragon Clan. Back then, Dragon Clan was able to dominate the immemorial era, with 10,000 common respects, not without a reason. In the same order, the human race cultivator can hardly compete with it. Ancient battlefield, myriad shapes, city, World War I, human race, heaven chosen, face track, Shasa clan and God clan of the archaeological 9, 2. Of course, this is not to say that the human race expert is completely inferior to the Swyan 9. After all, the human race won the battle of the ancients. The ancient emperors are also capable of competing with the Taiko 9 clan. At that time, human sovereign was born, almost relying on one's own strength to reverse the entire situation of the ancient war and suppress the 9 clan expert. What kind of style? In Suzaimo's mind, even this life, human race is not without heaven chosen who can compete with Taiko 9. He knows Yan Bijin and Jihuo. They all esteem the same level of existence. Jiojing has been instructed by Fairy Ling Long and got the complete inheritance of pure girl scripture. The future is also unlimited. Mingzhen got the inheritance of Ksitagaba Bodhisattva. With his pure heart and understanding of Buddhist technique, as long as he can grow up, there must be his place in the true cultivation world. Even little Fatty, Shijian, and the others have their own opportunities and cannot be underestimated. For a time, Suzaimo thought 10001000. At this moment, Long Yan, suppress and kill 2 colored glaze palace body fusion great expert, has already returned. Many thanks Uncle Yan. Suzaimo worshipped deeply. Long Yan said in a deep voice, you have to remember, even if you can't be the young master of Torch Dragon lineage in the future, you are also Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan, don't allow foreign clan to challenge. Don't tolerate foreign clan bullying. Suzaimo nodded. Long Yan thought about it and said, of course, back to Dragon Bones Valley. Don't expect me to help you. Dragon Clan is all around you. If you are bullied, you can only rely on yourself. Having said that, the two continued on their way. At the same time, the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. Master, red-haired ghost, 8 super sect cultivators are coming here. The visitors are not good. Most likely it is body fusion great expert. The red hair Yin divinity went through, and Suzaimo's black hair, the primordial spirit, also knew about it. Originally, there were 9 super sects struck, and Long Yan suppressed and killed the 2 body fusion great experts of the colored glaze palace. There should be 8 forces. It's just right. The red-haired ghost coldly snorted. Murderers looking said, it is rumored outside that this buried Dragon Valley is a great ominous place. In this case, kill as many Lao Tzu as you like. No. The old monk shook his head and said, you have so much sin, how can you recreate it? Even more how? If these body fusion great experts have fallen here, there is no room for maneuver with these 8 forces. What will Zaimo do? He is naturally guarded by me. Red-haired ghost proudly said. How long can you protect him? The old monk asked. Do you want him to spend the rest of his life in the buried Dragon Valley? He is different from you and me. He has just stepped into Void Return Realm. If he retreats here all year round, don't say Body Fusion Realm, Great Ascension Realm, even the Threshold of Law Manifestation Realm, he can't touch it. This is like Suzaimo. At the beginning of the 100 years of cultivation at Howling Moon Mountain, he could only grow up to nascent soul realm middle stage. And when he went out, he got a lot of opportunities after some experience. Although several times dangerous 10,000 points, life is hanging, but now, has stepped into the Void Return Realm. This is less than a year away. So for cultivator, both penance and experience are indispensable. What do you want? The red-haired ghost slightly frowned said, the group of people is not good. You are half-length into the coffin, so don't try to toss yourself. Although Suzaimo could not see the cultivation realm of the old monk, but he could vaguely feel that the old monk had already entered the twilight, and the chi and blood on his body were gradually declining. You know, when cultivator is in its old age and life essence is not much, if it is forcibly shot, the greater the consumption, the faster the chi and blood is lost, and the more life essence is damaged. It's not just cultivator, even mortals. All elderly people are extremely frail, and even less powerful than teenagers. Not to mention the fierce movements, maybe a fall. It's easy to breathe once last. Although the words of the red-haired ghost were ugly, Suzaimo could hear that he was concerned about the old monk. The old monk bowed his eyes and said, "These body fusion great experts are from the major super sects, and they should not be unreasonable." Reason? The red-haired ghost chuckled and said, "Don't be reasonable. If they still have a little face, they don't want to come to high sects." The old monk was silent. The red-haired ghost shrugged, said casually, "Let us do this. I really don't want to care about this. Anyway, this is your human race thing, and I just rest quiet." Furthermore, this kid's Dragon Clan true body has already gone to Dragon Clan. His dark hair primordial spirit is better to die. In this way, this kid is pure Dragon Clan. Ha 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 ha. The red-haired ghost laughed in the sky, shook his tall body, and walked into the depths of the cemetery. With the sound of a chain, he gradually disappeared into the darkness and lost his voice. The old monk looked at Suzaimo's dark-haired primordial spirit, kindly laughed, and said, "Clean it up. Come with me." Suzaimo nodded. "There is nothing to organize, just pick up the storage bag and leave." But he stopped figure, turned to look at the lotus stems, broken lotus leaves scattered on the ground, and the bare, dim, lotus platform. A sudden burst of perseverance in his heart. For him, the loss was not too great. Dragon Clan true body went to Dragon Bones Valley cultivation. If it can be restored as before, it can be considered a blessing due to misfortune. The future battle strength will be even more terrifying. The only pity is this good fortune Azure Lotus. This good fortune Azure Lotus has been with him for more than 100 years, and he has also been bred for more than 100 years. He has just grown into a 6th grade and entered the mature stage. He has suffered such a big blow. It is almost impossible to re-incubate again. After a little groaning, Suzaimo still decided to collect these broken and lifeless lotus stems and leaves, and put them into the storage bag a little. When picking up the bare lotus platform, Suzaimo snorted. This Azure Lotus platform is intact, without any scars. Although the petals of the lotus platform have been dropped, the 54 lotus seeds inside are still there, and they also exude a faint glow, leaving a trail of vitality. Kevin, there should be only 2 more today. When the later plot is sorted out, it will be better. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1053 1053 Great Expert Diyin Falls, Ancestor Realm Expert shoots, kill Huang Wu. Huang Wu flees, unknown to death. Only 3 days have passed since these things passed. The whole true cultivation world is boiling. Almost every cultivator and every sect force is talking about it. Somehow, a message spread. Huang Wu is at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. On this day, 4 uninvited guests came over the ruins of Dagon. An old man stands with his hands on his back. His face is full of wrinkles, but his eyes are extremely sharp. Another cultivator looks young, seems to be a teenager, but in his eyes, there is a vicissitudes of seeing the world. The third is a middle-aged man, with a majestic expression and a gaze, with thunder and lightning around him. The pressure is rolling. The 4th place is a female cultivator with a long sword. His eyes are sharp and his body is sharp, as if he can cut both heaven and earth into 2 pieces. 4 uninvited guests, 1 old and 1 young, 1 male and 1 female. 4 people seem to have different costumes and different temperaments, but they have one thing in common: body fusion. Great expert, old man from Heavenly Gang religion. Teenagers look young, but they are actually 1,000 years old, from Primordial sect. The man is from Wind Thunder Temple and the woman is Sword sect. To be able to cultivate this realm, none of them is a nameless person. When 4 people meet, it is inevitable to humiliate each other. It turns out that this is the legendary Dagon Empire, Primordial sect. The young man looked around all around. His eyes moved. Primordial sect is located in the Central Territory. He has just stepped into the body fusion realm, but this is his first time here. Unfortunately, an empire like this cauldron that was 10,000 years ago was destroyed overnight and turned into ruins. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man lightly saying, I heard it was destroyed by a dragon? The primordial sect asked. He cultivated a few years ago and stepped into the body fusion realm. He was not born when the catastrophe took place. Not to mention him, even the Wind Thunder Temple man and the Sword Sect woman knew little about it, but stayed in some legend. Of the four people, only Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man witnessed the catastrophe. That's an ancestral dragon. It's not the half-ancestor level, but the real ancestor. It's all red, from the Torch Dragon lineage. The old man remembered that, dating back to 10,000 years ago, it still seemed to feel a dread, and said in a deep voice, this ancestral dragon has terrible battle strength and can even fight sovereign without falling behind. Primordial sect said, what can you do? No matter how powerful it is not suppressed by our old ancestor, primordial sect. Hee. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man chuckled without argument. What are you laughing at? I'm wrong? Primordial sect teenager frowns. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man put a corner of his mouth and said, this ancestral dragon, by the strength of oneself, destroys the Dagon Empire, destroys the Great Clarity Temple, the Sublime Dharma Monastery to Super Sect. Suppress and kill many body fusion great expert, old ancestor of great ascension. So, the primordial sect teenager continued to question. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man said, so if the evil dragon and Dharma sovereign fight, the both sides suffer. The old ancestor of the emperor would not dare to show up, and it would be impossible to succeed. A nonsense. Primordial sect expressed his coldness and said, old fogey, speak carefully, old ancestor of great ascension is not something you can criticize. Two people, why bother arguing over this little thing? Wind Thunder Temple man lightly saying, let's come and do something else. Let us work together. That should be it. Sword Sect female cultivator nodded, saying, I heard that this buried Dragon Valley is still a person. The monk that survived the two monasteries at that time is the old ancestor of great ascension. We want to capture Huang Wu, we must pass him first. One off. Primordial sect said, a chi and blood is dying, old essence of life essence will be exhausted. What terrifying. His sentence is naturally a pun. On the surface, it is said that the old monk at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley is actually mocking the Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man. GG, you immortal sect like to fight so much, just fight it. There was a gloomy laughter in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a dark baleful chi emerged and turned into a diced shadow in front of four people. Earthly Fiend Cult Great Expert. Next to the Earthly Fiend Cult Great Expert, the void is distorted, and a vague silhouette appears, horrifying, extremely dangerous. Hidden Killer Gate Great Expert. In a blink of an eye, it was already 6 body fusion great experts gathered. Amitabha. Just then, a Buddhist horn came. In the distant sky, a plain-robed monk came pacing, seemingly extremely slow, but in a blink of an eye, already came close. Faceless Temple Great Expert. Suddenly, a light breeze blew through, sending a faint aroma, which was very good. But in the presence of 7 Great Expert, frowned, expression slightly changed. Holding my breath invariably. An enchanting female cultivator treads the sky, wearing colorful clothes on her body. It looks good, exuding aroma. If you look at it with concentration, you will find that the colorful clothes on female cultivator actually move by themselves. Poison Sect Great Expert. I don't know how much poison is in her body. 8 Super Sect Body Fusion Great Experts are here. All of us in the Central Territory have arrived. The Colored Glaze Palace is located in the northern region, the closest to this place. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? The Primordial Sect teenager frowned. Giggle. Poison Sect Great Expert laughed and said, I just got a message. It is said that the 2 body fusion great experts of the Colored Glaze Palace have bad luck. Somehow, they clash with the Dragon Clan expert and have been suppressed and killed. The body fusion great experts present were all frowned, expression grave. Poison Sect Great Expert laughed. You don't have to worry. I heard that the Dragon Clan expert has returned to Dragon Bones Valley. It has nothing to do with it. Everyone's expression is slightly slower. I heard that the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley is a great ominous place. The fellow Taoist of the Colored Glaze Palace has really bad luck. Before he arrived, he encountered ominous, ha ha, primordial sect. The boy laughed. He originally wanted to relax the atmosphere and mood. Unexpectedly, after this sentence, the expression of body fusion great expert was changed. In everyone's mind, subconsciously recalled many legends about buried Dragon Valley. I heard that when body fusion great expert entered it, they were not alive. You guys, since we are here, we can't go home empty-handed. The Wind Thunder Temple man said, I heard that the old monk at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley has fallen into chi and blood. Exactly. Go. 8 body fusion great experts flashed in shape, whistled past from above the ruins of Dagon. Almost in a blink of an eye, 8 people have descended above the buried Dragon Valley. Buried Dragon Valley is filled with heavy mist. The 8 digits are body fusion great expert, each running their minds. Their eyes are greatly rises, and they emit a path of divine light. The divine light disappeared into the thick fog, disappeared quickly, and failed to stir a little ripple. This dense fog is the 10,000 years ago of the cataclysm, the condensing of countless expert resentment chi and blood energy, can block the divine consciousness and sight. The 8 donors came from afar. I am old and cannot meet each other. I hope you forgive me. Just then, a voice came from the bottom of the valley. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1054. Chapter 1054 Confrontation. One more. Buried Dragon Valley. Someone really. For 10,000 years, legends about the buried Dragon Valley have continued. As some experts entered the buried Dragon Valley and never came up again, it added a lot of mystery and treacherousness to the buried Dragon Valley. No one knows what's behind the buried Dragon Valley. No one knows what's hidden in buried Dragon Valley. But today, all of this may be made public. Thinking of the many treasures of Great Clarity Temple and Sublime Dharma Monastery to Super Sect, it is likely that at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, the eyes of 8 body fusion great experts have become a little hot. Heavenly Gang Religion old man yelled, I was under the cold of down name. I was fortunate to have witnessed the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. I don't know which temple from the Great Clarity of our old Dharma name you Anb. The old monk's voice came from the bottom of the valley, peaceful and peaceful. You Anb, once the abbot of the Great Clarity Temple, practiced after the retreat, and finally broke through the Great Ascension realm, the supreme elder of the Great Clarity Temple. It was you Anb old ancestor. Heavenly Gang Religion old man said something saltily. Earthly Fiend Cult Great Expert laughed, saying, you Anb monk, didn't expect you to be alive. Your same sect fellow apprentices are all reincarnated. Why don't you go with them? Old monk, primordial sect boy loudly said, we don't have to make a roundabout, we know what we are going to do, you know clearly. Hand over people, you have entered the twilight, cannot protect him. Although the two sides differ by a great realm, the tone of the primordial sect boy and the others is not polite. As a result, they are all powerful. In 2 years, Yuan bold ancestor is about to die, chi and blood are declining, and a real war will break out. I am afraid I won't be able to hold on for a long time. Of course, they have cultivated to this realm. None of them are reckless. 8 people came to the edge of the buried Dragon Valley, and there was so much fog underneath that no one jumped easily. The 8 donors came for my disciple. Old monk Yuan blithely saying, I know about the land of preaching the Tao, but I don't know why he did it wrong. It actually attracted 8 body fusion realm donors to leave the mountain at the same time. Primordial sect said, Huang Wu, a child who is addicted to killing, in the land of preaching the Tao, slaughtered my human race heaven chosen, crime deserving 10,000 deaths. In the true cultivation world, fighting and fighting are commonplace. There is a lot of disagreement between life and death. Old monk Yuan said, when the cultivator of the same level fights, when do you need to alarm the sect elders? Now the true cultivation world, even this rule is gone. Old monk Yuan, even if life essence is about to run out, It is also old ancestor of great ascension, with a solemn tone in his tone. Even though 8-body fusion great experts are standing above the buried Dragon Valley, 10,000 jang away from them, they can still feel pressures assaults the senses. To be fair, if Suzaimo is behind Mortal Sect 9 sects, 7 demon sects, or one of the Buddha Sect's 6 temples, this situation will not happen. It is like the yin. Although it is powerful and showing off one's ability, the major sect's titled disciple generally will not proactively provoke it, because the yin is backed by primordial sect. The reason for this is that land of preaching the Tao, and many titles called disciple have besieged Suzaimo. The reason is because Suzaimo has no backing. This kind of heaven chosen, this kind of evil, will kill if you kill, and it will not cause any expert out of the mountain, and will have no effect. Even more how? Suzaimo, treasure is really too much. However, the major sects and major title disciples didn't expect that Suzaimo was so horrible and so powerful that he stepped on their bones to set up Tao Heart and shake Heavenly Desolate. Yuan bold ancestor, that's bad. Heavenly Gang Religion old man suddenly laughed and said, the grudge between Huang Wu and the title disciple is not a dispute of the same order. It is a dispute between foreign clan and my human race. Huang Wu is a foreign clan in land of preaching the Tao. Slaughter my human race heaven chosen, everyone will take it. Sword sect female cultivator also said coldly, old monk, your great clarity temple was also one of the Buddha sects. You died before accepting a foreign clan as a discipline. You are already confused. If I were you, I would just kill my love and suppress and kill this child myself to comfort these human race heaven chosen who fell innocently. The Wind Thunder Temple man was also aggressive. It's not our own family, their hearts must be different. Faceless Temple Great Expert groaned, Yuan fellow Taoist, please also surrender Huang Wu. As for the inheritance of your Great Clarity Temple, if you can trust me, I Faceless Temple will inherit it for you. At the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, Suzaimo stayed beside old monk Yuan. Hearing here, there was a mockery in his eyes. Before I say a few words, the monk of Faceless Temple can't wait to show his greedy and ugly face. Doors, if you come to kill foreign clan, please go back. Old monk Yuan blithely saying, my primordial spirit is human race primordial spirit, just a fleshly body mixed with foreign clan bloodline. Now, his fleshly body is destroyed, and there is only one primordial spirit left. If he reshapes the fleshly body, he is the real human race. Hearing here, Suzaimo's heart passed by us done. The old monk promised to let the red-haired yin divinity go to the Dragon Bones Valley. In addition to returning his fleshly body to its original state, more importantly, it should be for his future. As the old monk said, as long as he reshapes the fleshly body, he is human race. From now on, Heavenly Desolate Continent, any sect, any force, any cultivator, can't attack him with this. Coupled with the shelter of him and 100 refinements sect Jihuo and the others, his situation in the real cultivation world will be much better, so there is no need to hide again. Heavenly Gang Religion old man and the others frowned, his face became a little ugly. They know that with the status and level of Yuan bold ancestor and being a Buddha sect, it is impossible to lie on this matter. In other words, Suzaimo's fleshly body is indeed obsolete. In this way, the 8 people they used to call the cut-down monsters, eliminate demons banner was completely useless. Then he was in the land of preaching the Tao, and killed that many title disciple. He always gave us an account. Wind Thunder Temple man groaned. What accountability? Old monk Yuan basked back. The title disciple under your door shot and besieged others, but was suppressed and killed. What else do you want to explain? Old monk, we will never return empty-handed. If you don't give up, don't blame us for breaking into your buried Dragon Valley. Primordial sect's eyes were bright, and he took a step forward and stood on the edge of buried Dragon Valley. The whole person was already murderers looking. No, old life essence. Old monk Yuan blithely saying, but if you dare to cross the buried Dragon Valley half a step and the old man fights his life, You can bury 8 of you in the buried Dragon Valley. You can practice Great Ascension Realm. Even if you are a Buddha sect, your hands are stained with endless blood. Old ancestor of Great Ascension, who is not the one who speaks. Primordial sect boy and the others closed his brows, froze in place. For a time, no one dared to step forward easily, provoking a late old ancestor. A group of waste. The icy voice sounded without warning. Not far away in the sky, a gap suddenly opened, a silhouette came out, exuding a powerful and violent breath. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1055 Chapter 1055, Killing with Killing 2 by Buried Dragon Valley. Many body fusion great expert expressions have changed. Space teleportation. This method of tearing space and teleportation is one of the divine abilities that old ancestor of Great Ascension can control. The horror of this cultivator is indeed beyond the body fusion realm, but it seems that it has not yet reached the real Great Ascension realm. Half ancestor. In the mind of Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man and the others, the news of half-ancestor shooting and suppressing and killing Huang Wu flashed 3 days ago. At this moment, the primordial sect teenager hurried forward, bowed and worshipped, and said in a deep voice, "Meet Defan Elder." As predicted, the half-ancestor of the clan. Everyone knew it. Defan's eyes were cold, sweeping Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man and the others, with endless majesty. Body fusion great expert is almost a peak expert in the true cultivation world, but in the face of half-ancestor, he still has to bow down. The Defan half-ancestor, obviously has control over the ability of divine abilities power. Otherwise, he will not be able to tear the space and teleport over. Meet Defan half-ancestor. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man and the others. Despite being scolded by Defan as a waste, they still dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction and came forward, saluted. The bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. Suzaimo looked at old monk Yuan on his side and expressed concern. The best case, of course, is to frighten the opponent without taking a shot. But now, Defan has arrived, and the situation has obviously tilted. In the current state of old monk Yuan, chi and blood is declining. Even if you try your best, you may not be able to resist Peak's half-ancestor. Just listen to Defan coldly said, "An old monk who is exhausted with oil and oil, scares you like this? It's a shame. Give me away." Defan snapped. The thick fog surrounding the valley began to spread to the side, becoming thinner and thinner. The ancient temples at the bottom of the valley can be seen faintly. This approach has indeed surpassed Suzaimo's perception. This is the divine ability. A half-ancestor hits Taoist of Void Return. He missed it and chased high sects. You're shameful. The Emperor's lineage is really nothing good. There was a sneer in the backyard of the ancient temple, full of jokes and disdain. Hearing this voice, Suzaimo softly sighed of relief. With the sound of this sound, the dense fog that this general was about to disperse has been restored again, continuously superimposed, and cut off the bottom from the top. Defan eyes slightly narrowed. In addition to old monk Yuan at the bottom, there are people. Hidden heads and tails, dare to laugh at me. Defan sneered, said, "Who is below? Report the name." I Defan will not kill the unknown. Xiozi, you deserve to ask Lao Tzu's name. Godai's voice sounded. Defan is furious. As half-ancestor, it was a shame to be abused like this. Defan made a leap and was about to reach the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. At this moment, a deep chain sound came from deep in the valley bottom. Call. Defan's body hasn't fallen yet. A dark shadow sprang out of the thick fog, and moved towards Defan. Hit him. Everyone took a look. It was a chain of thick arms with rust on it, and there was nothing strange about it. Give me broken. Defan treads the sky while standing, taking out a dark golden sting. Above 6 paths rays of light greatly rises, filled with a breath of horror, moved towards the chain, fiercely smashed past. Everyone is heart shivered with cold. This handle is stingy and looks like the innate great expert magic tool, but in fact, There is a breath of divine ability on it. This means that this magic tool is evolving towards a magical treasure. The weapon of the old ancestor of great ascension is the magical treasure. The magical treasure can withstand the horror of divine ability's power, formidable power, and can break the magic tool into pieces with no difficulty. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the chain and gangbang collided together, and a loud noise broke out, fire star flowing in all directions. The whole space trembled, huge power burst out, tearing the void. Li Fan's figure paused in the air. The whole space, time, seems to have stopped. Li Fan Elder, I'll help you. The primordial sect boy reacted first, stepped forward, and found out the big hand covering the sky, and the thick chains caught in the thick fog moved toward grabbed the past. Li Fan turned his back on him. If he can see Li Fan's face, he definitely regrets his shot. Li Fan suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. His blood color faded and a mass of blood mist burst from his body. The whole person moved towards the back and fell over. The many body fusion great experts present were suddenly discolored. A half-ancestor was hit by such a collision. Ha 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 ha. A laugh came from the bottom of the valley. The little cubs of the Emperor's family just dare to come out and shame. Li Fan didn't want to refute at all. Without the slightest hesitation, violent retreat, tearing the void with his backhand, and the whole person flashed in, instantly disappearing into the darkness and disappearing. The crack in the sky gradually closed. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man and the others subconsciously looked towards Primordial Sect. At this point, the palm of the Primordial Sect boy just touched the huge chain. Seeing what happened around him, he wanted to close it, but it was too late. The iron chain trembled and hit the palm of the Primordial Sect boy. Pukai. Under the watchful eye of several body fusion great experts, the palm of the Primordial Sect boy was just shaken by this iron chain, and it was shaken into a ball mist. This tremendous power spreads along the arm. The arms of the Primordial Sect boy were all exploded by the vibration of the chain, which shattered the flesh and broke it. Primordial Sect screamed violently, his body retreated, and endless blood spilled along the way. This chain of murderers looking like spirituality hunted down. The Primordial Sect teenager was pale with fright. Under this chain, he has no resistance at all. Hong Long. The iron chain fell. The ground trembled, and the Primordial Sect boy was smashed into two halves, flesh and blood flew. If one arm is broken, body fusion great expert can regenerate. But nowadays, the fleshly body and primordial spirit of Primordial Sect are all broken by iron chains, and they can't die anymore. A body fusion great expert was actually killed by an iron chain, body and soul entirely exterminated. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man and the others was so scared that he didn't dare to move. I just felt that hair stands on end. His hands and feet were cold. They are afraid that to act blindly without thinking, they will lead to the slaughter of iron chains. But somehow, the chains suddenly came to a halt, and then in the terrified eyes of Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man and the others, it gradually shrank back and sank into the dense fog. You as if received amnesty, gasping for breath. They had never felt that way before, and death was so close to him. As long as the iron chain continues to hunt down, a few of them may not escape. The bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. Old Monk Yuan extend the hand, grabbing the red-haired ghost's chain. Old bald donkey, you stopped Lao Tzu for nothing. Your stuff is useless. To deal with this group of bully and fear, you can kill and kill. Red-haired ghost coldly said. Old Monk Yuan said, a shock is enough. If they are killed, buried Dragon Valley will not be peaceful in the future. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1056. Chapter 1056. Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar 3. Donors. Zymo is the only heir to my Great Clarity Temple. Yuan Monk Shin said, his fleshly body has been destroyed, there is no trace of monster race on his body. You go back. Farewell. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man and the others stared at each other without hesitation. They can recover a life from that horrible chain, which is already 10,000. Fortunately, how dare they continue to impudent? And many more. At this moment, Another voice sounded at the bottom of the buried dragon valley, and it was extremely arrogant. It was the expert who laughed and mocked Defan. It is also very likely to be the owner of the iron chain. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man and the others' figure trembled, stiffened in place, dare not move. With the strength of the owner of that chain, I want to suppress and kill them. A few of them simply cannot escape. Huang Wu will enter the real cultivation world in the future. I will never ignore the Samer-level disputes. If he fails, he will be inferior in academic skills and inferior to others. The tone of the bottom of the valley suddenly changed. Murderers looking, but if there are still people who want to bully the little, don't blame me for it. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man and the others' heart shivered with cold. Not surprisingly, the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley should be an old ancestor of Great Ascension. If the old ancestor of Great Ascension revenge madly, even Immortal Sect 9 sects, 7 Demon Sect, Buddha Sect 6 Temple, I am afraid I can't bear it. This is natural. Heavenly Gang Religion Old Man and the others, in fact, in their hearts, this time is not completely unharmed. At least they proved one thing. Although Huang Wu is still alive, the once 10,000 oldest evildoers of the past has passed away. They have heard all the rumors over the years. This Huang Wu relies on most is a terrifying fleshly body that can suppress the pure blood ominous beast. And now, this fleshly body has been destroyed? Yuan Bold Ancestor said that there was no trace of monster race on this child. This means that the divine phoenix bone on Huang Wu's body has also been abolished. Even more, how? This child's life source magic tool Good Fortune Azure Lotus was also smashed by Defan Half Ancestor, and many cultivators of Land of Preaching the Tao are watching. Fleshly body, divide phoenix bone, life source magic tool. Many of the whole cards that Huang Wu once relied on most have been discarded. Even if Huang Wu does not die, he has fallen to the altar, and there is no threat to them. Even if Huang Wu can reshape the fleshly body, I am afraid that it is the battle strength of ordinary Taoist of Void Return. Any heaven chosen in their sect can be killed. The 9 big sects body fusion great experts killed buried Dragon Valley, but returned from death, and they also discounted 3 body fusion great experts, which naturally caused countless guesses. But soon, each and every one news spread. Huang Wu is not dead, but she has lost the fleshly body and lost the dive phoenix bone. Good Fortune Azure Lotus is broken. Huang Wu's other identity is the sole descendant of the Great Clarity Temple. There is a person old ancestor of Great Ascension behind him, as his guardian. This old ancestor of Great Ascension life essence is not much. It won't last long. Didn't expect. This Land of Preaching the Tao battle ended in this way. Yes, there are 8 title disciples falling. If you count Huang Wu, it is 9. Huang Wu is not dead. I heard that the primordial spirit has survived. Do you think there is only one Wu Wu in the primordial spirit? How is it different from the fall? Oh, what a pity. It is said to be the first demon of 10,000 ancient times, and Tao heart was set on the bones of many disciples. The Bu Kang was born, and was eventually destroyed by Half Ancestor. It was really a horrible ending. For a long time to come, the true cultivation community has been discussing this matter. In the real cultivation world, enthusiastically, Suzaimo's red hair, Yin Divinity, has already followed Long Yan to the destination of this trip, Dragon Bones Valley. Re-entering this place, Suzaimo felt something different. Cross the vast sea of bones, and once again come to the high mountain that once came. Long Yan gently waved his sleeves, rolled up Suzaimo's red hair, Yin Divinity, bulged into the air, and crossed the mountain, moving towards the front. Suzaimo looked down. Behind this peak, there is an old jungle, and there are towering peaks, filled with the breath of wasteland. At first, he thought he had entered the Dragon Bones Valley. In fact, the mountain he and Yiling climbed was just the periphery of Dragon Bones Valley. After a while, Suzaimo was shaken. Not far from the front, the soaring mountain peaks rolling up and down, forming a long and tall mountain range, extremely spectacular. Looking at it from a distance, this mountain range seems to be a dove dragon lying on the ground with head and tail connected. In the middle of this mountain range, a huge valley is formed. Looking down, you can clearly see that the distribution of the valley is about 6 areas with different colors. There is red, there is azure, there is yellow, there is golden, there is silver, and there is a piece of gray. Among them, the azure area has the largest footprint, the smallest gray, and is located at the corner of the valley. The remaining 4 areas are similar. At this moment, Long Yan said, although the 6 dragon vein belong to Dragon Clan, they are completely different. The largest area of azure is the habitat of the Blue Dragon lineage. Earlier, I heard Long Yan say that Blue Dragon lineage, inheritance Blue Dragon blood veins are the most. So, generally speaking, the Blue Dragon lineage has the strongest battle strength. The red area is our Torch Dragon lineage. Long Yan pointed down and said, as for the grey area, it is the Hybrid Dragon lineage. If your mount can be transformed into a Flood Dragon, you are eligible to go to that area. Suzaimo nodded, keep watching. When he first arrived, everything he saw felt strange. This is the civilization of immemorial era. Unlike human race, once glorious 10,000 ancient, dominate the civilization of heavenly desolate. 6 areas form a circle, a large area vacated in the middle, with many ancient buildings. The most obvious is in the middle, a stout stone pillar rising from the sky, ancient and mysterious. I don't know how many years have existed, revealing endless vicissitudes. On this stone pillar, a divine dragon is carved, lifelike and exuding endless majesty. Suzaimo just glanced at it and felt a sense of worship. The most weird thing is that the belly of this divine dragon has 5 claws. Normally, Dragon Clan has 4 claws on the abdomen. This 5-clawed divine dragon was first seen by Suzaimo, and it is on this ancient and stout stone pillar. This is ancestral dragon divine pillar. Long Yan Shen said, this is where Dragon Clan has grown to a certain age, or the cultivation base has reached a certain realm, which is equivalent to human race's law manifestation realm, and he will come here to accept dragon ancestor baptism and awaken innate divine ability. What's going on with the 5-clawed divine dragon? Suzaimo curiously asked. A normal Dragon Clan with 4 claws underneath. Long Yan said, only the king of Dragon Clan, the strongest bloodline, will give birth to the 5th paw. This life, the Blue Dragon family has given birth to the 5-clawed divine dragon. Unsurprisingly, that Blue Dragon will be the young master of Dragon Clan 5 pulses. 3N more. Many thanks a cool 10,000 book rewards. Many thanks Non, 8 ring life, Limo, Feiying and other fellow Taoist rewards. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1057. Chapter 1057. Dragon Clan's many important places are in this middle area. Here is the immemorial divine spring you are going to heal. Long Yan pointed at the area under him. Suzaimo's eyes turned and landed on an extremely wide stone platform not far away. There are 2 divine dragons fighting on it, and every collision causes the void to tremble. The 2 divine dragons were all wounded with scales. When the dragon claw caught it, there was a huge wound on the body, and the dragon scale fell down. The whole raised stone platform is covered with blood stains, some have been air-dried, and the stone platform has been dyed dark brown. The killing of 2 divine dragons is extremely fierce, as if there is any deep hatred. That's the battlefield of dragon blood. Long Yan expression grave, Shin said, you have to remember that in Dragon Clan, no matter which dragon vein area, conflicts can erupt at any time. Dragon Clan Elder never intervenes or even encourages conflicts among juniors. As long as your realm is comparable, you can fight anytime, anywhere. Suzaimo nodded. This is very different from the true cultivation world. Among the true cultivation forces of sect, pay attention to mutual aid and love for same sect, and will not encourage same sect to kill. Even if there are real conflicts and grievances, it will be in a fixed place, and it is impossible for the cultivator to start a war anytime, anywhere. That way, I'm afraid the whole sect is messed up. Dragon Clan's civilization, however, encourages killing and collision among the same race. In this constant battle and slaughter, sharpen fleshly body temperament and make yourself stronger. Long Yan said, of course, fighting conflicts in these habitat areas are not allowed to initiate the primordial spirit secret technique, and it is not allowed to imitate the dragon clan form. Once the primordial spirit secret technique is launched, the dragon clan form is transformed, which means life and death battle. Long Yan pointed to the battlefield of two divine dragons not far away, and said, if you want life and death battle, you must go to the dragon blood battlefield. On the battlefield, you don't care about life or death. Suzaimo slightly frowned, asking, Dragon clan is scarce and it is extremely difficult to reproduce. For this life and death battle, don't you stop it. Long Yan lightly saying, if a race is afraid of life and death, and is timid, even if it breeds more clansmen, it can only be enslaved by other races. Suzaimo secretly nodded. At the antiquity time, if there is no human race expert who is afraid of life and death, human race experts will not be able to escape the fate of being enslaved by the 10,000 family. I'll take you back to Torch Dragon Clan, Long Yan said, rolling up the red-haired yin divinity of Suzaimo, and moved towards the scarlet-eared area not far away. The temperature of the Torch Dragon Clan's habitat has increased significantly. Each building is engraved with many dragon-shaped flames, which is anomalous. Although this was ordered by Patriarch, elders still had to agree. Long Yan said, go with me to meet the elders of the Torch Dragon family. Even if you feel any grievance, don't talk nonsense, just forbear. Just listen. Suzaimo nodded. After all, the red-haired ghost has been away from Dragon Clan for 10,000 years, and even if he is alive, I am afraid that his words will not have much weight in the Torch Dragon lineage. Suzaimo temporarily condenses a Daolaw Force fleshly body, puts on azure clothes, and follows Long Yan into the Great Hall. In the Great Hall up ahead, there are three old men sitting in the middle of the high position. It looks like he is not too young, and he has to be grey, but each old man is mentally stunned. His eyes are bright, and he is bright. Between the eyebrows of the three old men, there was a touch of majesty. At first glance, they were people who had been high for a long time. On the side of Great Hall 2, there are 2 rows of Dragon Clan. There are men and women. There are more than a dozen people. They look younger and are similar to Long Yan's generation. Long Yan, see 3 elders. Long Yan approached, saluted. The 3 is second elder, third elder, and fourth elder of the Torch Dragon family. Meanwhile, Long Yan whispered to Suzaimo behind him. Others, since they are still alive, why didn't they come back with you? The centered third elder expression is majestic, indifferently asked. Patriarch said, when the time comes. Long Yan repeated the excuse given to him by the red-haired ghost, and said, in addition, Patriarch said that he no longer occupied the title of Candle and left it to the younger generation to fight. So, I want to choose a young master for Torch Dragon lineage. Yes, this life blue dragon, horned dragon, rain dragon, hornless dragon and their young master candidates have all been decided, and we haven't decided on Torch Dragon yet. Men and women in the Great Hall started to talk. Fourth elder looked kind and looked at Long Yan, and asked with concern, how about Long Ran, can he be healed? Long Ran is the name of the red-haired ghost. Patriarch seems to be in good shape. Annoyed by fourth elder, Long Yan responded. In Suzaimo's mind, the impression of fourth elder is much better. So many Dragon Clan who really care about red-haired ghost is this fourth elder. What's going on with this boy around you? Asked by third elder. Long Yan said, reporting to third elder, this child is called Long Mo, and bloodline with Patriarch flowing inside the body is considered a parent by Patriarch. Now, let me take him back. Well, he has injuries in his primordial spirit. Why is the fleshly body gone? Fourth elder saw at a glance that Suzaimo's only primordial spirit was left, and the fleshly body was not there. It was just a condensed magic power. Long Yan took out Suzaimo's fleshly body and said, his fleshly body was abolished by human race half-ancestor and is no longer viable. Patriarch wants him to return and go to immemorial divine spring to heal. Second elder felt the bloodline breath on Suzaimo, and immediately frowned, unhappy. In the great hall, someone immediately came out, coldly said, "This person's bloodline is extremely complicated. Even if there is a long line Ran's bloodline, it is not my torch dragon family. This kind of bloodline can only be regarded as a lost species. It is not even qualified to enter here. I also want to go to Immemorial Divine Spring to heal." How is this possible? Immemorial Divine Spring healing places are rare. Never give such a hybrid. Some Dragon Clan words have become more intense. Long Yan glared, looking around all around, loudly said, "He is the son of Patriarch. Why is he ineligible?" Don't say he's just a hybrid. Even if he is the Dragon Flame who died, he didn't want to go to Immemorial Divine Spring. A Dragon Clan sneered. Suzaima once heard the red-haired ghost mention Homura. It seems that he was right. Long Yan should be the son of a red-haired ghost, but unfortunately he has died. I don't know if it has anything to do with the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Another dragon girl said, "Even if he is the son of Long Ran, he is not the young master of our torch dragon lineage. Why go to Immemorial Divine Spring?" For these Dragon Clan, it is extremely reluctant to accept him as a bloodline's messy outsider. Not to mention, let him go to Immemorial Divine Spring to heal. Suzaimo's situation is more difficult than initially thought. Not to mention Long Yan, I'm afraid that the red-haired ghost returned in person may not be able to rule the public opinion and let him enter Immemorial Divine Spring. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1058. Chapter 1058. Who disagrees? Long Yan looked at the three elders and said in a deep voice, "Patriarch has told me that must take Long Mo to Immemorial Divine Spring to heal. Please ask the three elders for permission." Fourth elder sighed. A sorrow appeared in his eyes, and said softly, "He lost his wife and lost his heart, distraught, staying under the abyss for 10,000 years. I don't know what kind of torture. Since he values this child so much, let him agree to this request." Third elder also seems to recall some past events, expressing emotion, nodded. Second elder still frowned. But noticing the attitude of the two elders around him, he closed his eyes and acquiesced. Long Yan was overjoyed and whispered, "Hurry up." "Thank you, three elder." "Many thanks, three elder." Suzaima approached, saluted, "Thank you." Then he looked at Long Yan and whispered, "Uncle Yan, and Gyan, haven't told three elders yet." "Can't care anymore." Long Yan shook the head, saying, "I can send you to Immemorial Divine Spring. Under such great pressure, how can I care about him? Besides, he and Patriarch are not elated." Suzaimo frowned. Gyan is just an irrelevant person in their eyes. But in the eyes of Suzaimo, Gyan is the one he must not give up. Three elder. Suzaimo turned round and suddenly said, "Junior has another thing to ask. Please ask three elders for permission." Long Yan expression changed. "What's up?" Fourth elder looked at Suzaimo's eyes, but he was extremely kind and asked with a smile, "Junior's mount is a fierce horror. This time, I was seriously injured and was dying to save me. Junior asked three elders to give me permission to let this flood dragon go to Immemorial Divine Spring to heal me. This matter, Suzaima must say, no matter how much pressure is ahead." Second elder, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. Two dragon eyes burst out of a pair of dragon eyes and landed on Suzaimo. Suzaimo's magic power fleshly body is almost broken. Third elder is also a complexion sank. Even the expression of fourth elder froze. He slightly frowned, revealing awkward look. What this child wants to do. Before we actually return to our torch dragon family, we want to be upset. Don't say it's a fierce horror. Even a flood dragon is not eligible to enter Immemorial Divine Spring. I have to go in. I don't know why. If a fierce roar can enter Immemorial Divine Spring, all of us at Dragon Clan are eligible. Immemorial Divine Spring has already dried up. There was a huge noise in the crowd. Long Yan sighed and looked at Suzaimo's eyes, full of disappointment. He knew nothing about Suzaimo. However, Suzaimo's performance today, in his eyes, is a youngster who does not know how to advance and retreat and cannot see the situation clearly. It's such a bad performance. I don't know what Patriarch sees in him. Long Yan was a bit preconceived about Suzaimo, and he became more and more disappointed. Long Mo, your request is impossible. Third elder slowly shook his head. Fourth elder stopped talking. He was willing to help intercede, but he didn't know where to start. This incident is indeed against family rules. For this scene, Suzaimo had expected it. He expressed calmness and said in a deep voice, that being the case, I will go to Immemorial Divine Spring to give my mount a chance. Absurd. Third elder snapped. Second elder expression gradually cold, slowly said, Junior, what do you think Immemorial Divine Spring is? If you want, just let it. I tell you now, even you are not eligible to go to Immemorial Divine Spring. Long Yan, drive this arrogant and ignorant person out, and never set foot in Dragon Bones Valley. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Please. Second elder, please. Long Yan quickly knelt on the ground. Even if he had some dissatisfaction with Suzaimo, he had to do everything he could to fulfill the entrustment of the red-haired ghost. To brother. Fourth elder could not bear to show his face, and called softly. Second elder expression waved indifferently. There is absolutely no room for negotiation. If it weren't for Long Ran's face, I would have shot it and suppressed and killed it. Suzaimo bowed slightly, expression calm. Even if he knew the result, he had to stand up and fight for a little life for Guyun. Even if he was kicked out today and lost the opportunity to repair the fleshly body, he would not regret it. Red-haired ghost, it disappoints you, Suzaimo secretly said in one's heart. The red-haired ghost has this arrangement, and the most important thing is to value his potential. I want him to become a Dragon Clan. If there is any conflict between him and Dragon Clan in the future, there is at least some relief with this real presence. Unfortunately, Dragon Clan still had trouble accepting him. Suzaimo lightly saying, since you are not welcome, don't bother. Let's leave. Life replenishing pill can only hold Guyun's life for a month. Today, there are only a few days left. He has to leave here as soon as possible and find another way. And many more. Just then, an old voice came from behind the great hall. Then a weird noise came. Glang, glang, glang. 3 sounds fell, and a faint silhouette flashed from behind the great hall, with grey hair, wrinkles on his face, and a crooked fiery crutch in his hand, walking tremblingly. That weird sound was the sound of the crutch hitting the ground in the hand of old man. Great elder. Seeing the people, Dragon Clan, who originally sat in the great hall, including 3 Dragon Clan elders, all got up, expressed respect, and shouted. Ah! Great elder took a pause for each step, complied, his eyes were cloudy, his eyes turned, and landed on Suzaimo, not far away. For some reason, Suzaimo felt Great Elder's eyes fall on him, and he looked all over him, as if there was no secret at all, and he was seen through. Child, stay, Great Elder said. Many Dragon Clan were shocked. Great Elder's status in the Torch Dragon family, unique and unmatched, no one can compare. Even Patriarch, there are many things to discuss with Great Elder. Great Elder said this, it means that no one can drive Suzaimo. Long Yan was happy, and said quickly, many thanks Great Elder. As he spoke, he pushed Suzaimo and asked him to thank him quickly. Suzaimo stared at the eyes of Great Elder and suddenly said, my mount is a fierce horse, and I have to be with him. Well, you guys go to Immemorial Divine Spring. Great Elder lightly saying, the dragons are uproaring. Big brother, you. Second elder expression was shocked, with incredible colors in his eyes. In his opinion, this kind of thing is simply heaven and earth. Great elder, this is out of order. Great elder, do you think again? In the great hall, there was a burst of noise. Dong. Great elder's crutch suddenly fell to the ground, and a dull noise sounded throughout the great hall. Suddenly, 10,000 people were silent. Between the dragons, no one dared to make a sound. Great Elder rolled his body, his turbid eyes slowly turning, passing the great hall, slowly said, this is my decision, Who has any objection? Kulong kept silent. No one dares to look into the eyes of Great Elder. Today there are only 2 more. Everyone goes to bed early, and is still trying to sort out the subsequent episodes. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1059 1059 Dragon Clan Test. Long Yan stumbled. He really didn't expect. This matter hasn't even been seen for a long time. The Great Elder of the Torch Dragon family was shocked. And, more importantly, Great Elder, like Patriarch's decision, really let Suzaimo enter Immemorial Divine Spring with a fierce wound to heal. Many thanks, Great Elder. The dragons snored. Only Suzaimo's expression was normal, and saluted. Thank you. This is what he wanted to join Dragon Clan. At this time, no one in the Great Dragons in the Great Hall could understand why Great Elder made such a decision. It wasn't until many years later that many Dragon Clan realized that this decision today left a terrifying evil for Dragon Clan. Compared with this evil, Immemorial Divine Spring is worthless. Long Yan leaves with Suzaimo. Although the expressions of the group dragons could not see anything, there were many uneasy feelings in their hearts, and they also dispersed. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 elders in Torch Dragon lineage in the Great Hall. Big brother, this Long Mo's body has Long Ran's bloodline. Although impure, letting him enter Immemorial Divine Spring to heal is nothing. Second elder frowns, saying, however, this child wants to let that fierce prince also enter Immemorial Divine Spring. It is a bit confusing. Great Elder slightly smiled, asking, 4th child, what do you think? This Long Mo, although not grown up in our environment, has a temperament similar to Dragon Clan. In the conversation just now, he showed his bravery, fearless, bloody, not humble. Except for the reason of Long Ran, he himself likes it. 4th elder pondered, then said, listen to Long Ran, this child was originally a human race. For so many years, it has not been infected with some of the smoothness of human race, which is rare. Great Elder said, Old 3, talk about it too. 3rd elder thought for a moment, and said, I am fine. I believe Long Ran's vision. Since he has this arrangement, he should have his deep meaning. But, after a short pause, 3rd elder said, this child was human race before. After all, it is unknown whether we can truly join us in Dragon Clan. This big brother's decision is somewhat risky. According to our original decision, we still have to inspect him. Great Elder nodded, looked towards 2nd elder, pats his shoulder, and said, Old 2, you said that he let the fierce head into Immemorial Divine Spring, and he didn't know what he meant. But in fact, it was he who made this request that I really felt relieved and sent him to Immemorial Divine Spring. What? 2nd elder slightly startled, expression. Great Elder explained, if this child is trying to repair his fleshly body, regardless of the fierce cricket, or pretend to be polite with us, I really dare not accept him. As you are worried, after all he was a human race, and he had such a temptation in the city. We accept him. Who knows if we can raise a thankless wretch? Who knows, will he bite us one day? 2nd elder seemed to realize, thinking. Great Elder continued, but he dared to take such a risk and make this seemingly reckless request. But it just proves that this child is very affectionate and true. We are good to him, and he will remember it. No wonder. 3rd elder, 4th elder. Great Elder smiled, passing a glance of pride in his eyes, as if picking up something. 2nd elder also laughed and said, Big brother, it's rare to see you so happy. You are so optimistic about this child? Don't forget, his bloodline is impure. You guys don't know much about things outside. Great Elder said, don't watch me retreat all day, but I have heard about some big movements outside. You know, what major event has this child just made in the real cultivation world? What? All 3 elders were curious and asked a question. The title of human race 8 super sect, was killed by him alone. Great Elder uttered in astonishment. The 3 elders were all pale. 4th elder said, no wonder I felt a powerful murderous aura on this child. Invincible trend. It turned out that he has such terrifying battle strength. No wonder he would provoke half-ancestor. 3rd elder nodded, saying, human race super sect's title discipline is not easy to deal with. In the same stage, it can already compete with my dragon clan. Actually, nothing. Second elder disagreed, saying, if I go out with Heaven Chosen, the younger generation of dragon clan, I can suppress the human race's title discipline. Hee. Great Elder laughed suddenly. What's the big brother laughing at? Second Elder asked. Great Elder said quietly, have you heard of the catastrophe of Myriad Shapes City more than 100 years ago? Somewhat heard. Second Elder nodded and said, I heard that some treasures were born. God clan and Rakshasa clan sent clansmen and Heaven Chosen within the clan. Didn't expect to be suppressed and killed by a human race demon. Great catastrophe. Speaking of which, Second Elder expression moved and asked, Big brother, wouldn't you mean that this child is the human race monster of that year? It's him. Great Elder nodded. Hiss. 3 Elder inhaled slightly. They are very clear about the strength of God clan and Rakshasa clan. Even if their dragon clan meets these two foreign clan, they may not win. Third Elder frowned. He was seriously injured this time, but he didn't know he could recover his previous battle strength after the injury healed. Yes, after all, losing the many means of human race, coupled with the impureness of this child bloodline, his battle strength is probably a great decline. Second Elder is also nodded. Fourth Elder suddenly asked, Big brother, do you intend to make him the young master of our torch dragon lineage? Great Elder in different expression, said, I intentionally useless, the key is that he has to prove himself. In our dragon clan, who has the big fist, who can be respected. He's an outsider. I'm afraid it will be difficult to integrate into Dragon Clan in a short time. Fourth Elder was a little worried. In the eyes of Great Elder, a sudden glance of crafty was said, so, I let the fierce lord go with him to Immemorial Divine Spring. In addition to sending him personal feelings, I also wanted to arouse the dissatisfaction and anger of the Dragon Clan juniors. When he comes out of Immemorial Divine Spring, his trouble will be inevitable. This is also a test for him. After all, whether dragon or insect, we will soon understood. Big brother wise. The 3 elders stroked their smiles and sighed. Well, this test may not be enough. Great Elder thought about it. The turbidity of his eyes had long disappeared, and the thief's bright light shone, and he said, yes. Hasn't Long Yan ever engaged with the baby girl of the Hornless Dragon family? Now this boy replaces the Dragon Yan's position. He has to follow this relationship. Big brother, the daughter of Hornless Dragon clan is so hot-tempered that everyone dares not to agree. At first, she did not agree with this family relationship, and almost ran to our Torch Dragon family to remarry. That is, Dragon Flame is dead. Otherwise, this matter may be impossible to say. What a mess. Fourth Elder said with anxiety, if this girl is to know that her fiancé has not only changed, but also a bloodline impure dragon clan, she must not lift our Torch Dragon family. That's not right. Let this guy handle it. Great Elder said with a smile. Big brother, you are fierce. 3 elders twitched the corners of their lips and held out their thumbs. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1060. Chapter 1060 Immemorial Divine Spring. Led by Long Yan, through the buildings. Along the way, I saw a lot of Dragon Clan. Strong breath, fierce eyes, collision killing, can be seen everywhere. Dragon Clan bloodline itself is terrifying matchless, even if the slaughter kills all kinds of scales. As long as it does not hurt the internal strife, it can heal after a rest for 2 days. Repeated assaults and collisions. Each Dragon Clan's body carries the spirit of savage killing, constantly hone melee killing skills. Suzaimo dumbfounded. In such a cruel environment, it is difficult to think of not being powerful. Many Dragon Clan of Torch Dragon lineage, seeing Long Yan, is quite normal, but after seeing Suzaimo, the hostility is revealed in his eyes, and the murderous rays of light are flashing. No matter who it is, even if it is bloodline of Great Elder, if you want to gain a foothold in Dragon Clan, you have to fight it out. In a way, this is a relatively fair environment. Only in such a fair and cruel environment can we sharpen a true expert. Longmo, despite the support of Great Elder, your situation is still not optimistic. Long Yan hesitated, but kindly reminded, if your injury is healed, try not to run around. Close cultivation first and avoid the limelight. Although Long Yan did not guess the meaning of Great Elder, he can guess that the moment Suzaimo comes out of immemorial divine spring, there will be countless troubles to find high sects. In his opinion, this youngster couldn't handle it. Well, many thanks, Uncle Yan reminded. Suzaimo nodded. Not long after, Long Yan took Suzaimo out of the Torch Dragon lineage area into this public area surrounded by the Dragon Clan 6 veins. Although this is known as Dragon Bones Valley, in fact, the area occupied by each lineage Dragon Clan is larger than that of the true sects in the real cultivation world. This public area in the middle is even more so. The buildings that can't be seen at the margins are full of ancient and vicissitudes everywhere. In the habitat of the Torch Dragon lineage, almost all of the Torch Dragon family. In this public area, the major Dragon Clan can be seen everywhere, including the Horned Dragon family wearing golden robes, the Hornless Dragon family wearing silver robes, and the Blue Dragon family wearing blue robes. Soon, Long Yan took Suzaimo to a cave. There are 2 Dragon Clan guards on the 2 sides of the entrance. The breath of these 2 Dragon Clan, similar to Long Yan, turned out to be Body Fusion Realm. The Dragon Clan of the Body Fusion Realm can even fight against the old ancestor of Great Ascension of human race, suppress and kill the colored fusion great expert of the Glaze Palace. In Dragon Clan's growth stage, it is divided into juvenile, young, adult, peak. Generally speaking, the young Dragon Clan corresponds in strength to Chi condensation to nascent soul realm in the true cultivation world. The youth Dragon Clan corresponds to nascent soul realm to law manifestation realm. The adult Dragon Clan is the body fusion realm. Peak Dragon Clan is Great Ascension realm. 2 adult Dragon Clan guard this cave, which shows the importance of this place. Long Yan took out a fiery token with a torch dragon tattooed on it, exuding a hot breath, and gave the token to 2 adult Dragon Clan. In this token, there is some information left by Great Elder. 2 adult Dragon Clan took it over, and after some investigation, they looked at Suzaimo with a little surprise, and then nodded and said, "Go in." The door opened, and a strong and vigorous assaults the senses, such as the spring breeze and the red hair yin divinity, all eased the pain. Suzaimo took a deep breath and walked into the cave. Wherever you look, there is a long corridor. At the end of the corridor, golden rays of light radiate. Suzaimo goes all the way. The deeper you go, the more you can feel the vitality coming from the end of the corridor. He didn't go far, and his eyes suddenly opened up. Suzaimo was so shocked that there was endless shock in his eyes. The scene in front of me is not like a cave at all, but a world. Plants are abundant, lush and green. In the middle of several ancient trees, there is a pool, dazzling, immortal chi is full, and the springs flowing in the pool are all golden, and there is a brilliant glory. Immemorial divine spring can live and die, flesh and bones come back to life. This side, heaven and earth, reveals a breath of purity and vitality. Suzaimo has just stepped into this place, and the original dead fleshly body has a little more vitality. Initially, he was a little hesitant. After all, this fleshly body was struck by the force of half-ancestor, and it was severed. The bones within the body were all broken, and the viscera was shattered into bloody mud. Even red-haired ghost and old ancestor of Great Ascension are helpless. But the moment Suzaimo saw immemorial divine spring, he knew that this divine spring would definitely restore his fleshly body as before. Suzaimo quickly moved Guyun out of the storage bag. Originally, Guyun was unconscious. As soon as he moved here, Guyun was in a coma and screamed. Suzaimo no longer hesitates. With his fleshly body and Guyun, jump directly into immemorial divine spring. 2 fleshly bodies immersed in golden divine spring, endless vitality poured into within the body, and the magnificent life essence chi nourished and restored 2 fleshly bodies. Compared to Suzaimo, Guyun's fleshly body was less injured. Suzaimo clearly saw that, just within a few breaths of immemorial divine spring, golden divine spring poured into the wound on Guyon's chest. Guyon's heart was broken by the palm of Yin. And now, Guyon's heart, nourished by immemorial divine spring, is healing at a speed visible to naked eyes. To be precise, it is remodeling. This reshaped heart is stronger than Guyon's heart. In the chest, the broken skeleton was continuing on a little bit, and a little golden essence poured into the wound and merged into the flesh. The injuries on two fleshly bodies are constantly healing and repairing. Suzaimo groaned comfortably. Just dozens of breaths passed, and he suddenly found that he could control this Dragon Clan true body. Suzaimo is so happy. Of course, the hands, feet and limbs of this fleshly body have not recovered as before, and the injuries of the internal organs have not healed. It takes a relatively long time to recover as much as possible. Today, he can only do some simple moves. Suzaimo bowed his head, swallowed a group of golden divine spring, rolled life essence chi down his throat, poured into within the body, and burst instantly. The scars on the red Heian divinity also healed a little bit. Suzaimo felt like he was lying on a warm bed. The coldness inside the body was dissipating a little bit, and he had never been comfortable. Bursts of intense tiredness rise in the mind. Coming out of Thousand Monsters Valley, he experienced 1,000 consecutive tea battles, such as Land of Preaching the Tao, and was even chased by half-ancestor expert, with almost no rest. And in this brief moment, he suddenly wanted to take a nap and take a good rest. At least, here is Dragon Bones Valley. Here, there is no danger. All he has to do is preserve strength and store up energy, ready to meet the upcoming challenge of Dragon Clan. At this point, Suzaimo lies in immemorial divine spring and sleeps deeply. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1061. Chapter 1061, Expecting Reunion. The bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. Suzaimo stood in the Great Hall, staring at the two lines of handwriting on the wall. For all Buddha's dragon elephant, first be a horse and being. As soon as the dust came out, it broke through 10,000 flowers in mountains and rivers. Dai had told him before he left that if he wants to be a fairy demon fellow, he must experience a lot of suffering. But these sufferings will eventually make you stronger. Dai had an insight into the secret and had long guessed that Suzaimo would face a catastrophe one day and fell into the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. So he left this sentence. But I'm afraid she didn't even think that after 100 years, Suzaimo came back here again, and encountered greater suffering, even the fleshly body almost destroyed. Suzaimo never regrets it. He is going out of his way, not just for Under the Heavens, but also for himself. He looks forward to reuniting with Dai. He even looked forward to it, when he stood in front of Dai again. It was a Suzaimo beyond Dai's imagination. That must be very interesting. Suzaimo slightly smiled. In his mind, not only did he want to get praise from Dai, but also to see the surprise and joy that Dai had never seen. A little later, the smile on Suzaimo's face faded, and he sighed. I don't know how long I want to see Dai. Originally, I wanted to come to Suzaimo. As his cultivation base continues to increase, his distance from Dai will surely get closer. But as his cultivation base deepened, he felt that Dai was out of reach. Unknowable. Even though he has now stepped into Void Return Realm, he still can't guess and can't feel what cultivation base Dai is. Great Ascension Realm? Crossing Tribulation Realm? Suzaimo shook his head slightly, and denied these two speculations in his heart. Maybe that's beyond his knowledge. Suzaimo breathes deeply, tidy up his mood. No matter what, his way must continue. He's not clear about Dragon Clan True Body. When Dragon Clan True Body entered the Dragon Bones Valley, he could no longer sense it. This situation is very good. The two major primordial spirits cultivated independently, but they did not interfere with each other. Otherwise, everything happening here will be clear, and there will be an impact. The two major primordial spirits are Suzaimo, and they are homologous. Suzaimo has a feeling of extreme mysterious and abstruse. As long as he wants to, he can still establish a trace of connection with the Red Heian divinity. Of course, from now on, He would not alarm Dragon Clan True Body unless necessary. It must be the same over there. Although it's not clear how Dragon Clan True Body is in Dragon Bones Valley, Suzaimo guesses that it should not be a problem, as long as you can enter the immemorial Divine Spring. The fleshly body and bloodline are healed. With that Dragon Clan True Body, you can definitely gain a foothold in Dragon Clan. Here is the black hair primordial spirit. The most urgent thing is to reshape your fleshly body. Suzaimo recalled the storage bag that Jihuo Master gave him in 100 Refinements Sect, and he could not help laughing. Jihuo Master is a phrase, this storage bag. He really used it. At first Suzaimo thought Jihuo Master was a prophet. The other day, he knew that when the old monk Yuan rescued Jihuo in the buried Dragon Valley, he had discussed the matter with him. Suzaimo took out the storage bag entrusted to him by Jihuo Master, and carefully recalled the scene of forging bones casting. Every detail, without any doubt, decided to start. There is a prerequisite for forging bones to be cast. It is a flame with sufficient temperature to melt many top materials in the storage bag. With Suzaimo's current cultivation base, this is not yet possible. At the beginning of 100 Refinements Sect, Jihuo Dao Monarch also achieved this goal with the help of the geocentric fire in the Great Hall. He also had to find someone to help. Old monk Yuan doesn't have much life essence. It's better not to let him shoot. The only thing that can help is the red-haired ghost. At this point, Suzaimo carrying the storage bag and headed for the cemetery. Boy, come and talk to me. Before approaching, the voice of the red-haired ghost was heard. Your kid is so young, he has suffered so many blows, frustrated, and some can't think of it. It is certain. I'll tell you, come to me to talk to me. I've been sitting here all these years all day long. The best thing is to be enlightening. The red-haired ghost started talking again and again. He has stayed here for 10,000 years in the buried Dragon Valley. Among them, for more than 9,000 years, he and old monk Yuan are alone. The most terrifying thing is that before old monk Yuan, I always practiced closed chanting. In other words, the red-haired ghost didn't even have a speaker. It is conceivable how he survived over 9,000 years, and it is justifiable to become what he is today. Fortunately, Dai later broke into this place, snatched Warriorless Flower, and broke the old monk of old monk Yuan. Otherwise, the red-haired ghost might be crazy. Red-haired ghost, tell you the business. Suzaimo straight to the point. I plan to reshape the fleshly body. You help to condense a flame and melt some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. What's the use of reshaping fleshly body? Red-haired ghost twitched his lips, saying, I tell you, this primordial spirit, just treat it as an avatar, just practice it. Anyway, you still have a Dragon Clan True Body. The red-haired ghost wants to make Suzaimo completely become Dragon Clan, but this goes against Suzaimo's bottom line. Suzaimo slightly frowned, saying, there is no need to mention this matter again. Red hair in divinity belongs to Dragon Clan and naturally belongs to Dragon Clan. And I have my own intention in this primordial spirit. You have your own plans. What are you doing here? Red-haired ghost frowned. Do you help? Suzaimo asked. Oh, threaten me? Red-haired ghost said with a sneer. No help. Then I won't talk to you after that, Suzaimo said seriously. This sentence was originally the most naive rumor among children, but at this time, it has great lethality to the red-haired ghost. Don't introduce. The red-haired ghost quickly said, you smelly brat, you know to scare me. Why don't you just condense the flames? And I can't help you. As he said, the red-haired ghost rang a finger, and a small flame appeared on his fingertips, fluttering, and seemed to be extinguished at any time. Suzaimo was a little skeptical, but took out a piece of lava spar. His divine consciousness controlled the lava spar and placed it on the small flame. Hey, accompanied by a green smoke. This top-level forging bones material was burnt to ashes by this little flame in the blink of an eye. Suzaimo, the red-haired ghost, is still unaware, and proudly shows off to Suzaimo, look, can this flame formidable power be okay? Suzaimo resisted the urge to curse, stared at his eyes, and gritted his teeth. You flame, Formidable power, lower some. Okay, no problem. The red-haired ghost promised in one sip. The flames have become much smaller. Suzumo breathes deeply, take out a piece of lava crystal again, and put cautiously on the flame. Call. An instant flame ignited on the lava spar. Just insisting on 3 breaths, and under Suzumo's gaze, the lava spar scattered ashes and dispersed smoke again. Suzumo's face turned dark. 2 top heavenly materials and earthly treasures, just burned by the red-haired ghost. Formidable power is smaller. Suzumo grinds his teeth, and a few words pop out of his teeth. The red-haired ghost waved his hands again and again, shaking his head and said, "Can't be underestimated. This is already the smallest formidable power." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1062. Chapter 1062. Azure Lotus True Body. Suzumo stowed the storage bag and turned away. I don't know if the red-haired ghost really doesn't have this ability, or he's pretending to be stupid. Suzumo doesn't want to waste time with him anymore. Well, boy, don't go. The red-haired ghost yelled from behind. Suzumo turned a deaf ear and went back to the Great Hall in deep thought. Looking for someone to help is over. Unless he goes to 100 Refinements Sect and asks Jihuo Master for help. But the northern region is too far away from the central territory. He only has a primordial spirit. He wants to cross the large area and rush to the 100 Refinements Sect. It is really dangerous. 10,000 points. Geocentric fire. Geocentric fire. Suzumo softly muttered. A flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind. Underground volcano under the ruins of Dagon. When he came to the ruins of Dagon, he accidentally found an underground palace and a spirit pond. In this underground palace, there is a secretly thought next to Spirit Pond, which goes straight deep into the ground. I met Small Fox, deep down there. Suzumo remembers that under the Spirit Pond, there is a lava world. The treasure of innate spirit fire outside can be seen everywhere. He went up against the lava and saw a volcano erupting with golden lava. That volcano is extremely hot. At the beginning, in the Battle of Dagon ruins for Vermilion Fruit, it was with that golden lava that he killed many nascent soul true monarchs. Those nascent soul true monarch contaminated with a bit of golden lava were burned to ashes. At this point, Suzumo left the ancient temple and jumped up, urging the Wisdom King's prayer beads to form a mask, passing through the dense fog, and came to the top of the buried Dragon Valley. His fleshly body today is a body of magic power condensed casually. The action is quite easy, but if you fight with people, you can't support it a few times and you will fall apart. Suzumo moved towards Dagon ruins, galloping all the way. Before long, he set foot on this land again. Numerous Yin soldier overcast horses are still wandering in the ruins, and they feel Suzumo's breath, surging like crazy. But when I came near, I stopped. Although these Yin soldier Yin horses do not have spiritual wisdom, they can feel the breath of Wisdom King's prayer beads and dare not step forward and gradually retreat. There is a treasure in Wisdom King's prayer beads, which saves a lot of trouble. Revisit an old haunt. Suzumo traveled all the way, relying on his memory, to find the original underground palace. That world war that year, Vermilion Fruit was born, and Northern Region Heaven Chosen gathered. I don't know how many Heaven Chosen are buried here. Even after more than 100 years, this place is still blooded, which shows the terrible war of the year. There was silence, uninhabited and horrifying. Few cultivators have set foot here since that war. Underground palace has long since collapsed into a ruin. Suzumo is standing on the ruins, and it is difficult to find the secretly buried thought. He was lightly frowned, searching repeatedly in this ruin. Suddenly, in his ear, a gurgling sound of water was heard, which was unheard of. Suzumo was shocked, followed the sound, and quickly found the place where the sound of flowing water was heard. Slowly disperse the divine consciousness, and continuously deep into the ruins. It didn't take long for Suzumo's eyes to light up. Beneath the ruins, he discovered the spirit pond that he had seen. Even though it has been buried in ruins for more than 100 years, this spirit pond has not dried up yet. Spring is still flowing spring water outside, and spiritual chi is strong. Suzaimo was overjoyed. Along the spirit pond, he quickly found the original secretly thought. He groaned a little and didn't move the ruins above spirit pond with great fanfare. Instead, the magic power fleshly body is dispersed, and the black-haired primordial spirit is transformed into a stream of light, and a wrist-thin passage is made in the ruins and enters the ground. Although the original underground palace collapsed, it did not bury the spirit pond, but left a space for it. Suzaimo found the secretly thought, without the slightest hesitation, and jumped down. Soon, he had reached deep underground. The magic power fleshly body reunited. Suzaimo walked forward, not too far, and his eyes were bright, and the place where he looked was red. The heat is rolling, assaults the senses. When Suzaimo first arrived here, it was still gold core realm. Even the outside temperature couldn't bear it. He had to take out some body protection talisman. And now he has stepped into void return realm. Although the fleshly body is lost, only the magic power fleshly body condensed casually can withstand the heat from this lava. Suzaimo walked along the stone wall, past a corner, and saw a relatively large land in the lava ocean. The corpse of Small Fox Mother was there. Later, Small Fox heard that before she left, she pushed Mother's body into the lava, and she was buried here. Suzaimo moved on. The crypts meandered and rolled up against the lava, and the temperature kept rising. Gradually, Suzaimo noticed that there was a touch of golden floating on the surface of lava not far away. Coming. After a few more corners, Suzaimo stopped. A tall volcano ahead. The golden lava is surging in the volcanic crater, setting off a path of waves, exhaling a heartbreaking breath, fiercely hot. Suzaimo slightly frowned. Stop. Strange. Although the temperature of this golden lava is high, with his current cultivation realm, he wants to avoid the damage of golden lava. It is with no difficulty. But somehow, standing in front of this volcano, he felt a sense of shock. Suzaimo's figure rose slowly, came to the vicinity of the volcanic crater, and looked down at the surging lava in the volcanic crater. His eyes brightened. He stared for a long time, but found nothing famous. And that throbbing feeling gradually disappeared. Suzaimo still decided to forge bones here. Opening the storage bag and looking at the many top spirits in it, Suzaimo sighed, and sighed in his heart. Even with the most advanced spirits, forging bones has succeeded in casting. His fleshly body is definitely better than practicing Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture, drinking dragon blood, and having a fleshly body with a divine phoenix bone. Over Dragon Clan True Body, the battle strength will not decrease. But on his side, even if the fleshly body is reshaped, the battle strength is greatly reduced. Even his life source magic tool, Good Fortune Azure Lotus, was broken. Looking at the scattered pieces of jade green lotus stems and pieces of lotus leaves in the storage bag, Suzaimo sighed again. Gradually, in Suzaimo's eyes, there was a ray of light. A bold and crazy thought flashed in his mind. Originally, he wanted to use the many spiritual materials that Jihuo Master gave him to forging bones. But even if it is the best spiritual material, how can it be compared to Good Fortune Azure Lotus? Even broken lotus stems and leaves are 100 times stronger than any top spiritual material. Suzaimo's eyes became hot, and many of the innate magic tools grabbed from the disciple, such as the yin, were all moved out. Lotus stem as bone, lotus leaf as skin. Then these innate magic tools are fully fused into them. This fleshly body has been successfully reshaped. Its hard strength is comparable to the innate Tao Monarch magic tool. Azure Lotus True Body. If Azure Lotus True Body is remodeled, his battle strength will hardly decrease. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1063. Chapter 1063. This thought surged up Suzaimo's spirit. Originally, Good Fortune Azure Lotus was broken, and he was still a little bit sad. Such a supreme treasure had died before he grew up. But now, if he can successfully cast forging bones according to his ideas, even if the role of Good Fortune Azure Lotus is maximized. Also, Good Fortune Azure Lotus is not completely broken. At least, 54 Azure lotus seeds are intact and exuding glow, and they can still explode against the primordial spirit such as Azure Lotus Sword. More importantly, Good Fortune Azure Lotus was originally his life source magic tool. If it is lotus stem is bone, lotus leaf as skin, his fit with this fleshly body will reach 100%, and there will be no rejection at all. Once the fleshly body is successfully remodeled, it can perfectly inherit his Tao law. Thinking of this, Suzaimo's heart was fiery. Think of it this way, this catastrophe is definitely a blessing to him. If Azure Lotus true body is successfully cast, in conjunction with Dragon Clan true body, his battle strength will more than double. Suzaimo took a deep breath. Ready to start forging bones. He collected all the lotus stems and burned them continuously with golden lava in the volcano. If there is no lotus stem before it is broken, it will not be possible to melt it even at the temperature of the golden lava. But nowadays, the lotus stem is broken into pieces, losing the power of Good Fortune Azure Lotus, and under the calcination of golden lava, it gradually melts. Even so, it took a whole day for many lotus stems to completely melt and form a massive azure liquid. Suzaimo took a break and started forging skeleton with this azure liquid. The human race fleshly body skeleton has more than 200 pieces and is very different in size and size. It is an extremely complicated and lengthy process to forge each skeleton. At the beginning, it took Jihuo's achievements on the refining machine to cast that skeleton, and it took another 3 days. Suzaimo recalls and casts at the same time. It's very slow and dare not neglect. 3 days have passed. It took a huge amount of divine essence and only half of the skeleton was shaped. But the rays of light in Suzaimo's eyes are getting brighter. He swallowed a few spiritual pills, took a break, and continued to refine. It took another 7 days for Suzaimo to stop. In front of him stood a jade-green immaculate skeleton, crystal clear and near-transparent, just like an emerald, and it was a ghostly axe. On each skeleton, there is a path of lines, resembles nature itself, as if a blossoming lotus. Just this skeleton is perfect enough. But this is not enough. Suzaimo took out many of the innate magic tools in the storage bag. Di Yin's mixed yuan bell, battle dragon mace, Disha Taoist's bone gun, 7 colorful glazed towers of Liu Lai Taoist, faceless monk of wooden fish and gavel, Taoist's long sword, Storm's hammer from Storm's Taoist. These innate magic tools are the life source magic tools of the major disciples. Although various major titles have already fallen, their life source magic tool still retains their primordial spirit marks. Suzaimo wants to own these magic tools as his own, and must erase the primordial spirit marks above, but it takes a long time. Like some life source magic tool, these title disciples have been practiced for 1,000 years, and it is simply unrealistic to simply erase them in a short time. Suzaimo's mind was stunned. He simply smelted these innate magic tools into the Azure Lotus skeleton. This Azure Lotus skeleton is condensed and will be harder than these innate magic tools and cannot be shaken. Throughout the ages, forging bones has very few cultivators. To forge bones to this extent, Suzaimo can be regarded as the #1 person of ancient and modern times. For this skeleton, the lotus stem is used as the foundation, and many supersect inheritance innate magic tools from ancient times are incorporated. This skeleton quality can be imagined. Put many innate magic tools together, and continuously incinerated with golden lava. The first thing to melt was Taoist's long sword. Under the burning of this lava, many primordial spirit marks of the title disciple are rapidly disintegrating. The long knife was burnt red, gradually broken into pieces, and turned into a mass of dark golden liquid. Immediately after, Earth Fiend Cult's bone gun, wooden fish without phase, wooden mallet, hammer of wind and thunder, 7-colored glass tower, and battle dragon mace all melted in succession. Only the Yuan bell still has nothing to do. Suzaimo narrowed his eyes and stared at Yuanzong for a while. From this point of view, The most powerful of these innate magic tools is this Hunyuan bell. At the time, when he and the yin fought against each other, it was also this mixed yin bell that involved most of the power of good fortune as your lotus. If this junk clock fails to melt, after the primordial spirit mark on it is erased, put it away and use it as a magic tool. Suzaimo thought so. Suddenly, mutations. When, without any warning, Zuniyun bell suddenly trembled, and a bell rang, long and long, shocking. Suzaimo's magic power fleshly body, under this bell, was shaken out of a path of fissures, almost to collapse. Junior, dare you destroy my inheritance magic tool of primordial sect? Damn it. An old voice came from the mixed bell, showing endless killing intent. Immediately afterwards, a phantom emerged. An old man, dressed in a primordial sect's robe, stood in the crypt, looking down at Suzaimo. His eyes were cold and exuding a great deal of coercion. Under this coercion, Suzaimo couldn't move. Even with the blessing of Wisdom King's prayer beads, it will not help. Suzaimo's body was shaking slightly. He could see that this was not the true body of the primordial sect expert. This is just a remnant thought in the Yuan bell. Remnant thought from primordial sect elder expert. After golden lava refined Yin's primordial spirit mark, she shocked this remnant thought. Although it is just a remnant thought, it is enough to suppress and kill Suzaimo. Not to mention that Suzaimo now has only one primordial spirit. Even if the fleshly body is still I am afraid I can't escape. The gap between the two sides is too great. This is really a disaster. Suzaimo didn't expect at all. Just refining a masterless magic tool would cause such a disaster. If he is above the ruins of Dagon, the movement on this side may surprise old monk Yuan and red-haired ghost. But here, it is deep underground. I'm afraid, even if old monk Yuan and red-haired ghost feel it, it's beyond reach. Between the light and the flint, Suzaimo's mind turned 10,000 like thoughts. But his heart felt a sense of weakness. It seems that I am destined to have this catastrophe. After all, I still can't hide from it. Suzaimo sighed. In fact, the moment the bell rang, it also alarmed another existence in this crypt. In the volcanic crater, among the golden lava, a nearly transparent coffin floats up and down. In the coffin, there was a beautiful woman with a figure of grace, her hands folded, placed on her chest. And her body was not covered with creases. Her skin was like gel, and her muscles were like 9 heavenly mortal women. When the bell rang, the woman's long eyelashes shuddered. A pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, this transparent coffin rose slowly, and moved towards volcanic crater floating away. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1064 Chapter 1064, Expert Awakening. The descendants of primordial sect are so unbearable that they can't even protect the inheritance magic tool. This phantom snorted in midair. His eyes were cold. After all, he was just a remnant thought, and he didn't realize that behind him, the volcanic crater spouting golden lava had floated up to a coffin. Even if Zunian Bell becomes a masterless object and is buried in this crypt, it cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Phantom expression indifferent, slowly said, Junior, you die. Phantom reached out a big hand and moved towards Suzaimo, grabbed it. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the crypt. Even Suzaimo, who had been disheartened by 10,000, was startled. Bang! Like something suddenly burst. Immediately afterwards, a large area of golden lava suddenly set off a huge wave, like a tide, pouring down and instantly flooding the phantom in midair. This phantom was overwhelming and terrifying, but was swallowed up by the huge wave formed by this lava. In an instant, it became invisible and completely broke. Suzaimo expression is horrified. Watching this lava giant wave assaults the senses. He will be drowned in an instant. Hey! This lava giant wave, as if controlled by some force, suddenly stopped in midair and then dispersed slowly. Immediately afterwards, Suzaimo stared. Under his gaze, a transparent coffin floated up from the volcanic crater up ahead, and the coffin lid had shattered and scattered to the ground. In the coffin, a beautiful woman sat up slowly, Her figure was perfect, flawless. The beautiful woman expression is lazy, as if she just woke up, caressing her forehead, blue silk like a waterfall, falling on her shoulders, exuding charming charm, beautiful and thrilling. Among the beautiful eyes of the woman, she was a little dazed and frowned slightly. Even such small movements have a beauty that cannot be described by words. For a while, Suzaimo forgot to breathe. To date, he has met countless women, noble and dignified like Jiuxiu, weird elves like Jiujing, and cold and glorious vulgar like Lengru, each of which is a world-class beauty. However, if you compare with the woman in front of you, they are all a point weaker. Jiujing's charming technique seems to be inferior to this woman. The presence of this woman is enough to dump under the heavens. The lava giant wave just before was obviously released by this stunning woman. Suzaimo was rescued and should have been thanked immediately. But at this time, the woman's appearance was really sudden, and the way of appearance was too shocking, allowing him to stay in place for a while and be completely confused. Suddenly, there were countless doubts emerging in his mind. Who is this woman? Why is she here? When did she come here? What is her cultivation base? Suddenly, there was a flash of light in Suzaimo's mind. He recalled that he should have seen this woman once. To be precise, it has been seen vaguely. More than 100 years ago, he just came to the underground palace in the ruins of Dagon, looking for the spiritual spring pool above. In the middle of the pond, a huge begonia flower blooms. The spring gushed and the mist filled. In the dim, he seemed to be on that begonia flower and saw a woman with a beautiful body and a lazy and charming attitude. When he closed his eyes, he stared again, and there was nothing on the begonia flower. Recalling now, the face of the woman on that begonia flower is exactly the same as the beautiful woman in front of her. Could it be said that the woman in front of her was her existence 10,000 years ago? Suzaimo's mind flashed at the thought, can't help but startled. At this moment, I just listened to the woman faintly sighed. Has 10,000 years passed? The woman's voice also turned gently. Suzaimo had a ridiculous thought in her mind. It seemed that she could be happy as long as she could listen to the woman. At the same time, this sigh also confirmed Suzaimo's guess. The woman slowly stood up from the coffin. Suzaimo avoided his gaze subconsciously. The beauty of this woman even made him feel that looking straight at it was a blasphemy. I saw her stepping forward to Suzaimo. A faint scent came. Suzaimo did not dare to look up, but stared at the woman's smooth and white jade foot, secretly thought a guilty plea. He was about to remind him, and the woman's voice sounded again. Have you been here more than 100 years ago? Ah. Suzaimo froze, nodded and said, here. I vaguely remember that you saved a small fox. The woman continued, exhaling like blue. Yes. Suzaimo responds. Where is she? Why didn't you take her with you and take care of her? The woman asked, although Suzaimo did not look up, but the woman's tone seemed to have revealed a little dissatisfaction. Small fox is in Thousand Monsters Valley. It's safe, Suzaimo said with a bitter smile. If I take her with me, I'm afraid she's already had an accident. Suzaimo's own fleshly body was abolished. Gyun was seriously injured and died. If Small Fox followed him, it would be 9 deaths and still alive. Ah. The woman groaned a little before she left Suzaimo and turned to leave. Senior. Suzaimo looked up and saw that the woman still didn't realize anything, and yelled quickly. Is there something? The woman leaned slightly to reveal her perfect side. Senior, you're... Suzaimo hesitated. Somehow, the woman froze, and soon reacted. Damn. The woman snapped a little, her body flickered, and suddenly came to Suzaimo's body, stuck out 2 fingers and pierced Suzaimo's eyes. She was going to dig out Suzaimo's eyes. Too fast. Suzaimo didn't respond at all. I just felt a flash. A peerless face had arrived in front of me. The woman's eyes glanced a little bit of anger, extending the hand, floating in front of his eyes, motionless. After a little pause, I didn't know that I realized that Suzaimo was just a magic power fleshly body. She had no eyes, but still thought of something, and the woman slowly retracted her fingers. These eyes stay on you first. The woman coldly said, I will dig out after you reshape the fleshly body. Having said that, The woman put on her shirt, the lotus step lightly moved, and it disappeared in front of Suzaimo in an instant, leaving only a faint fragrance. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1065 Chapter 1065, Rebirth returns. Although the woman had already left, Suzaimo was still standing still, unable to come back to God for a long time, and lost herself in thought. Why did this woman immediately ask Small Fox when she was sober? What is her relationship with Small Fox? In other words, what is her relationship with the mother of Small Fox, the fire fox who fell here? Suzaimo suddenly remembered something. At first, he jumped into the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley with Small Fox. When he first met Old Monk Yuanb, the old monk once said something to him. This Small Fox, you have to take good care of it. 10 million, don't let her suffer. At that time, when Suzaimo heard it, the old monk kept talking, and there seemed to be nothing left to say. But when he wanted to question, the old monk had already switched off the subject, and the matter was gone. In retrospect, the old monk should know the relationship between this woman and Small Fox. What was not finished at that time may be related to this woman. The woman shot him to save him, most likely because of Small Fox. If you see Small Fox's grievances or a bad life, maybe the woman will come back to him to settle the bill. Suzaimo shook the head, put these thoughts down temporarily, and continue forging bones. The Yuan bell no longer has the imprint of the power of the remnant thought, and under the scorching of the golden lava, it gradually melts and merges with the solution of other innate magic tool. Suzaimo applied these solutions a little bit to the dark green skeleton next to it. The surface of this skeleton gradually added a touch of dark golden, the brilliance flowed, and a metallic feel emerged, becoming more invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. In the past 3 days, Suzaimo's many innate magic tools have been integrated into the azure lotus skeleton. Suzaimo once again melted the lotus leaves and shrouded it over the azure lotus skeleton, forming a layer of skin. Although bloodline viscera has not been nourished, Suzaimo can already feel that there is a sense of extreme mysterious and abstruse between himself and the skeleton in front of him. With this skeleton, Suzaimo went back to the top and poured many spiritual grass divine medicine in the storage bag into the spirit pond. Suddenly, the spirit of spirit pond was full of vitality, and many spirits were undulating in it, turning into anger and merging into the water. Suzaimo no longer hesitates, puts the azure lotus skeleton in it, the black hair primordial spirit enters the eyebrow, sits on the sea of consciousness, and the whole person gradually sinks into the bottom of the spirit pond. Continuous life essence chi, pouring into the azure lotus skeleton. At the same time, Suzaimo mobilized magic power with the primordial spirit, constantly shaking the skeleton. At first, it was just the trembling voice of skeleton, but over time, there was a sound of water flowing inside this skeleton. Crash bang, bone marrow flows, cutting marrow changes blood. Gradually, a sheet of pink film emerged on the blue-golden skeleton, as thin as cicada wing, almost transparent. Time slowly passed, and the top of this film began to breed a flesh and blood, gradually plumping. The outline of Suzaimo's face gradually became clear. In this body, the embryos of internal organs have also condensed out. At the bottom of Spirit Pond, a green-golden skull lay there, motionless, but the skeletons within the body became more vigorous. The entire spirit pond almost forms of vortex. This skeletons within the body is like a black hole, devouring all life. At this time, no one in the entire true cultivation world knows that under this ruin in the northern wasteland domain, the first evil that once made countless heaven-chosen afraid of trembling is undergoing rebirth. Two great true bodies. Both are undergoing rebirth. A month later, under the burial of the large dry ruins, there is no wave in the spirit pond, full of dead branches and leaves left by spiritual grass divine medicine. This spirit pond, which has not dried up for 10,000 years, is still full of spiritual chi. But just in the past month, there is no spiritual chi in spirit pond, and it has become a stagnant water. Suddenly, the originally calm water surface gave rise to a path of waves. A silhouette rises slowly and becomes clearer. Oh la la! The sound of water sounded, and a silhouette burst out of the water, standing in the air. This is a perfect body, slender and streamlined, with delicate skin, just like a newborn baby. The man's black hair is dangling, his white face is bright, his eyes are delicate and pretty, his eyes are deep and bright, and it is Suzumo who is born again. Suzumo glanced down at his body with the flash of joy in his eyes. Although the bloodline and power of this Azure Lotus true body is far better than Dragon Clan true body, Azure Lotus true body is hard enough to shake. 6th grade good fortune Azure Lotus to compete with the innate Tao Monarch magic tool. Nowadays, using the stem of the lotus to fuse many innate magic tools, the skeleton is almost equivalent to the innate Tao Monarch magic tool. Moreover, his skin is the illusion of the lotus leaves of good fortune Azure Lotus. Even if he stood still, Taoist of Void Return's magic tool would be difficult to pierce his fleshly body. It is even more impossible to hurt his muscles. Suzumo puts on azure clothes again, breaks through the ruins, and moves towards Buried Dragon Valley. He intends to retreat for a while at the bottom of the Buried Dragon Valley. Before the Battle of Lian Yungang, there was almost no rest. It was time to stop the march and settle down. Stepping into Void Return Realm, his Immortal Tao cultivation technique, Purple Lightning Secret Art and King Lju are integrated into one, and he has obtained the complete Refining the Spirit. After this Immortal Tao cultivation technique, his battle strength will be improved again. Take a look at the many Void Return Realm verses at the bottom of the Buried Dragon Valley, Great Clarity Temple, and Sublime Dharma Monastery. His battle strength will also increase. There is also a peak spell like Heaven Murdering Sword Art. At this retreat, he has a lot to cultivate. In the whole true cultivation world, almost everyone thinks that if they lose the fleshly body, Suzumo of Good Fortune Azure Lotus and Divide Phoenix Bone must fall to the altar and the rays of light are not there. Don't say to fight against the title disciple, even if it is compared with the ordinary heaven chosen of Void Return Realm. I am afraid it is not as good. But no one knows that the day when Suzumo re-exits the customs will be when the first evil of the 10,000 ancients returns. Even after confronting many titles, he still has enough ability to discourage a lot of titles. At the edge of Buried Dragon Valley, Suzumo jumped down. This rift is full of terrifying power. And at this time, Suzumo did not run any magic tool, allowing a lot of intricate powers to pass through. Azure Lotus' true body was intact. Bang! In an instant, Suzumo had fallen to the bottom. He was preparing to return to the ancient temple, but was slightly paused, frowned. There are many legends about Buried Dragon Valley. The most terrifying one is that once the body fusion great expert entered it, it failed to come out alive. Originally, Suzumo thought that these cultivators were strangled by the terrifying and chaotic power domain above. But now, he gradually realized that there was something weird in it. The above power is difficult to shake even his Azure Lotus true body. How can it wipe out the body fusion great expert? In that legend, who was killed by the falling body fusion great expert, according to legend? Who was killed by those cultivators who died in the Buried Dragon Valley? Old Monk Yuan, or a red-haired ghost. These two people do have this ability, but it seems that they have no reason to kill. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1066 Chapter 1066 Experts Before 10,000 Suzumo turned slowly and looked at the canyon behind him. He suddenly remembered something. When he first came to the bottom of the Buried Dragon Valley, he wanted to see what the bottom of the valley was. So he went down the cliff and headed deep into the canyon. The valley was winding, and he didn't go far before he saw a place of bones. Later, he was trapped by ghosts, and almost died. Fortunately, Ming Zhen arrived in time to save him. He hasn't been to the end of the canyon since then. Now, after flashing this question in his mind, Suzumo groaned a little, and rerun along the stone wall, deep into the canyon. Before long, He saw the sight once again. Dead bodies are everywhere. Some fleshly bodies are even well preserved and will not rot for 10,000 years. A few drops of blood splashed on the stone wall all around. At the beginning, it was the energy contained in these drops of blood that almost killed Suzaimo. Today, Suzaimo's eyes fall on these drops of blood, but he just feels a little discomfort and quickly adapts. Suzaimo paused a little before moving on. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Behind him, a woman with a shawl emerged, wearing white clothed, blood-stained above, a pair of eyes blind, and scarlet tongues. More than 100 years ago, his cultivation base was exhausted and he was almost killed by this evil spirit. But now, he has stepped into Void Return realm, calling him Taoist. In the true cultivation world, he can be regarded as an expert. How can he be hurt by the evil spirits in this area? HMPH. Suzaimo didn't turn back at all, yelled, "Dare to show up, I will send you to reincarnation today." Seeing Wisdom King's prayer beads rays of light greatly rises on his left wrist, he shrouded the white-shirted ghost in it instantly. The endless golden light, like a sharp sword, pierced the body of this white-shirted female ghost, and a hole appeared in each and every one. On the body of the white-shirted ghost, blood oozed out. The yin fiend chi here, the evil spirits that have formed, actually gave birth to flesh and blood. Ah! The white-shirted female ghost screamed, struggling in golden light, and finally returned to silence. A ray of soul rushes into the cycle, dissipating between heaven and earth. Suzaimo stepped on the bones and continued. After this brief confrontation, there are no more ghosts and ghosts dare to come out. It didn't take long for Suzaimo to stand still. Ahead, we have reached the end of the canyon. On this way, there were all corpses, and I don't know how much cultivator was buried here in the battle that year. And baleful chi soared into the sky. Suzaimo's eyes turned and fell into a huge pit not far away. A huge deep pit appeared in this sensational bone, and can't be considered anything. But this pit looks strange. The soil on the surface of the deep pit was a bit moist, as if it had been soaked with blood, and was deep red. It was as if the huge pit was originally filled with blood, but over time, the blood had dried up, leaving such a pit. Suzaimo's mind suddenly passed a vague thought. But when he tried to capture it, the thought disappeared. There are no other strange things around here. Suzaimo shook the head, turn and leave. Before long, he returned to the ancient temple. He walked to the cemetery in the backyard of the Great Hall, where old monk Yuan was also there, silently chanting the scriptures and surpassing the souls of the cemetery. Seeing Suzaimo return to reshape the fleshly body, old monk Yuan slightly smiled, nodded. TSK, this fleshly body is really good. The voice of the red-haired ghost also sounded deep in the cemetery. The praise of red-haired ghost shows the power of Azure Lotus' true body. Suzaimo hesitated a little bit, still telling the story of the woman encountered under the ruins of Dagon, and asked, "Who is this woman?" "Master knows." Unsurprisingly, she should be the Jade Princess of the Dagon Empire. Old monk Yuan sighed softly, and said, "I am afraid that she is the only one of the Dagon Empire." "Oof," Suzaimo softly muttered. Thinking back to that woman, she really deserves the ice muscle jade bone. Yuji is clear. Old monk Yuan said, Youth was originally immortal, but she was born beautiful, fairy and jade, devastatingly beautiful. At that time, when the Emperor of the Dagon Empire met her, he was celestial, and invited him into the palace, sealed as jade concubine. Since then, the sixth house pink and white have no color. Although the book was concubinide, Great Emperor Gan did not dare to offend the slightest, and always treated him with courtesy. I hope that one day, Youth will fall in love with him. The Dagon Empire, with its vast territory, was the largest force in the northern region at that time. Within its territory, there were two great Buddha sects stationed by the Great Clarity Temple and the Sublime Dharma Monastery. Great Emperor Gan can be regarded as the most powerful person at the time. But even so, he couldn't get Youth's heart. Old monk Yuan said, Youth lives in the palace, and she doesn't want to fight with other concubines. She always lives alone. Great Emperor Gan frightened her, so she grabbed a spirit fox to accompany her. Hearing here, Suzaimo's heart moved. Old monk Yuan seemed to see what Suzaimo thought, nodded, and said, "The fire fox falling under the ruins of Dagon is the spirit fox beside Yuf. Yuf has a very good relationship with spirit fox. That small fox is a child of spirit fox, so I tell you not to let that small fox suffer." Suzaimo was shocked. When that spirit fox fell, Yuf woke up and felt guilty about the spirit fox. "I'm afraid I transferred this guilt to small fox." In Yuf's heart, "I am afraid that small fox has become her only loved one." Suzaimo asked, "Since Yuf is immortal, how can she be so powerful?" Old monk Yuan said, "Before the jade concubine was immortal, after entering the palace, I had the opportunity to contact many cultivation methods, and I realized that I have spirit root, and the innate talent is very strong. In just 1,000 years, Yuf has stepped into the body fusion realm." Hiss. Suzaimo inhaled secretly. Body fusion realm, life essence for 10,000 years. To entered the body fusion realm in 1,000. This cultivation speed is quite scary. Suzaimo groaned a little, and asked, "Yuf's cultivation base is so advanced, I'm afraid I won't agree to the Great Emperor Gan, right?" Old monk Yuan nodded, but again shook the head. "I am waiting for 2 years, I believe Yuf's heart is also moved." Old monk Yuan said, "Otherwise, with Yufai's cultivation base strength, if she wants to leave, I'm afraid she can't stop her even with Great Emperor Gan." "And after?" Suzaimo asked. Old monk Yuan is a little silent, and there is a sadness in his eyes, slowly said, "Later, Great Emperor Gan did do anger and grievance, which completely killed Yuf, and this incident caused the catastrophe 10,000 years ago, and the Dagon Empire was destroyed." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1067. Chapter 1067. What's up? Suzaima couldn't help asking. Old monk Yuan whispered, "The Great Emperor Gan can dominate the northern region, and the Great Emperor Gan has done great things. But as the forces continue to expand, the Great Emperor Gan's ambitions continue to expand. By the late stage, the Great Emperor Gan is already in a state of enchantment. 10,000 years ago, the Great Emperor Gan wanted to sacrifice the blood of 10,000 people to seal the sacrifice to heaven, as suggested by the Master. Sacrifice the blood of 10,000 clan, so great. Suzaimo was shocked. This move hurts the heavens and the evil, and is naturally opposed by the Great Clarity Temple and the Sublime Dharma Monastery to Buddha sect. However, the Great Emperor Gan at that time was just for his own use, arrogant and conceited. He could not hear anything, and still insisted on closing the Zen festival. Old monk Yuan said, "With the power of the Great Emperor Gan at that time, in the northern region, even if the blood of the 10,000 family was taken, there was not much obstacle, and he was still not satisfied. Although the blood of the 10,000 family is ready, it lacks the blood of the 10,000 family." Hearing this, Suzaimo gradually came to understand. The honor of the 10,000 family is naturally Dragon Clan. Deep in the cemetery, there was a sound of heavy chaining. After hearing about it for 10,000 years, the mood of red-haired ghost is still difficult to calm down. Old monk Yuan sighed and said, "That divine dragon is still young, playful by nature, sneaks out of the Dragon Bones Valley, and comes to the area where human race inhabits." At the time in the northern region, except for the Dragon Bones Valley and other places, there was no land for the king. When this young Longli opened the Dragon Bones Valley, he was actually followed by the Dagon Empire. At this moment, a tall silhouette in the depths of the cemetery stood up and walked slowly to the two people of Suzaimo, expressing pain. The red-haired ghost gritted his teeth and said, "Yana lost her mother in her youth, but she was pure in heart and lacked Dragon Clan's slaying iron. At that time, the great dryness of the Dagon Empire in the western part of the country was dry, and the dealers had no harvest. They were hungry and wild, and the empire was left alone. Yana couldn't bear it." Speaking of this, the red-haired ghost had red eyes and hate, but this action has stimulated the dog thief even more. When he felt his authority was challenged, he caught Yana in the palace. The red-haired ghost trembled, unable to speak anymore. With the authority of the great Emperor Gan at the time, it is conceivable that this young dragon will suffer in the imperial palace. Old monk Yuan continued. At that time, even the people of the Dagon Empire fell into madness, thinking that their emperor could rule the 10,000 clan and rule heavenly desolate. No one in the imperial palace dared to sacrifice heaven-defying majesty. Only you've stood up. You've never asked the great Emperor Gan for anything, but at the time, she only asked the great Emperor Gan to let go of that young dragon and let go of the 10,000 clan. Later results, without the need of old monk Yuan, Suzaimo could guess. Great Emperor Gan did not agree. That baby dragon also fell into the imperial palace. Because of this, the red-haired ghost was provoked. Overnight, the imperial capital scattered ashes and dispersed smoke was turned into a ruin, and countless lives were killed. Suzaimo glanced slightly. His heart startled. I do know when the red-haired ghost who laughed and scolded all day was already in tears. Even if he kills many people, his child cannot return. No one can understand this pain. Originally, Suzaimo heard this for the first time, and was extremely disgusted with the evil dragon that destroyed the imperial capital, destroyed the two Buddha sects, and killed countless living creatures. Even after guessing that the red-haired ghost is the evil dragon, his impression of the red-haired ghost is not too friendly. Only then did he realize that the red-haired ghost was also a poor man. In his heart, the last bit of grudge against the red-haired ghost had disappeared. Imagine if Xining suffered such a situation. I am afraid that what he did would be even more crazy than red-haired ghost. The originator of this catastrophe was not a red-haired ghost, but a great Emperor Gan. He dominated the northern region, arrogant, and was so powerful that he thought he could suppress the 10,000 clan and even stepped on Dragon Clan. Unexpectedly, it caused terrifying existence that he could not bear. Great Emperor Gan arrogant and conceited, but it involved the entire people of imperial capital, and countless souls buried it. Old monk Yuan thought for a while and said, then if completely lost her heart, sealed herself in a glazed sarcophagus, sank deep into the ground, and fell into a deep sleep, leaving only the firefox to accompany him. The company of 10,000 years was so lonely. The firefox finally couldn't bear it. He ran out secretly. When he returned, he was pregnant. After that, it is unnecessary to say that old monk Yuan, Suzaimo is already understood. The purpose of Firefox may be simple. Just want to give birth to a child, to accompany her, maybe to give birth to a child, to continue to protect you. Unfortunately, that time, she ran out, revealing her own behavior, and was caught by the crocodile demon. Suzaimo didn't expect. The woman who came out of the volcano was involved in the secret of this catastrophe 10,000 years ago. After a long silence, Suzaimo asked, how did the Great Clarity Temple and the Sublime Dharma Monastery? In this matter, our two big Buddha sects also have inescapable responsibilities. Old monk Yuan said, the great Emperor Gan wants to sacrifice the blood of 10,000 clan, seal the sacrifice to heaven, and even capture a young dragon into the palace. The old ancestor of our two large Buddha sects are in retreat. Come out until the red-haired ghost comes out and destroys imperial capital, and we come out to stop it. It's too late. It can be imagined that the battlefield at that time must be the people are plunged into an abyss of misery, with blood flowing and unbearable. Whatever the reason, the two big Buddha sects will inevitably block the slaughter of the red-haired ghost. The red-haired ghost has lost his son, has lost his mind, and whoever blocks him will be bound to be slaughtered by him. By this time, this catastrophe is inevitable. Suzaimo slightly frowned. Somehow, there was a sense of inexplicability in his heart. Throughout the catastrophe, it seemed that everyone was innocent. So is the red-haired ghost, so is his child, so is Great Clarity, Sublime Dharma Monastery, so is the Great Empire, and even the Great Emperor Gan may be innocent. Each of them, each force, is like a puppet, with an invisible silk thread behind him, controlled by someone. There is still a lot of confusion in Suzaimo's mind. For example, why didn't the red-haired ghost die? Why is he imprisoned here? Moreover, it is only a symbolic imprisonment, and the chains on his body are simply furnishings. Why does the whole true cultivation world think that the red-haired ghost has fallen? What does this matter have to do with old ancestor? Also, who killed the cultivator who fell into the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley for 10,000 years? Is it just a legend? Suzaimo doesn't believe it. For 10,000 years, there must have been many cultivators who couldn't help curiosity and greed, and would enter the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. But more than 100 years ago, when Suzaimo jumped down, there were only 3 people at the bottom: Old Monk Yuanb, Red-Haired Ghost, and Ming Zen. Those people have fallen. Why can Ming Zen survive? Suzaimo always felt that there was a crucial clue in this, and he didn't catch it. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1068. Chapter 1068 Bloodface Reappearance. Suzaimo frowned, but his thoughts grew more and more chaotic. This question is a bit pretentious, but I still have to ask, why haven't you fallen? Suzaimo looked at the red-haired ghost, apologized slightly, and asked softly. The red-haired ghost destroyed Dagon Imperial capital, slaughtered countless souls, and destroyed the Great Clarity Temple and the Sublime Dharma Monastery. Even for revenge for his son, such heinous sins are unforgivable. How could he survive the catastrophe 10,000 years ago? The strength of the red-haired ghost is truly terrifying. With one's own strength, the bustling prosperous imperial capital can be destroyed overnight, and even the 2 super sects can be destroyed. But according to the situation at the time, the red-haired ghost should have been suppressed. How could he be alive in this situation? Old Monk Yuan looks towards the red-haired ghost. For a while, the mood of the red-haired ghost seemed to have calmed down. Red-haired ghost expression proudly, slowly said, "At that time, no expert was an expert at Imperial Capital, Great Clarity Temple, Sublime Dharma Monastery. Even the old ancestor of Great Ascension is not good." At the time, Yan Bichen had mentioned this to Suzaimo. Yan Bichen once said that the ancestral dragon clan's battle strength can be compared with human race sovereign, which shows that this is true. After a battle, the human race sovereign was finally alarmed, and the Dharma Sovereign of the Sublime Dharma Monastery arrived. Speaking of Dharma Sovereign, the red-haired ghost took away the pride in his eyes, expressing utterly, Shin said, "At that time, no one could stop me, even the human race sovereign. I fought against Dharma Sovereign, both wounded, both sides suffer." A little pause, red-haired ghost slightly frowned, coldly snorted, saying, "Just when I was the weakest, Emperor Old Ancestor appeared, and while I was seriously injured, sneak attack on me. Fighting against Dharma Sovereign, both sides suffer, and was also attacked by Old Ancestor of Great Ascension sneak attack." No wonder, the red-haired ghost is extremely disgusted with the primordial sect and the people of the Emperor's lineage. More than a month ago, not only did the Emperor's half-ancestor be damaged, but also the body fusion great expert of primordial sect was suppressed and killed. But from the perspective of Great Clarity Temple and Sublime Dharma Monastery, Emperor Old Ancestor's shot helped them. So, more than 100 years ago, Diyin came to buried Dragon Valley to watch miraculous Lotus Sutra, but Old Monk Yuan didn't stop. The red-haired ghost continued, "I'm here, fighting continuously, killing heaven and earth, turning upside down, fighting Dharma Sovereign, and being seriously wounded. Then I was severely wounded by the old ancestor of the Emperor and I can't live." People who saw this scene thought that I would die. But everyone didn't expect. Dharma Sovereign concealed all the cultivators and made a decision before I survived. Again, the eyes of the red-haired ghost still show endless emotion and a touch of respect. With his proud temperament, it is rare to see a touch of respect in his eyes. The red-haired ghost said, "To be precise, it was Dharma Sovereign who sacrificed herself and made me survive." Old Monk Yuan sighed. Dharma Sovereign is approaching his old age, and life essence is not much, so he sacrificed himself, performed supreme magic power, rescued the red-haired ghost, and acted his life. Why? Suzaimo asked subconsciously. The red-haired ghost expression murmured and said head to head, I asked the same way at the time. When Dharma Sovereign replied, I still remember every word. Suzaimo listened intently. Long Ran, don't blame you for this catastrophe. You are also the victim. I save you, but I hope that Dragon Clan will not have a war with the true cultivation of the northern region because of this. I hope this will end there. I hope that the northern region will not regenerate the slaughter. Suzaimo was so shocked that there were endless vibrations in his eyes. He turned his head and looked deep into the cemetery, the little soil bag that the red-haired ghost often guarded. A small wooden bag stands on a wooden board with the words Dharma Sovereign written on it. This wooden board, in Suzaimo's eyes, suddenly appeared so sacred and tall, exuding the Buddha light of Purdue people. This is the great compassion of Buddha sect. This is the heart of human race sovereign. Even though the red-haired ghost committed such a heinous crime, Sovereign, who is a Buddha sect, still chose to forgive. Even sacrifice yourself to avoid a bigger catastrophe. Old monk Yuan said. Although Dharma Sovereign is nearing its final years, it still has 10,000 years of life essence, but he said that even if he takes the last step, I am afraid that the power of heavenly tribulation will not be saved. If we do not take a step early today, we can still save it. Countless lives. Even in its old age, there are 10,000 years of life essence. However, Dharma Sovereign abandoned the 1000 life essence and rescued the red-haired ghost in exchange for the peace in the northern region. Old monk Yuan said, Dharma Sovereign expected it well. After the news of the red-haired ghost's fall, the Dragon Clan army came down and was supposed to slaughter the northern region through cultivation, but was dismissed by the red-haired ghost. Since then, the red-haired ghost has lived here in the buried Dragon Valley, staying in this cemetery steel forest, chained up, and sincerely regrets. Suzaimo sighed. Dharma Sovereign saved not only the life of the red-haired ghost, but also the heart of the slaughter of the red-haired ghost. It can be imagined that, without Dharma Sovereign's choice, the red-haired ghost died. The Dragon Clan army came down, collided with the entire true cultivation realm in the northern region, and revenge madly. At that time, I am afraid it was not the catastrophe of the Dagon Empire, but the horrific catastrophe of the entire northern region. Suzaimo deeply feels that behind this, there is a powerful secret mastermind that is driving all this. Without Dharma Sovereign, this catastrophe in the northern region might even develop into a heavenly desolate continent catastrophe. When the time comes, everything will be irreparable. Who is this secret mastermind? Is it Old Ancestor? Without Dharma Sovereign, the red-haired ghost would have been suppressed and killed by the Old Ancestor sneak attack of the Emperor, with unthinkable consequences. But Suzaimo faintly felt that Old Ancestor may play an important role in this. But it is not the secret mastermind that drives the entire catastrophe. This catastrophe is driven by others. Suzaimo pondered for a long time, and suddenly asked, Master, for 10,000 years, countless cultivators have entered the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. But all have fallen, you know. It was originally unknown. Old monk Yuan shook the head. Suzaimo's heart moved and he heard the meaning of old monk Yuan's words. Just listen to old monk Yuan continue. Since the benefactress came here more than 100 years ago, I know that at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, besides me and the red-haired ghost, there is another horror hidden, the presence. Hearing here, Suzaimo suddenly felt a moment when he had one's hair stand on end, and his back was cold. The benefactress in old monk Yuan is obviously dying, and who is terrifying existence other than old monk Yuan and red-haired ghost. This terrifying existence is hidden deep, deep in a pool of blood beneath the buried Dragon Valley, and neither me nor the red-haired ghost can sense it. Old monk Yuan said, it was the benefactress who shot this man. After 10,000 years in the buried Dragon Valley, old monk Yuan and red-haired ghost didn't even know that there was a third person. Who is he? Suzaimo asked. I don't know. I just saw that bloody face appeared above the pool of blood when the benefactress shot. Old Monk Yuan said. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1069 Chapter 1069 Demon Robbery. Hearing here, Suzaimo's heart shook, expression changed. Scarlet Face. Suzaimo immediately thought of the Scarlet Face in Thousand Monsters Valley, which appeared in the Blood Sea in 1000. No wonder, when he saw the bloody pit at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, he felt a little familiar. Because the bloody deep pit was originally a lake of blood. Just over 100 years later, this blood lake has dried up, recalling the scene in Thousand Monsters Valley that day in the 1000-year Blood Sea. Suzaimo still has a lot of fear. The situation at the time was extremely dangerous, or treacherous. The 7-bits high-level monster demon, equivalent to the human race's law manifestation Damonok, was killed by each and every one bubbles floating on the bottom of the lake with no difficulty. Those bubbles densely packed, but coincidentally did not fall on him. Although he wasn't sure, he vaguely guessed that these bubbles were probably caused by the bloody face hidden deep in the Blood Sea. But at the time, Suzaimo didn't understand why this Scarlet Face rescued him. Now he thinks of a possibility. That is, after Dai's shot, instead of suppressing and killing the blood-faced master, he let him go. Therefore, the blood-faced owner may realize that he has something to do with Dai, so he rescued him. Suzaimo asked, "This blood-faced master was let go?" "Of course not." Old Monk Yuan shook his head and said, "That benefactress only said a word. On this continent, you have such a monster that swallowed bloodline cultivation. Kill." "Then the blood-faced master was killed?" Suzaimo asked. Old Monk Yuan nodded. In this way, the possibility that Suzaimo had only thought of was directly overturned. The blood-faced owner is dead. Who is the blood-stained face of Thousand Monsters Valley? Why did you help him with that Scarlet Face? What is the relationship between these two Scarlet Faces? If it wasn't for this benefactress, we haven't realized that there is such a terrifying presence on our side. Old Monk Yuan sighed. It was not until this time that Suzaimo understood why Dai snatched the Buddha Sect Supreme Treasure Warriorless Flower and put it on his body. Old Monk Yuan didn't even think about asking him to settle accounts, but helped him everywhere. Not because Old Monk Yuan is afraid of Dai. Instead, Dai's shot is equivalent to saving Old Monk Yuan and Red-Haired Ghost. The Red-Haired Ghost said, "It is also because of this shot by the Red Robe Woman that what we said made us realize that the catastrophe 10,000 years ago was no coincidence. The blood-faced master should be the driving force behind that catastrophe. We are all puppets, only he controls everything behind him." Suzaimo pondered, then said, "This blood-faced master is most likely the master of the Dagon Empire." "Ah," Old Monk Yuan said, "after the outbreak of the catastrophe, this national division disappeared, and no one knows his whereabouts. It was he who encouraged the great Emperor Gan to have this later catastrophe. Under that catastrophe, the great Gan Empire fell, and the great Emperor Gan fell. The red-haired ghost lost his beloved, and died alive, bound to the buried Dragon Valley, and regretted it. Great Clarity Temple, Sublime Dharma Monastery, 2 super sects, and therefore scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. The whole catastrophe came down, and the only beneficiary was the blood-faced master who swallowed bloodline cultivation at the bottom of buried Dragon Valley." Suzaimo's mind flashed that weird red face again. It looks like this bloody face is smiling at him. It's just an illusion. Suzaimo shook his head hard. What happened? Old Monk Yuan noticed that Suzaimo's expression was different, looked pale, and asked with concern. Suzaimo slowly said, "I have seen this bloody face once." Red-haired ghost and Old Monk Yuan expression changed. Suzaimo took a deep breath, and said, "About the 1000-year Blood Sea in Thousand Monsters Valley." Old Monk Yuan and red-haired ghost too looked at each other, and they were all surprised. The red-haired ghost narrowed his eyes and gazed intently. "I've heard about it. About 30,000 years ago, a war broke out in Thousand Monsters Valley. The battle was extremely fierce. It is said that not only the monster race in Thousand Monsters Valley, but also the other 8 domain monster races were involved. Even the monster race sovereign fell into it. It is said that the battle was called the 10,000 Demon Robbery. Old Monk Yuan nodded, saying, I also heard. Suzumo opened her mouth slightly, expression shocked. In this way, when heaven-murdering sword art was born, the bones he saw were probably the bones left over from 30,000 years ago by 10,000 monsters. 10,000 years ago, after the great calamity, a blood-stained face appeared among the bones. 30,000 years ago, after the 10,000 demon havoc, neared the endless bones, reappears a scarlet face. Is this a coincidence? In the backyard of the great hall, the 3 of them were silent, only a breeze slowly, with a little gloomy chill. Unsurprisingly, this blood-faced master should practice blood-refining demon scripture. Old Monk Yuan said, only this kind of demonic art can consume bloodline cultivation. Suzumo nodded. He has practiced blood-refining demon scripture and knows the terrifying of this demonic art. With his will of Tao heart, after each release, there is a bloodthirsty desire. The feeling of drawing strength is so comfortable that it can make people unconsciously, step by step sinking into it. So, after realizing this, Suzumo never released blood-refining demon scripture. Even in the land of preaching the Tao, he missed a few times and was not released. Suzumo had a hunch that when he relied on blood-refining demon scripture, he might have been consigned to eternal damnation. You must kill this dependence. Old Monk Yuan shook his head slightly and sighed, didn't expect. Blood Devil Tao Monarch has fallen for 10,000 years, and the demonic art he created is still passed down, and it has such a great impact on future generations. In Suzumo's mind, he couldn't help but remember that he and Jiojing and a group of demon children went deep into the ground and saw the sarcophagus floating in the pool of blood. Recall the skull that crawled out of the sarcophagus. Blood Devil Tao Monarch may not be dead, Suzumo expression grave, Shin said, or, he has come back from the dead. Come back. Suzumo will tell the scene from the bottom of the ground, and his own speculation. I heard you mention it, but the Great Clarity and Blood Devil Tao Monarch battle was over 40,000 years ago. How could Blood Devil Tao Monarch live so long? With that Wisdom King's prayer beads? Old Monk Yuan slightly frowned. There are many things you can't explain. The red-haired ghost also said. For example, why was there so many chains on that sarcophagus? Since so many arrangements can be left, why didn't he kill him? Suzumo shook the head. He couldn't explain these doubts. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1070. Chapter 1070. Stepping into Yang Divinity. After this conversation, Suzumo still had many questions in his mind. But at least, some confusions have been solved. The identity of the woman under the rubble. Also, for 10,000 years, who has been killed by the cultivator who has entered the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, and even the body fusion great expert. The means of this great national master is really terrifying. Not only can they hide the induction of Old Monk Yuan and red-haired ghost, they can even kill people silently under their eyelids. Of course, what made Suzumo's mind a little bit more pleased was that he understood a little bit about Dai. Dai has not stayed in the buried Dragon Valley for a long time, but what he did has a huge impact on all 3 of them. There is no need to say more about the impact on Suzumo. Without Dai's shot, the calculation of whether Old Monk Yuan and the red-haired ghost can escape the Dagon State teacher is probably unknown. 2 people will also be kept in the dark. The appearance of Dagon Giwashi made 2 people realize that in this catastrophe, they were all pawns at their mercy. Dai's shot is equivalent to freeing 2 people at the same time. It was also due to Dai's shot. After suppressing and killing Dagon State teacher, Ming Zhen was rescued by Old Monk Yuan and came to the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. Otherwise, before Old Monk Yuan notices Ming Zhen, I'm afraid he has been killed silently by Dagon Giwashi. Boy, what are you going to do next? The red-haired ghost asked. Suzumo replied, temporarily cultivate for a while at the bottom of the valley. Red-haired ghost nodded, said, Well, that's fine. You can rest assured that the Emperor's half-ancestor was hit hard by me. He can live well and he can't retaliate at all. Old monk Yuan said, these sect forces may not dare to attack you on the bright side, but you still have to be careful. Understood. Suzaimo nodded. From this day on, he devoted himself to cultivation at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, and realized the experience of fighting against many titles of disciple. The cultivation refining the spirit, recitation of rituals, and continuous accumulation. At the same time, Dragon Bones Valley. A whole month passed, and in the cave of Immemorial Divine Spring, Suzaimo with red hair woke up slowly. Since cultivation, he has never slept so peacefully, comfortably, and relaxed. He is really too tired. Suzaimo slowly opened his eyes, looking at the golden spring flowing around, feeling the majestic vitality surrounding the fleshly body, and gradually came back to his senses. He finally realized where he was. Gyun wasn't around. He must have recovered from the injury and left first. Oh la la. Suzaimo stood up and looked down at his fleshly body. His fleshly body is intact. No scars at all. Immemorial Divine Spring is really powerful. The extinct fleshly body can be restored as before. Suzaimo can clearly feel that if he raises his hand and throws his feet, he can utter an extremely terrifying power. Mindful, bloodline works. Crash bang. Within the body there was a sound of the tide. This Dragon Clan true body is more powerful than before. Suzaimo, slightly startled, seems to realize something. In his sea of consciousness, the injury on the red hair yin divinity has also recovered. Not only that, he was surprised to find that the yin on this primordial spirit had disappeared, and was silently refined. On top of this primordial spirit, there is already a trace of pure yang chi, yang divinity. Suzaimo's eyes were full of surprises. During this month, he just slept in Immemorial Divine Spring, and the cultivation base has already crossed a great realm and been promoted to Yang Divinity. According to the Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture, the Yang Divinity environment corresponds to the Void Return realm. In other words, his Dragon Clan true body has also stepped into the Void Return realm. After falling asleep, I crossed a great realm, which sounded like a nightmare, but in fact, this is where water flows. A canal is formed. As a result, Yin Divinity had already practiced Beak. If it was not suppressed in the land of preaching the Tao, I am afraid that it would precede the black hair primordial spirit breakthrough. In the second, Suzaimo took a nap in Immemorial Divine Spring. Under the nourishment of Immemorial Divine Spring, after the red hair Yin Divinity's injury was healed, the majestic vitality pushed forward, naturally refining the dregs in the primordial spirit and entering the Void Return realm. Other cultivators, if they want to cross a great realm, need a lot of preparation. Moreover, there is a great possibility of failure. But with Suzaimo's Tao heart, breaking through in Immemorial Divine Spring, even in an unconscious state, it is impossible to fail. When you wake up, not only the Dragon Clan true body heals, but also step into the Void Return realm. Suzaimo was overjoyed. He slowly let go of the divine consciousness, urging to the limit. In 1000, just stepping into Void Return realm, his range of divine consciousness has exceeded 1000 miles. The Taoist of the normal Void Return realm early stage has a divine consciousness range of only 100 miles. Cultivate to Void Return realm Great Gration, which can reach 7 miles, which is already regarded as heaven chosen. The range of divine consciousness of Red Divinity has exceeded 1000 miles. Have you heard that there are 2 outsiders over a month from Torch Dragon lineage? I heard that one is a fierce head. Another is not our Dragon Clan. I heard that bloodline is impure and seems to be the son recognized by Torch Dragon lineage. Old Patriarch, Torch Dragon lineage. Since that happened 10,000 years ago, it's really getting more and more dying. Even fierce, bloodline impure outsiders have been accepted. Suzaimo let go of the divine consciousness and naturally heard some messy conversation outside the cave. HMPH, what's the use of keeping? As long as they stay in Dragon Clan for a day, they will be abused for a day. If you don't know it, I'm afraid I won't live long. Yeah, I heard that fierce cricket was thrown to the lineage of the dragon, and was beaten all day, bruised all over the body. Hearing here, Suzaimo frowned, expression cold. He brought Guyun to get a chance for Guyun, not to let him be abused. By the way, that bloodline impure name is Longmo. It seems to be soaking in immemorial divine spring. It's been a month, right? Fuck. I've been in Dragon Bones Valley for so long and haven't been to immemorial divine spring. He's a bloodline impure bastard. Why would he go in? When he comes out, I must give him some lessons. Hee, we can't make it to us at all. The brothers on the Torch Dragon lineage can't wait. I have been flexing my muscles and waiting for this Longmo to come out. You said, did this Longmo know that he was going to be beaten up, so he didn't dare to come out and kept hiding in immemorial divine spring? Most likely. While several dragon clan were talking, there was a sudden sound behind them. Some people, find out, how do you get the zebra lineage? The dragon clan looked back, and saw a red-haired man standing on top of them, asking expressively and delicately, there. A dragon clan pointed subconsciously, many thanks. The red-haired man thanked him, turned and left, and soon disappeared in front of everyone. Well, does that person look a little embarrassing? The red-haired. It should be Torch Dragon lineage. Haven't seen this person, is it? That Longmo. It must be him. Let's go and see. Many dragon clan quickly followed along. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1071. Chapter 1071. Who did you say courting death? In the Great Hall of the Torch Dragon clan, there were 3 Torch Dragon elders sitting inside, and the door came in and came to an old man. It was the 4th elder of the Torch Dragon lineage. There's news from immemorial divine spring. Longmo just woke up, he's healed, and he's stepped into Void Return Realm. 4th elder said in a deep voice, I heard that this child has gone to the lineage of the dragon. What about Longku and the others? Asked by 3rd elder. 4th elder said, they have taken people past, aggressive, they should go to Longmo to kill. The 4 elders stared at each other. Whether dragon or insect, there will soon be an answer. Great elder said with a smile. The lineage of the dragon is very low in Dragon Clan. Although it also has a place in Dragon Bones Valley, it is a small footprint. Moreover, the Dragon Clan of the dragon lineage has many restrictions in the Dragon Bones Valley. It can't go anywhere. In the 5 lineages of Dragon Clan, most of them act as slaves. The lower the level, the more chaotic. Fish and dragons mixed in together. In the Dragon Clan 5 vein, the battle between the same family and the same vein may happen at any time. This situation is even more common in the hybrid dragon lineage. Although this area is small, there are many bloodline-sparse dragon clan, which gradually form 4 great influences, such as Rain Dragon Clan, Cloud Dragon Clan, and the Flood Dragon family. There are frequent battles between the 4 largest dragon clans. However, these days, the fighting between the 4 dragon clans is much less, just because there is an outsider on their site. Most importantly, this outsider is simply not qualified to set foot in this land. Even the Flood Dragon family can hardly accept this person. This man is fierce and far from the true Flood Dragon. Although the two differ by only one word, it is a difference between clouds and mud. And many dragon clan here heard that this outsider not only set foot here, but also enjoyed the immemorial divine spring that they are not eligible for. This makes many dragon clan even more dissatisfied. In these days, every dragon clan of Void Return Realm, whether it is Rain Dragon Clan, Cloud Dragon Clan, or the Flood Dragon family, someone will teach that outsider, and never tire of it. Without strength, there is no qualification to live with them. The dragon does not live with the snake. This is the pride of Dragon Clan. In their eyes, the fierce slug is a snake. All around the towering mountain, the dragon cave of each and every one is built. Each dragon cave is extremely spacious and tall, allowing Dragon Clan to inhabit cultivation. At this time, in front of a dragon cave, there are many Dragon Clan, Young Dragon Clan, Flood Dragon family, Rain Dragon Clan, all nearly 100 people. Who's the turn to teach this person today? It's our Flood Dragon clan. I come. A young man in a white robe stood out, strong in shape, rubbing his fists, with a smile on his face, expressing ease, and moved towards the dragon's lair ahead. Hey, keep it light, don't kill him directly. Young Dragon clan still has a lot of clansmen, waiting to practice his hands, shouted Dragon clan with a smile. In the crowd, I don't know when, there is one more red-haired man, delicate and pretty, with a pale face. Hey! The red-haired man pats Dragon clan's shoulder and asks, if this ferocious dweller is inhabiting a cultivation in a dragon's lair, you can't get him out. Although Dragon clan can fight freely, it is not unlimited. If Dragon clan stays in his dragon's lair and inhabits cultivation, other Dragon clan cannot disturb. Only after Dragon clan leaves Dragon's lair can other Dragon clan come forward to challenge. The Dragon clan smiled and said, brother, you are talking about our Dragon clan's rules, but there is a fierce horror. What qualifications does he have to live here? If he doesn't hide out, we will naturally go in and carry him out. Hearing here, the red-haired man was expressionless, but his eyes were cold for a moment. The Dragon clan saw this person face to face, and wanted to make an inquisitive question, but by the look of this person, the whole person's momentum was weak, and when he reached his lips, he passed away. This is the repression from bloodline. Person of Torch Dragon clan? The Dragon clan noticed the hair of the red-haired man, frowned slightly, and murmured in his heart, well, this person looks like a Torch Dragon clan person. How do you feel the bloodline is impure? Although confused, Dragon clan was afraid to ask. Standing next to the red-haired man, he felt a palpitation, as if a calamity was coming at any time. The red-haired man was Suzaimo. When he heard about Guyon's situation, he was a little confused. Guyon's strength is inferior. He can't beat Dragon clan here. This is normal. After all, he didn't really become a dragon. But as long as Guyon keeps cultivation in the dragon cave, in this rich environment of dragon chi, there is naturally a great chance to become a dragon. How could Guyon be taught so miserably? Hearing this Dragon clan's answer, Suzaimo only understood that Dragon clan here simply did not give Guyon cultivation a chance. Guyon, in their eyes, simply is a plaything. Guyon, get out of me. The white robe youth yelled, don't think that you will be fine if you hide in the dragon's lair. You are a fierce creature and you don't deserve to live here. Go in and kick him out. In the crowd, many Dragon clan shouted loudly. The white robe youth was about to break in, and the darkness in the dragon's lair gradually emerged as a silhouette, becoming clearer and slower. When this silhouette stood at the mouth of Longsu, Suzaimo's eyes were slightly narrowed, and his heart hurt. This silhouette is Guyon. But Guyon's appearance is almost indistinguishable. His cheeks were swollen. His facial features were distorted and his body was covered with wounds. Some have just scabbed, this time walking, pulling the wound. Again a path of blood oozes out. Guyon looked embarrassed, miserable, and bruised, but those eyes were full of fearlessness, perseverance, and arrogance. His son will hear for you today. Guyon twitched the corner of his mouth, as if trying to laugh. The wound on his face cracked, and blood blew out, looking a little emaciated. Come on. Guyon's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and a roar deep down his throat seemed to be an unyielding cry to all Dragon clan. The white robe youth lightly said, I will pass on another sentence for the young master, as long as you promise to be the mount for our young master of the Flood Dragon clan. Our Flood Dragon clan will naturally take care of you. It's impossible. Guyon without the slightest hesitation, said word by word. The young man in white robe was sneaked, and said, Guyon, you are just a fierce hero. Our young master is willing to accept you as a mount, but to give you face. Don't ask for yourself. You young master don't deserve it. Guyon grinned. Courting death, the youth of the white robe complexion sank, his body flickered, and he immediately came to Guyon, opened his huge palm, and fiercely drew towards Guyon's face. Guyon's state, even standing, wobbled. This time, he couldn't stop it. Suddenly, a breeze passed in front of Guyon, There is one more person. The palm of the young man in the white robe was caught in the palm of this man, motionless, who said courting death. The comer expressed calmness and looked at the young man in white robe, indifferently asked. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1072. Chapter 1072. Next, there was a burst of exclamation among the dragons. No one noticed how the red-haired man appeared. The group of dragon eyes looked at the palm of the white robe youth, and it was about to fall on Guyon's face. Between the two, there was already a silhouette. Moreover, hold the wrist of the white robe youth tightly. It was the dragon clan just now. Among the dragons, a dragon clan recognized that this man was a red-haired man who had just talked to him. Torch Dragon Clan? It seems. But bloodline is impure. It looks like it has just broken through. Among the dragons, there was a sound of discussion. The expression of youth in white robes changed dramatically. How did someone come? Even he didn't see it clearly. He twitched his arm backwards, but found that the palm of the person was like a hoop of steel essence, which locked his wrist tightly. He couldn't move. Who are you? The white robe youth asked sharply. Suddenly, the young man in white robe changed his color in horror and sighed. He suddenly felt that the palm of the comer was slowly strengthening, and there was a sudden pain in his wrist, and his bones were about to be crushed. Answer my question. Who are you talking about courting death? Suzaimo asked coldly. Kill. The young man in the white robe resisted the pain. A dragon's roar erupted deep in his throat, and the other arm was rotated, and the head moved fiercely towards Suzaimo. Kaka. Suzaimo palm capacity. The white robe youth's wrist was directly broken. Then, his palm seemed to be lifted slightly, and fell on the cheek of the young man in the white robe, flying his body more than 10 jang away, and rolled down in front of the dragon group. The dragons are uproaring. The young man in white robes was covered with dust. His wrist was broken, half of his face had been shredded, and he had coughed up blood, and passed out. It was just a slap, and the visitor actually wrecked a Void Return Realm Flood Dragon. Who are you? I have seen Void Return Realm Dragon Clan from Torch Dragon lineage, but I have never seen you at all. Many dragon clans stood out, expressing stern expression and fierce eyes. Killing intent exuded on his body, and he questioned loudly towards Suzaimo. If you see a young man in white robes and suffer such a heavy blow, change to a true cultivator in the real cultivation world, and there will definitely be some scruples. But in Dragon Clan, this kind of scene, the dragon is already commonplace. This kind of scene is simply impossible to subdue the dragon. Master, you are here. Guyon looked at the back in front of his eyes, a light heart, and finally a smile. The whole person completely relaxed. He spent less than 7 days in immemorial divine spring. For the next 20 days or so, he will bear the torture of each dragon clan. He has no time to rest in cultivation at all, and the whole person's spirit is almost collapsed. If Suzaimo wasn't in his heart, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to survive. At this point, seeing Suzaimo's appearance, his spirit was completely relaxed. Guyon knows that as long as Suzaimo is here, let alone the 4 dragon clan of the dragon lineage, even if it is Dragon Clan 5 Vein, no one can hurt him. Facing the questioning of the group of dragons, Suzaimo's expression was indifferent, completely ignored, turned around, and helped Guyon to sit next to the dragon's lair. These spiritual pills have been taken to help your injury. Suzaimo pulled out many bottles and cans from the storage bag and put them in Guyon's arms, resisting the anger in his heart, and whispered, "Look here, I'll help you out." "It is good." Guyon didn't say much, nodded hard. "I'm understood. You are another outsider, you Longmo of Torch Dragon Clan." At this moment, among the dragons, a young man named Dragon Clan stood up and pointed at Suzaimo. "Your bloodline is not pure, and you are not worthy of waiting with me." "Longmo, it's him. I heard that he also came in by the recommendation of the old patriarch of the Torch Dragon lineage. He simply did not qualify." "That is, why is bloodline impure?" Torch Dragon enjoying immemorial divine spring. "Longmo, I want to challenge you." Dragon Clan youth murder-looking, gaze as if a torch, loudly said. Suzaimo turned around, looked around all around, nodded, and said, "Okay, okay, okay. Come together, I'll all follow." Challenge more than 100 dragon clan in one person. Hurricane. Impudent. The dragons sneered and scolded. Dragon clan youth said with a sneer, "Hee hee, dragon clan dispute. There is only one-on-one fight. You want us to be punished for violating the clan rules? This kind of thought, you don't have to take it out and shame it." Suzaimo is in the real cultivation world. Few people in the same level dare to fight one-on-one with him. He is used to having more than one enemy. Didn't expect. In this dragon clan, there are such rules. Of course, this is also the pride of dragon clan. Well, Suzaimo nodded and said, "Next." When Suzaimo just uttered the word Xia, her figure flickered, and she had come to the dragon clan youth. When the word Yi fell, Suzaimo shot. In the stern look of dragon clan, he hit his chest with a punch. The word falls down. The young dragon clan youth had fallen into the distance, and his chest collapsed deeply, coughing blood. "I come." A rain dragon clan youth stood out. Suzaimo too said nothing, stepped forward, raised palms, 5 fingers spread out, as if able to cover the sky and blocking the sun, moved towards the rain dragon clan youth. Suppressed. A terrible breath assaults the senses. Rain dragon clan youth felt choking under this aura. It's too scary to resist. This is the only thought in you dragon clan's youth. He raised his arms subconsciously and crossed them. Boom. Suzaimo's palm falls on the arms of rain dragon clan. Kaka. There was no pause at all. The sound of bone fractures sounded. Rain dragon clan's youth's arms were directly cut into 2 pieces. The broken bones were exposed, stained with blood. Horrible to see. Suzaimo's palm was exhausted, and he landed on the person's top of the head and rubbed it lightly. The rain dragon clan youth passed out on the spot. Under the gaze of Kulong's eyes, Suzaimo just raised his palm and rubbed it with a touch. A rain dragon had passed out. Suzaimo lightly saying, "Next." Kill. A young dragon clan youth appeared, came to Suzaimo, poked out his hands, sharp nails popped out, and moved towards Suzaimo's face, grabbed it. Suzaimo expression remains the same, ignoring the nails from the young dragon clan youth, but just extending the hand palm, suppress it head on. In the eyes of young dragon clan's youth, a flash of ruthlessness flashed. His nails are extremely sharp, as well as a divine weapon, and can even penetrate divine stone. This long mo uses flesh and blood to resist his nails, striking a stone with an egg. Kaka. Young dragon clan youth thoughts have not fallen. His 10 fingernails have been broken by Suzaimo's palm. "Ah!" "Cross your fingers." The young dragon clan youth screamed, his body flickered, and the place turned into a huge cloud. This is the secret technique of Cloud Dragon Clan. This cloud of mist was released, and the real body hid in it, blending with the cloud and mist, and it was difficult for the other party to detect their true body. Suzaimo's palm was not retracted at all, plunged directly into the clouds. A silhouette fell from the clouds, and it was the Cloud Dragon Clan youth. The flesh and blood on his chest were blurred, and the internal concussion trembled. He had completely passed out. Next. Suzaimo's voice sounded indifferent and calm. "I updated earlier today and everyone went to bed earlier." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1073. Chapter 1073. Let your young master come to see me. It's too easy. Kulong gradually realized that the strength of this Longmo might be more terrifying than they thought. Cloud Dragon Clan's secret technique, Cloud Fog Lock, in this Longmo's eyes, turned out to be like a decoration, seen by him at a glance. Suzaimo cultivates the great desolate monster king's secret scripture. It is no exaggeration to say that even if it is an inheritance cultivation technique of the Teiku 9 family, there is nothing comparable to it. In great desolate monster king's secret scripture, although there is no eye technique, its eyesight is powerful, and it can see most of the confusion and delusion. Even more how? On this Dragon Clan true body by Suzaimo, he practiced the Eye of Torch Dragon. In his right eye, he also has torch shining stone. Without warning, Suzaimo's head suddenly saw a dark cloud, and heavy rain poured. Raindrops are like needles and swords, densely packed, and dropped towards Suzaimo. A Rain Dragon Clan youth shot, but instead of approaching and fighting with Suzaimo, he stood not far and released the Rain Dragon Clan secret technique. HMPH. Suzaimo looked up, eyes clear, facing the raindrops falling, expression fearless, suddenly loudly shouted, "Give me a shit, Hong Long." The sound is like a thunder. I saw the dark clouds hovering above Suzaimo's head, bursting into pieces, and the heavy downpour was like feeling something, fearing, and avoiding one after another. Dense raindrops fell, but none of them fell on Suzaimo. Dragons shake. This Long Mo didn't move, just scolded. The secret technique of Dragon Clan was actually disappeared. What is this means? Is bloodline suppressed? This is impossible. Even the Dragon Clan in the fifth vein does not have such a terrifying bloodline. Even more, how? This Long Mo's bloodline is impure. How could there be such a natural phenomenon? Rain Dragon Clan youth expression horrified, stunned in place, blank in his mind. Suzaimo expression, as usual, with one hand behind him, has paced to him, reached out his palm, and moved towards him and pressed down. Boom. Rain Dragon Clan. The young man was shocked, his chest shirt was broken, and a huge palm print emerged. The whole man fell and flew out. His bones were broken, lying on the ground, and he had not raised. In fact, although Suzaimo was angry, he still kept reason. He didn't kill. In Dragon Clan, except in the Dragon Blood battlefield, fighting in other areas is not allowed to kill. However, Suzaimo's shot was very heavy. At any rate, it is a broken bone and a fractured bone. This kind of injury, even with Dragon Clan's powerful bloodline, is estimated to take 10 days and a half months to recuperate. For a time, the dragons were a little stunned. Suzaimo didn't stop. He walked in the idol court and walked towards the dragon group. He reached out his palm again and moved towards a young Dragon Clan youth to suppress it. This time, it's Suzaimo's turn. The Dragon Clan youth expression was furious. Although he was deterred by Suzaimo's methods, he could not stand the provocation. The Dragon Clan youth suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled a dark mist. This mist, with a strong stench smell, just made a sound of as soon as it was exposed. The spiritual chi in the sky has been corroded by this mist. Dragon Clan's bloodline contains highly toxic substances and is good at using them. But he didn't realize what he was facing. With bloodline from Dragon Clan true body, this highly toxic threat does not threaten Suzaimo at all. In the dark mist, Suzaimo passed by, with almost no pause in the palm. He suppressed the situation and directly flew the Dragon Clan youth. Dragon Clan youth spit out black blood and passed out on the spot. Suzaimo broke into the dragon group. Wherever he went, the flesh splashed, and the group dragons flew out. None of them could stop his footsteps. More than 100 Dragon Clan, in a blink of an eye, was already half used by Suzaimo. If it were changed to the true cultivation world outside, the rest of the cultivator encountered such a situation, I am afraid it would have been a long time since then. But among Dragon Clan, even the fourth Dragon Clan with a thin bloodline, no one backs up. The result of not retreating is the bloody suppression. Suzaimo was behind him with one hand, and there was only one way to come and go: extend the hand, and move towards the other party to suppress it. But this is a trick. More than 100 Dragon Clan, but none can resist. Rolling all the way. None of the Dragon Clan blocked in Guyun's dragon caverns is innocent. They have all bullied Guyun. In an instant, more than 100 Dragon Clan had been suppressed by Suzaimo, or passed out completely. Either lie on the ground and make a scream from time to time, crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. On the battlefield, blood energy is soaring. Those who can stand in place, except Suzaimo, there is only one youth of the Flood Dragon family. Suzaimo came to the person, expressionless, calm eyes, staring at the person lightly, without saying a word. Two people are very close. The young dragon family look pale, his arms trembling slightly, and he is already sweating. Although he has the dignity of Dragon Clan, Facing such a scene, it is impossible to say that there is no fearless fear in his heart. Two people stood face to face. The young dragon was afraid to look up. Under Suzaimo's horrifying aura, the person lowered his head, could not move, and even had the urge to kneel on the ground. The man in front of him evoked him in the depth of one's soul, the deep fear of bloodline, hard to hold on to. At this point, the movement over here has alarmed Dragon Clan of a lot of lineages. Even, not far away, there are silhouettes of 5 lineages of Dragon Clan. Thump. Under the eyes of everyone, this young man of the Dragon family suddenly knelt down, his body shuddering uncontrollably, as if he was under tremendous fear and pressure. This scene caused an uproar among the dragons. It's one thing to crack down on the dragons, but just standing on your own hands, forcing a flood dragon to kneel on its own, it's another thing. Spit. Dragon Clan spit hard, expressing contempt, said with a sneer, "It's shameful. Even if you can't beat it, you can't kneel. Dragon Clan's dignity cannot be profaned." HMPH. I want to see this flood dragon. I'm afraid I won't be able to mix it up later. I will definitely be bullied to death by other flood dragon clansmen. Listening to the voice from the dragon group, the young youth of the flood dragon only felt bitter in his heart. Without standing opposite this red-haired man, I would never feel that terrible pressure. He couldn't resist it. This red-haired man feels more terrifying than Dragon Clan in the 5th vein. "Do you know why I did not suppress you?" Suzaimo indifferently asked. "No, I don't know." The flood dragon youth in one's heart trembled, their voices paused. Suzaimo said, "Go back and let your young master of the flood dragon family come to see me." The tone of this sentence, although calm, is full of unquestionable hegemony. Yes. Somehow, the youth of the flood dragon family could only subconsciously agree. This man, as if received amnesty, stood up, and didn't even turn around. He just dropped his head, backed slowly, and then turned away hurriedly a few feet later. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1074 1074 Bloodline, Torch Dragon Clan, expression, remain calm and composed while handling pressing affairs. Interesting. Torch Dragon Clan, softly muttered. Torch Dragon slightly frowned, long Torch Dragon Clan, lightly saying can't be considered. Not bad. Torch Dragon said with a sneer, for young master. Long for young master, Hornless Dragon Clan, Horned Dragon Clan, Immemorial Divine Spring. Long ability, can't be considered. Suzaimo, 100 Dragon Clan, Battle Strength, 5 lineages of Dragon Clan, 5 Dragon Clan, Dragon Clan, Suzaimo Battle Strength, 30% exclamation mark. All around, Suzaimo, 100 Dragon Clan, that's all. 7-8 Dragon Clan, Dragon Clan exclamation mark. Dragon Clan, Flood Dragon Young Master, Suzaimo Guyun, Guyun, Immemorial Divine Spring, Dragon Bones Valley, Ah, Suzaimo nodded, Dragon Clan, Strength is respected, Suzaimo, Guyun Flood Dragon and the others, Suzaimo, Dragon Clan, simply Guyun Cultivation exclamation mark. Guyun exclamation mark. This is not fair, Guyun exclamation mark, Guyun, Cultivation, Guyun 5 lineages of Dragon Clan, expression grave, 5 lineages of Dragon Clan, nothing. Suzaimo, Dragon Clan, disinclined to pay attention to. Time passes slowly. Lineage Dragon Clan, 5, Dragon Clan. Line of sight Suzaimo, Guyun Suzaimo, restless, Dragon Clan, Suzaimo, Dragon Clan, 4 Young Master exclamation mark. There's a lot of fun here. Flood Dragon Young Master Void Return Realm Great Perfection, Law Manifestation Realm, Longmo Bloodline, discuss spiritedly. Suzaimo, Flood Dragon Young Master question mark. Suzaimo expression, 4 Dragon Clan Young Master, indifferently asked. Blue Robe, said with a malicious smile, exclamation mark. 3 Young Master, Oh, Suzaimo, Guyun question mark, Flood Dragon young master said with a sneer have. Suzaimo nodded slowly said okay. Flood Dragon young master crackle skeleton icily said bang. Flood Dragon young master within the body bloodline moved towards Suzaimo exclamation mark. Dragon clan Hong Long. Suzaimo expression plowing heavens step. The ground is shaking plowing heavens step Suzaimo within the body Flood Dragon young master exclamation mark. N. Flood Dragon young master expression. Suzaimo assaults the senses exclamation mark. Flood Dragon young master call. Bad wind blows at the face. Suzaimo 5 covering the sky and blocking the sun exclamation mark. Flood Dragon young master exclamation mark. 100 Dragon clan exclamation mark. Bloodline exclamation mark. Ah. Flood Dragon young master raw dragons raw within the body bloodline Suzaimo fiercely exclamation mark. Bang, Suzaimo expression, Flood Dragon young master kaka, puff puff puff, blood mist exclamation mark. Boom. Flood Dragon young master the dragons are discolored. 5 Dragon clan frowned. 1 move. Law manifestation realm Flood Dragon young master Longmo exclamation mark, bloodline exclamation mark. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1075. Chapter 1075, sweeping strongly. In all fairness, Suzaimo's bloodline, derived from the great desolate monster king's secret scripture, is stronger than the purest candle dragon blood vein. The current young master of the Flood Dragon clan cannot even reach the Torch Dragon clan bloodline. How can he compete with Suzaimo? Suzaimo just relies on the strength of the fleshly body, which is enough to suppress the young master of the Flood Dragon family easily. The Flood Dragon tribe young master had his arms broken. His flesh was fuzzy, and he struggled to stand up, staring fiercely at Suzaimo. Although he lost, he will never give up. He was able to become the young master of the Flood Dragon clan, and he fought all the way, fighting up, and had suffered even worse than this. What an injury to him! Can't be considered. Defeated this time, he will naturally work harder to cultivate, and strive to become a member of the 5 lineages of Dragon Clan. As long as the strength of the Dragon Clan of the hybrid lineage is sufficient, it is hoped that it will pass the test of the 5 lineages of Dragon Clan and become a member of the 5 lineages of Dragon Clan. Of course, this test is extremely dangerous. Since 10,000 years, the number of hybrid dragons that can pass this test is no more than 10 fingers, and there are always worries about life. Good. The Flood Dragon tribe young master gritted his teeth and said, Longmo, you really have some means. Today's disgrace, I remember it. I will challenge high sects in the future. It's not over yet today. Suzaimo pointed in front of Guyun and said lightly, come and apologize. Ha 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 ha. Although the Flood Dragon clan young master was hit hard, he laughed like a big joke. Apologize? The Flood Dragon clan young master taunted, coldly said, Longmo, although I lost, but you want me to bow my head, it is impossible. In front of me, I can't help you. Suzaimo saw the young master of the Flood Dragon family is still arrogant, cannot help but coldly snorted, stepped forward, reached out the palm of his hand, choked the neck of the young master of the Flood Dragon family, choked it up. The young master of the Flood Dragon clan is strong, but Suzaimo is holding him like he is holding a chicken and turned to Guyun. Kneel down and apologize. Suzaimo's tone is calm but unquestionable. You dream. The Flood Dragon clan young master took a spit. His eyes narrowed, and there was no fear in his eyes. Boom. Boom. Suzaimo poked out his toes and gently tapped on the knees of the young master of the Flood Dragon family. 2 knees fractured instantly. Ah! The Flood Dragon tribe young master couldn't bear it anymore, and screamed in his mouth. His legs were soft, and he knelt down. In Suzaimo's eyes, there was no sympathy. Guyun, can't be considered exclamation mark. Guyun, Dragon Bones Valley, Suzaimo exclamation mark. Suzaimo expression, flood dragon young master, moved towards exclamation mark. Flood dragon young master, bloodline, shame, exclamation mark. Flood dragon young master, exclamation mark. Suzaimo, flood dragon young master, lineage dragon clan, Gyun, taking advantage of one's position to bully people, flood dragon young master, exclamation mark. Longmo, dragon clan young master, Suzaimo, fighting intent, flood dragon young master, exclamation mark. Suzaimo, nodded, Suzaimo, dragon clan young master, exclamation mark. Suzaimo loudly shouted, moved towards dragon clan young master. Dragon clan young master expression, Suzaimo, call, dragon clan young master, dragon clan young master secret technique, Suzaimo, divine consciousness, exclamation mark. Dragon clan young master, Suzaimo expression is calm. Secret technique, suddenly, Suzaimo, to divine light, moved towards exclamation mark. Boom, exclamation mark. Silhouette, dragon clan young master, exclamation mark. Two tricks. Secret technique, dragon clan young master, two exclamation mark. Suzaimo, spiritual awareness. Dragon clan young master, dragon clan young master, Suzaimo immediately, secret technique, Suzaimo, dragon clan young master, flood dragon young master, dragon clan young master, boom. Boom, Suzaimo, dragon clan young master, Gyun, two young master expression, dragon clan young master, didn't expect, Suzaimo, moved towards two young master, said in a tranquil voice, you two, two young master complexion slightly changed, exclamation mark. As predicted, Longmo, four young master, Gyun, exclamation mark. Longmo, bully intolerably, exclamation mark. Dragon clan young master, Suzaimo, dragon clan young master, moved towards dragon clan young master, exclamation mark. You, dragon clan young master, Suzaimo, the gap is too big. Dragon clan young master, two, for young master, Suzaimo, exclamation mark. Suzaimo, lineage, exclamation mark. Eternal Sacred King, Chapter 1076. Chapter 1076, 50% power. The dragons looked at Suzaimo's eyes, and most of them showed a touch of awe. In Dragon Clan, strength is respected. If you want to be recognized by Kulong, you must rely on your strength. After today, at least Suzaimo came to the area where the dragon lineage came. Most of the Dragon Clan would not dare to challenge him again. Suzaimo, holding the rein, Dragon Clan young master and Dragon Clan young master, came to Gyun and kicked the knees of the two young masters, leaving them to kneel. Although the four young masters were defeated, they still refused to bow. In their eyes, this Longmo can't be too proud. They have good eyesight and have seen Dragon Clan with 5 veins come here. Not far away, there are even torch dragons watching. They have heard the news long ago. Many torch dragons are waiting for Longmo to leave Immemorial Divine Spring, and give him a good lesson. The 4 young masters believed that they were defeated, and the torch dragon watching there would certainly not stand idly by. When the time comes, is the end of this Longmo. The bloodline strength of the torch dragon family is much stronger than them, and this bloodline impure Longmo can never compare. At this moment, several torch dragons watching the battle not far away came over. The Flood Dragon Clan young master 4 people are very excited, as if the injuries on their bodies have alleviated a little. Not far away, there was a clap of claps. Torch Dragon's Longku came in pacing, his expression was relaxed, his mouth slightly angled, and he said a little ironically, Longmo, you are so prestigious. 1 month in Dragon Bones Valley, you swept the lineage of the dragon. Ha ha ha. His bloodline is impure, and he can only get out of a few mixed dragons. Behind Longku, several torch dragons laughed. Dragon outside has always been extremely hostile to outsiders. Even more how? This outsider bloodline is impure, and enjoys a lot of immemorial divine spring that Dragon Clan is not eligible for. Suzaimo is so strong because, in Dragon Clan, any rules of etiquette are useless. If you want to stand firm, you must show absolute strength. Is there something? Suzaimo expressionless. Seeing that the person was Torch Dragon lineage, he remembered the relationship of red-haired ghost, and he did not want to ignore it. Even more, how? Torch Dragon lineage did nothing excessive to Guyan. You want to shame your mount? This is great. Longku raised his chin, coldly said, but don't forget, here is Dragon Clan. Your mount is a fierce horse, and no matter how strong you are, you can't change his fate. Fate? Suzaimo sneered. He never believed. If he had faith, he would not have arrived today. He didn't want to talk to these Torch Dragon Clan people and didn't want to conflict with them. Suzaimo looked around all around, looking at the group of dragons, and said in a deep voice, I made this shot, not for others, but just for a fair opportunity for Guyan. No matter what bloodline or race he is, he comes here and gets a dragon cave, which is already recognized by Dragon Clan. You fight with Guyan, I don't care. After a short pause, Suzaimo continued, but if he is cultivation in the dragon cave, you can't disturb him. This is the bottom line. Who dares to cross this bottom line? This is the end. Speaking, Suzaimo backhanded, pressing the heads of 4 young masters, and fiercely hit the ground. Boom. Kneel down and bow your head. See this scene. Longku and the others' complexion sank. Suzaimo's disregard made them angry. Longmo, do you still care about others? Longku's eyes were cold, slowly said, you are just a bloodline impure bastard. If you want to gain a foothold in Torch Dragon Clan, you must pass me first. Suzaimo slightly frowned. He has repeatedly given in, but the other party has been compelling. He was thinking of the red-haired ghost, and considering the bloodline on him, he didn't want to have any conflict with the people in the Torch Dragon lineage. But this Longku doesn't open his eyes, so it's no wonder he hybrid. Suzaimo nodded, said, dare you talk to me like this? Then no wonder I am Hong Long. Suzaimo stomps, the ground trembles. Longku urged bloodline, the whole atmosphere soared, his feet stood on the ground, completely motionless, said with a sneer, such insignificant ability. The words did not fall. I saw that Suzaimo had already shot. Call. The huge palms shrouded. The air was already burst. The shadows covered the sky, and the terrible breath hit the face, which was suffocating. Longku was watching, preparing for Suzaimo. He raised his arms. Bloodline surged, flesh on his arms swelled, and his clothes shattered. The muscles are knotted on the 2 strong arms, exuding a hot breath, like 2 huge iron rods that are hot. Longku exhaled, raised her arms, and fought against Suzaimo's palm. Boom. Collision between the 2 sides. A shock. The heat billows and bursts quickly, moving towards all around, spreading. Suzaimo was motionless and fluttered with red hair. Longku expression is slightly changed. Den goes back 3 steps. The first time the 2 sides fought, it was he who fell behind. This time, Kulong really realized that this Longmo was terrifying. Can suppress the lineage of hybrid dragons. Can't be considered, but if it can compete with 5 Pulse Dragon Clan, it really has strong strength as a support. Longku went back 3 steps, but laughed heartily. Longmo, you can do that with 1 hand. Longku laughed, although I stepped back 3 steps, you know. I resisted your palm with only 80% of my strength. If I burst out to 100% strength, you will lose. Oh, Suzaimo frowned. He didn't care how much Longku used. All he knows is that he just took that palm and only used 30% of his strength. That being the case, you pick me up again. Suzaimo stepped forward, reached out his palm again, and suppressed. Call. The bad wind is coming. Ang. Longku ascended into the sky. A loud dragon's roar erupted, ringing through heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, Longku's body skyrocketed and he broke through his shirt. Bloodline urged him to the limit, and the whole body gave birth to a path of scarlet-eared dragon scale. Normally, in addition to fighting battles on the dragon blood battlefield, Other areas are not allowed to imitate the complete dragon body. Right now, Long Ku is not a violation of the Dragon clan rules. His current state is somewhat similar to Suzaimo's former dragon transformation, which can only be regarded as a half-dragon state. In Dragon Clan, dragon transformation has two stages. The first stage is the half-dragon, and the second stage is the complete dragon body. Long Ku is rather dismissive in tone, but he didn't dare to face Suzaimo. Just beckoned. He transformed into a half-dragon form, ready to burst into 100% strength, to resist Suzaimo's palm. Deep in Long Ku's throat, a roar erupted, and he stepped forward, raised his arms, and moved towards the face of the suppressed palms to resist it. Boom! A loud noise. Two people kept this posture, motionless, as if solidified. After a short pause, Long Ku's within the body, there was a sound of crackle. The bones of the entire dragon body seemed to have fallen apart. Long Ku spit out a mouthful of blood. Under the tremendous pressure, a path of scarlet blood oozed out of the gap in the dragon scale of his body. Suzaimo used 50% of his strength and he couldn't resist it. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1077. Chapter 1077 Howling. Even if Suzaimo by the strength of oneself defeated more than 100 miscellaneous dragons and suppressed the 4 major hybrid dragon young masters, the group dragons were only slightly surprised and would not be shocked. Miscellaneous dragon lineage. Dragon clan bloodline is thin, very different from the battle strength of 5 lineages of dragon clan. But now, Long Ku of the torch dragon lineage was so easily suppressed by this Long Mo in front of him that it really moved the dragons. Dragon clan bloodline is horrible. Fleshly body is strong, most of them are fighting in close combat. And Suzaimo is practicing Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture. The most terrifying thing is the power of melee. With this dragon clan true body, it can be said that it is invincible. Throughout the true cultivation world, many cultivators know this. But in Dragon Bones Valley, only a few people know Suzaimo's origins. These dragon clan want to take advantage in melee. It is tantamount to foolish dreaming. Suzaimo has shot to the present, and has not even used bloodline. He has not used any near battle skills. Just relying on the crushing of the fleshly body is enough to push everything. You wanna die. Long Ku struggled to stand up from the ground, expressing his expression, with endless anger in his eyes, and fiercely stared at Suzaimo. All in sight, he lost to an outsider, which made him feel lost. Face. Ku, are you okay? The torch dragon expressions behind him were worried and couldn't help asking. Get out. Long Ku pushed everyone away, icily said, I haven't lost yet. As long as Long Ku has not given up, he can continue to play. But all the dragons could see that Long Ku's viscera had been shaken, and even if they continued to fight, they were just asking for trouble. Suzaimo's expression is indifferent. In all fairness, Long Ku's battle strength is by no means weak, placed in the real cultivation world, and can even be as big as the disciple. But in Suzaimo's eyes, what can't be considered? He was assisted by immemorial divine spring, fleshly body healed, stepped into void return realm, got the god of pure sun, battle strength sword. It is no exaggeration to say that the melee is invincible. Long Ku was breathing heavily, a huge airflow was blowing from his mouth and nose, with a burning breath, and his anger was burning. Even a few torch dragons not far from him can feel it. Brother Ku. A torch dragon sank in his heart, faintly aware of something, could not help crying low, and wanted to remind Long Ku to calm down. But Long Ku was unheard of. The torch dragon belongs to fire. Most torch dragons are extremely violent and impatient, especially Long Ku. Originally, this defeat made him feel great shame. Seeing Suzaimo's serene look even stimulated his heart. Despise. Long Ku felt like he had never been despised. He is Dragon Clan. Never allow a bloodline impure outsider to ride on his head. Rather bear the punishment of clan rules. He will also find his dignity. Step on this outsider under his feet. Once this idea breeds, it grows wildly in his mind, and it is difficult to curb it. Finally, Long Ku couldn't bear it anymore. and the sky shouted, and a loud dragon's roar erupted. A path of dragon's scale grows on his face. His head changes, and a pair of huge red dragon horns are born, showing off talent. Crackle. There was a crackle in his fleshly body. The body continues to expand and stretch. In a blink of an eye, Long Kui had disappeared, completely transformed into a 12 feet long, red torch dragon. On the huge dragon body, the dragon scale grows densely, and it has the size of a palm, like a piece of hot iron, exuding burning aura. Long Kui shook her head, stared at the dragon-sized dragon eye, and looked down at Suzaimo, a tiny ant on the ground, exuding huge dragon clan coercion. This is a complete dragon clan form. Normally, except in the dragon blood battlefield, Dragon Clan is not allowed to release the complete dragon body in other areas of the Dragon Bones Valley. Because the complete dragon body is released, the power soars, and the destructive power is too horrible. Once you can't hold it, Dragon Clan will fall. This is like a fight between children in the world, fighting with bare hands. Even if injured, it is not a big deal. But if both sides are holding sharp knives, the outcome is unpredictable. Dragon Clan is rare and difficult to breed. It will never allow private battles and fights to release a complete Dragon Clan form. This is the family code. If you violate it, you will be severely punished. But now, Long Kui is defeated, has been hit too hard, and has lost his mind. In his mind, now there is only a single thought head, that is, stepping on this small and humble outsider in front of his feet. The group of dragons suddenly changed color, and they retreated. I transformed into a complete Dragon Clan form. Once the battle was fought, a 12 feet of dragon body would dance, and they might be involved. The 5-veined Dragon Clan is okay. However, many miscellaneous dragons were hit by a 12-foot-long torch dragon. Even if they were not dead, I am afraid that there are only half-lives left. The vastness of Longwei is like the sea, coming in turbulently. Even the dragons standing in the distance felt throbbing. Dragon Clan with many dragon blood veins cannot resist this kind of dragon power at all. But on the battlefield, Suzaimo is still expression as usual, standing there quietly, eyes as deep as the sea. Calm eyes, no waves. One man, one dragon facing each other. Gradually, an illusion emerged from Kulong's mind. It doesn't look like Long Kui is looking down at him, but he is looking down at Long Kui. Compared with Long Kui's dragon body, Suzaimo looks extremely small, like gravel, but somehow, looking at this scene, Kulong's heart has such a feeling. This is an invisible momentum. Even if Long Kui had transformed into a complete Dragon Clan form, he could not defeat Suzaimo's momentum. A horned dragon shook his head slightly and said, Long Kui failed. No one on the battlefield knows how Long Kui is feeling at this time. Under Suzaimo's gaze, he felt helpless, and just wanted to bow his head, image in the adult form, and lower his proud head. He felt a kind of unimaginable pressure. It seems that in front of this Longmo, making such a move is to rebel against the law, or to rebel against it. Long Kui hates this feeling. His deep in one's heart has begun to panic. He knew that if he never shot again, it was just Suzaimo's gaze that he would bow down and give in. Roar. Long Kui gathered courage and burst into a deafening roar at Suzaimo. Noisy. The roar did not fall. Suzaimo snapped. His body flickered, and he immediately came under Long Kui. He reached out his huge palm, grabbed Long Kui's dragon tail, moved his arm, and fell fiercely on the ground. Moved towards. Bang! A loud noise, heaven shaking, earth shattering. The hearts of the dragons all jumped wildly. After the loud noise, there was silence. On the ground, dust is flying, and sand and stones for splash. After half a ring, the dust was gone, and in a 12-foot-long gap, a tortured torch dragon was lying. His eyes were tightly closed, and he was completely unconscious. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1078. Chapter 1078. Howling wind and torrential rain. For a long time, near the battlefield, the absolute silence. The dragons looked at that silhouette not far away, and their hearts were filled with complicated and inexplicable emotions. This outsider has been in the Dragon Bones Valley for only 1 month, and has not had time to cultivate many of the cultivation techniques in Dragon Clan. And this outsider bloodline is impure. But this is the outsider. In the Dragon Bones Valley, the dignity of the dragons is stepped on foot. Unimaginable. If this long mo is cultivated in Dragon Bones Valley for hundreds or so years, what will he grow up for more than 1,000 years? A hornless dragon glanced slightly and whispered to the clansman beside him, "Go back and tell eldest young lady that this long mo is out of the mountain, and the battle strength is not weak, which is a bit tricky. Let eldest young lady be careful." Understood. The clansman turned and left, moving towards the habitat of hornless dragon lineage. The remaining torch dragons stared at each other, no words, nodded, and left in a hurry. On the battlefield, Suzaimo disinclined to pay attention to Longku lying on the ground. He didn't even know Longku's name. This torch dragon releases the complete Dragon Clan form. Naturally, the law enforcement group of Dragon Clan will find him and punish him severely. Suzaimo turned around and returned to Guyon's side, turning his gaze and staring at the young dragon who was kneeling in front of him. The Flood Dragon Clan young master. 4 people were still stunned, and did not wake up from the shocking scene of Fang Ki. Feeling Suzaimo's gaze, the 4 talents suddenly awakened, shivered, and in a split second, the cold sweat flowed down. The 4 of them were unwilling to yield and bowed their heads. On the other hand, and the most important point, the 4 of them firmly believe that someone in Torch Dragon lineage can definitely suppress this long mo. When the time comes, this long mo is likely to be worse than them. Whoever jokes may not be, but didn't expect. Longku of Torch Dragon lineage was also easily suppressed by this long mo. Thinking back to the fact that they had taken the initiative to challenge this person, the young master of the Flood Dragon Clan was annoyed. Apologize. Suzaimo doesn't talk much, only 2 words. However, there are 4 young masters of the Flood Dragon family, but they feel great pressure. They vaguely realized that if they continued, the consequences would not be able to bear them. Yes. Sorry. The Flood Dragon Clan young master was weak-hearted, bowed his head slightly, and whispered. Although the sound is small, the Dragon Clan present was very powerful and naturally heard clearly. The other 3 young masters also stopped insisting and apologized. Guyon clenched his fists and expressed his excitement, leaning against the cold wall, but his heart was fiery. Suzaimo's ability to take him to Dragon Bones Valley has given him to be wild with joy. Even if he died here, he has no regrets. What made him even more didn't expect that here he was respected by a Dragon Clan. Although, this respect is not from the heart of these Dragon Clan. Let's go. Suzaimo waved. The 4 young masters broke their knees, but still struggled to stand up, resisting the pain, and turned around and left. You are. Suzaimo looked around all around and said in a deep voice, Guyon is my mount, but I won't start for him for no reason. If he is outside the Dragon's Ark, he fights with you to fight, and he is defeated and injured. This is that he is not good at learning, his strength is poor, and he can't blame others, and I will not intervene. Hearing here, there was a restlessness in the dragon group. Many Dragon Clans' eyes looked at Guyon with hostility. This means that as long as it is a fair fight, they can still learn this. Guyon. Suzaimo turned around and looked at Guyon, without speaking, with encouragement and trust in his eyes. Suzaimo fought here, although Guyon was rescued, but in the future Guyon wants to establish a foothold in the Dragon Bones Valley. He still has to rely on himself. Opportunity is here, a fair environment. Suzaimo also played for him. Whether you can turn into a dragon or join the 5 veins, you can only rely on Guyon to fight for it. Whether he can follow in his footsteps depends on Guyon's fortune. Guyon understood the deep meaning in Suzaimo's eyes. Heavy nodded. In this brief moment, Guyon's heart is full of pride. Originally, the purpose of his cultivation was to become a dragon and become a member of Dragon Clan. Until then, he realized that if he could keep up with Suzaimo, his future would be a sea of stars. Heavenly desolate. This piece of heaven and earth can't trap him. The dragons gradually dispersed. Suzaimo returned Guyon to the dragon's lair and left here. Guyon needs cultivation. and so does he. Among the great desolate monster kings' secret scripture, Yin divinity and Yang divinity are related to desolate sea dragon king. Yin divinity is okay, Suzaimo cultivation is fine. But Yang divinity is full of ancient characters, and he can't understand profound truth at all. Because of this, the Baron spell in Yang divinity's article, he can only understand the fur, and barely release it. Formidable power says no big, no small. The power of barrenness does not seem to have realm restrictions. When he was at nascent soul realm, he could use the barrenness to affect the law manifestation Damonok. This is the barren terror. But the barren power is also a bit stingy. Even in the most desolate center, the consumption of life essence is only 100 years old, and the marginal range is even more minimal. Taoist of void return life essence 5,000 years. Law manifestation Damonok life essence 10,000 years. For the late cultivator, desolation is naturally a great threat. The original Nether Fire Hall, law manifestation Damonok, was folded in the shadow of the barren spell. The life essence was exhausted, and it fell silently. But for peaks Taoist of void return or law manifestation Damonok, the 100-year life essence consumption is not too big. As long as you are strong, you can earn yourself. Therefore, Suzaimo intends to take the opportunity of cultivation in Dragon Clan to see if he can fully understand the mystery of the Baron and bring the Baron real formidable power to play. Yin divinity, Yang divinity, only this Tao law. The formidable power of this Tao law will never be so bad. In addition to the barrenness, there is a primordial spirit secret technique in Yang divinity. Desolate spell. Suzaimo also realized a little fur. In this primordial spirit secret technique, the ancient characters are more dense, and he can't understand the fur. According to Yang divinity, the formidable power of this primordial spirit secret technique is even more terrifying. This primordial spirit secret technique is also the essence in Yang divinity. This primordial spirit secret technique is called reverse scale. The reverse scale of the dragon, you must die. If you can understand the mystery of reverse scale in Dragon Clan, his battle strength will rise to another level again. Suzaimo moved towards Torch Dragon lineage's habitat, full of expectations. He still didn't know, and on his way back, the entire Torch Dragon lineage's habitat had been blown up. It's like a stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, causing an uproar. Many Torch Dragons have already despised Suzaimo. Now, Suzaimo swept the lineage of the dragon and suppressed Longku of the Torch Dragon lineage, which made many Torch Dragons angry. Suzaimo has not realized that among the Torch Dragon lineage, waiting for him will be another round of howling wind and torrential rain. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1079. Chapter 1079 Hidden Dragon List. Longku was defeated by the new outsider. This Longmo has some means. It is said that Longku did not hesitate to violate the clan rules and turned into a complete Dragon Clan form. He was still suppressed by this man. I don't believe it. A bloodline impure outsider hasn't been cultivated in hours. How much can it be? At this point in the Torch Dragon habitat, every young Torch Dragon was talking about it. Most Torch Dragons at the Void Return realm level are eager to try. Between them, they have fought each other countless times, and they are tired of it. It's hard to come to an outsider. Each Torch Dragon wants to find Suzaimo to kill. I heard that Longi was shocked and has already passed the customs. My brother is out? A Torch Dragon cry out in surprise. Before my brother was closed, it was the 5th in the Hidden Dragon list. It seems that there is a chance to enter another one on the Hidden Dragon list. It can attract the attention of Hidden Dragon list Dragon Clan. This Longmo is okay. Another Torch Dragon suddenly said mysteriously, I heard that not only my brother, but also Dragon Clan who is a person Hidden Dragon list is going to trouble Longmo. Who? A lot of Torch Dragon came over, curiously asked. Hee. The Torch Dragon grinned a little, sold enough, and whispered, the only mother dragon on the Hidden Dragon list. Hiss. Hearing here, the surrounding Torch Dragon actually sucked in a breath of cold air, and expression changed greatly. Is that Rex? With that Tyrannosaurus temper, even if this Longmo isn't dead, I'm afraid to peel off a layer. SHH. Keep quiet. If she hears us calling her Tyrannosaurus Rex, she will definitely come to our trouble. You said that this Longzai looks so beautiful. Why is his temper even hotter than our torch dragon? I don't know which dragon clan can manage. I heard that hidden dragon list is pursuing her first. You mean? Many torch dragons looked at each other, and expressions were a little weird. At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance, and many torch dragons were moved towards the other side, and expression was bad. Longmo is back, someone said. Suzaimo is on the road, thinking about his future plans in Dragon Clan. When he arrived at the torch dragon habitat, he looked not far away at each and every one fighting intent on the high torch dragon. He realized that he wanted to gain a foothold in the Dragon Bones Valley, and that battle was not enough. In other words, in Dragon Clan, unless there is a thunderous method, it can deter the dragons. Otherwise, this battle of slaying simply will not decrease. On the side of Road 2, there are many torch dragons. Each torch dragon looks at Suzaimo's eyes, full of hostility and provocation. Suzaimo was calm and moved along. This is the outsider. Nothing looks strange. With a clear eyebrow and a thin body, I can suppress him with one finger. There are more and more torch dragons gathered here. It didn't take long for Suzaimo to realize that when he came here, he entered a memorial divine spring. He didn't know the layout of torch dragon's habitat, nor did he know where his dragon's lair was. Inquire, where is my dragon's lair? Suzaimo came to a torch dragon and asked with a smile, expressing kindness. The torch dragon is just nascent soul realm, but he has no fear of Suzaimo, just laughs, rolls his eyes, and ignores it at all. Suzaimo was not annoyed. He took a few steps and came to the other torch dragon, still smiling and asking, excuse me, where is my dragon's lair? The torch dragon is void return realm. This means that two people may fight and fight. I want to know. The corner of torch dragon's mouth slightly tilted, pointing to his nose, coldly said, pass me first. The two were very close, but one arm. Suzaimo looked at the young torch dragon quietly in front of him, shook his head slightly, and sighed gently, you are too weak. Tone barely fell. Suzaimo suddenly probed. This action was as quick as a thunderbolt without warning. Where did this torch dragon think? Suzaimo was so decisive, and under the service of the group of dragons, he dared to take the lead. When he was a little stunned, Suzaimo's palm had fallen on his top of the head, and rubbed it gently. The huge force poured into the sea of consciousness. The torch dragon too rolled his eyes, became soft, unconscious, and passed out on the spot, falling in the footsteps of Suzaimo. Longmo, how dare you? There was a scolding in the dragon group. You are not satisfied? Suzaimo glanced across. The void return realm torch dragon is not afraid. He leaps up, his shape is still in the air, and he transforms into a half-dragon shape. His teeth are sharp. Dragon clan battles and rarely transforms into a half-dragon form. This also means that the torch dragon has some fear in his heart and is ready to burst into full force. Bang! Suzaimo limped on his feet. The whole man stood up, and moved towards torch dragon fiercely in the air to punch. This torch dragon eye shows the ominous light, grabbed Suzaimo's fist with one hand, and another dragon claw, moved towards Suzaimo's top of the head, grabbed it. There was a mockery in Suzaimo's eyes, and he didn't dodge at all. Boom! Fist collision. Kaka! Immediately afterwards, there was a crackling sound in the air. This torch dragon showed pain. He felt a terrifying matchless force flowing into the body, and the first thing he couldn't bear was the wrist and arm. Even with the protection of the dragon scale, the skeleton inside has broken. His other dragon claw, before he touched Suzaimo's head, his entire body was blown away by Suzaimo's punch. Even in midair, I spit out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and screamed again and again. This time, you can calm down the dragon. The battle strength between them is strong and weak, but even the most expert, it is difficult to explode such a power. One punch will defeat a half-dragon torch dragon. This power, Is there a chance to challenge the Hidden Dragon list? A weak voice came from the crowd. Hidden Dragon list? Suzaimo slightly frowned. This name seems a bit familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Thinking for a moment, there was a flash of light in his mind. On the central square of Dragon Bones Valley, he came out of immemorial divine spring, and on the way to the habitat of the hybrid dragon, he seemed to see two huge lists. One of them is the Hidden Dragon list. It says 10 Dragon Clan names, and which lineage these Dragon Clan belong to. Even if there is no introduction, he can probably guess that the person who can be on this Hidden Dragon list must be the 10 strongest and youngest Dragon Clan among the 5 lineages of Dragon Clan. In fact, Suzaimo guessed pretty well. The 10 positions of the Hidden Dragon list are among Dragon Clan. In the Void Return Realm level, the 10 strongest Dragon Clan. And another list, named Heaven Dragon list, corresponds to the 10 most powerful Dragon Clan of Law Manifestation Realm. These two lists are extremely heavy. The ranking on the list may change at any time. As long as someone can beat the Dragon Clan above, it will be replaced. Not surprisingly, the 5 Pulse Dragon Clan Young Master will be at the top of the Heaven Dragon list. Suzaimo once glanced, and the deepest impression is that there are 5 Dragon Clan on this Hidden Dragon list, all from Blue Dragon lineage. Moreover, the head of Hidden Dragon list and the head of Heaven Dragon list are both Blue Dragon. This also confirms what Long Yan has said to him. Among the 5 pulses, Blue Dragon is the respect. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1080 Chapter 1080 Chapter 5 Changing Masters. This Long Mo's bloodline is impure, but the melee power is really strong. But fighting and fighting, melee is only part of the battle strength. Long Mo wants to beat his brother. It's still far behind. Yes, as long as my brother uses our secret techniques from Torch Dragon lineage, we can immediately determine the winner. Torch Dragon whispered. The secret techniques of Torch Dragon lineage are the eyes of Torch Dragon. This secret technique is extremely difficult to practice, and it is dangerous. 10,000 points. Even if it is Torch Dragon lineage, few people can cultivate success. Cultivate the eyes of Torch Dragon, at least double the battle strength. During the melee combat, the eye technique attack suddenly broke out. And such a terrible eye technique attack was almost devastating. Even if the opponent can resist, they will definitely run out of chi and blood, and they can't resist the next offensive. Long Yi kept rushing forward, but was constantly beaten back by Suzaimo. The anger in his heart was already burning. Ang! Long Yi shouted from the sky, a loud dragon's roar erupted, and within the body came a crackle. The body skyrocketed, and it had transformed into a half-dragon form. The wound on Long Yi has healed with the speed visible to naked eye. Transfigured into a half-dragon, his speed and strength will soar, and he will rise to a more terrifying level. Suzaimo was still motionless, without the meaning of dragon transformation, dancing like red flames. His eyes were deep, and bright rays of light flickered. Long Yi rushed up again and hit a punch. Suzaimo is not afraid. He doesn't dodge, he steps forward and hits him with a punch. Bang! The punches collided and a loud noise broke out. The huge airflow bursts all around, the heat waves below. Even if Long Yi turns into a half-dragon, he still has no advantage. Long Yi instantly realized that in the melee, he was definitely not Long Mo's opponent. But in his eyes, there was no panic. Instead, in his right eye, a burst of dazzling brilliance suddenly lit up, like a scorching sun. Suddenly burst out a beam of light, and the head of moved towards Suzaimo passed through. Eye of Torch Dragon. There was a burst of exclamation from the dragons. Many Torch Dragons are expressive. This secret technique is the pride of Torch Dragon Clan. The release of the Eye of Torch Dragon means that the victory is set. Long Yi was able to sit in the 5th position of the Hidden Dragon list, not by virtue of his melee strength, but by eye technique. But then, Kulong saw another admirer. All expressions stiffened on his face, suddenly lost his voice, stared at his eyes, showing incredible color. At the same time as the Eye of Torch Dragon erupted in Long Yi, Suzaimo's right eye also burst into a fiery beam. Moreover, This beam has a sharper edge than Long Yi's beam, as if it can shred and tear everything. Eye of Torch Dragon. The dragons were stunned. This Long Mo is just an outsider. In Dragon Clan, there is no time and opportunity to cultivate. How can you understand the eyes of Torch Dragon? Every Torch Dragon knows how difficult it is to practice this secret technique. But this bloodline impure outsider has succeeded in cultivation. What's more terrifying is that the eye of Torch Dragon of this outsider seems to be more powerful than the formidable power burst out of Long Yi. How can this be? Bang! Eye technique fight. The sound of the outbreak is even more terrifying. Two beams have shattered. Long Yi screamed. In his right eye, a path of blood leaked out. Although he was not blind, he still looked terrifying. Among the Dragon Clan, no one knows that in the eyes of Suzaimo's Torch Dragon, not only the Torch Dragon Clan's secret technique, but also a torch shining stone. Torch shining stone transfigured into a set of flying sword, bursting out of torch shining sword formation. The superposition of two powers, the eye of Long Yi's Torch Dragon, is not an opponent at all. Of course, Long Yi's eye technique and formidable power are already quite scary. If it is changed in the real cultivation world, even if it is law manifestation Tao Monarch, this one is enough to pierce its eyes. Long Mo, you dare to hurt me. Long Yi expression alas, fluttered again. His eyebrows flickered, and an outrageous divine consciousness attack erupted, and came. Primordial Spirit secret technique is not allowed in the habitat of Dragon Clan, because, once the Primordial Spirit secret technique erupts, it is difficult to close it, and it is easy to appear in the body and disappear, an irreparable situation. However, while Dragon Clan is fighting, a divine consciousness attack can erupt. This was Long Yi's last hole card. He does not believe that he has cultivated to Void Return Realm great perfection for so many years of cultivation, and the strength of the divinity consciousness is no better than an outsider who has just stepped into the Void Return Realm. However, he didn't realize at all what kind of opponent he was facing. Although Suzaimo has just stepped into Void Return Realm, he practiced the cultivation technique left by Dai. Even if he has just stepped into Void Return Realm and condensed Yang Divinity, it is not something he can fight against. Roll. Watching Long Yi pounce again, Suzaimo also showed a hint of impatience, condensing the divine consciousness, and exploded back. If you say, Long Yi's divine consciousness is like a roaring river, that divine consciousness erupted in Suzaimo, just like the surging tide. Bang! Two divine consciousness hit together. Long Yi was suddenly discolored, groaned, the blood on his face faded, and a sudden pain came from his head, almost passing out. It was such a moment of distraction that Suzaimo had stepped forward and punched him in the chest. Boom! The power of terror flows into the body. Long Yi can clearly feel that his chest has been broken, and his heart is a momentary pause. He just felt that for a while, the whole person had flew away from the distance, and finally fell heavily on the ground, and he felt pain everywhere. Lost. I was dragged from the hidden dragon list by an outsider like this. Long Yi lay in the dirt, looking at the grey misty sky, his eyes dim. He has been cultivation so far, fighting clansmen countless times and defeating countless times, but this time, it has hit him too much. Brother, are you okay? Many torch dragons ran over, expressing worry. These sounds fell to his ears, as if extremely far away. Ugh. Long Yi sighed softly and closed his eyes. His mood was a bit complicated, and it was not whether he was happy or worried. Lost, although sad. But he knew one thing, starting today, the Torch Dragon lineage was about to rise. Two Torch Dragons carried Long Yi and quickly ran back, preparing to find someone to heal Long Yi's injury. The dragons around them did not leave. The eyes of many Torch Dragons looking at Suzaimo were full of awe. At this point, no Torch Dragon jumped out, accusing Suzaimo of being an outsider. Nor was Torch Dragon scolded, he was an impure hybrid of bloodline. As Long Yan said, among Dragon Clan, strength is respected. Want to stand on the heels here? To get the respect and recognition of the group of dragons, you can only rely on their fists. Above the central square, on the huge hidden dragon list, changes have taken place. Hidden Dragon List 5 Elements. Long Yi Torch Dragon suddenly descended a line on the central square. There are many Dragon Clan in Daily All. The changes on the Hidden Dragon List immediately attracted the attention of many Dragon Clan. Well, Hidden Dragon List changed hands? Who defeated Long Yi? Is it Long Zai? I heard she just went to Torch Dragon. At the time of the discussion of the dragons, the 5 elements that had disappeared from the previously disappeared Hidden Dragon List were 4 words. Long Mo Torch Dragon. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1081. 1081 Frost Dragon Breath. Long Mo Torch Dragon Lineage. When did such a common appear? Why haven't you heard of it before? Someone was confused. Strange. How do I feel this Long Mo sounds familiar? The group of dragons pointed at the Hidden Dragon List, discussed spiritedly. Suddenly, cry out in surprise came from the dragon group. I understood. A dragon clan said, this Long Mo is the outsider who joined Torch Dragon lineage a month ago. Ah, it's him. He seems to have been in a mess with Zalong just now. Didn't expect him to have such a battle strength and defeat Long Yi. I heard that the elders at Torch Dragon lineage are interested in matching him with Long Zai. Long Zai has killed her. Her nickname Tyrannosaurus Rex. How could such a thing be tolerated? Long Mo is going to suffer. Someone said taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. It's not right. At this moment, a dragon clan pointed to the ranking on the Hidden Dragon List and said, Long Zai ranked 8th on the Hidden Dragon List, as if still under Long Mo. Until this time, the group of dragons reacted. The Hidden Dragon List changed. Long Mo's battle strength is stronger than Long Zai. Now, the consequences of Long Zai's killing. The dragons glanced at each other, unconsciously, and moved towards the Torch Dragon habitat. Suzaimo defeated Long Yi, looking at the awesome gazes of the dragons, and finally relaxed. This is also good, so that each and every one can save it. Suppressing the 5th in the Hidden Dragon List can be considered once and for all, saving a lot of trouble. He was about to find a dragon clan casually, and asked where his dragon den was, and there was a sudden agitation behind him. Where is Long Mo? A huge voice sounded, causing Suzaimo's eardrums to faint. Normally, Torch Dragon is a fire, and the temperature in the habitat is extremely high, but at this time, the surrounding temperature drops sharply. Originally, the surrounding dragons saw people, all of which changed expressions and subconsciously receded. Suzaimo frowned, turned and looked. Not far away, several dragon clan rushed over with meteors, aggressive, headed by a young woman, wearing tight white robes, perfectly outline the curvaceous tall figure. This woman's face is white, three-dimensional, combined together, full of other beauty, but the twin peaks on the chest are very magnificent, ready to come out. Who is Long Mo? Stand up. When approaching, the woman opened her mouth suddenly and roared. This woman is definitely a beauty. But this voice is really scary. At least Suzaimo was taken aback, unprepared. At this time, the dragons were scattered all around, and Suzaimo stood in the middle of the field, which seemed extremely abrupt. The woman's eyes turned, and immediately saw Suzaimo, and 3 strides were already approaching. Woman is half head taller than Suzaimo. You tell me, where is Long Mo? Under close observation, the woman's eyes are deep. Her eyes are like 2 sapphires, shining bright rays of light. Suzaimo had a secret headache. The dragon clan in front of me is obviously not part of the Torch Dragon lineage. Listening to the conversation around, it seems as if the woman is from Hornless Dragon lineage. He just arrived in the Dragon Bones Valley and came out of Immemorial Divine Spring. I really don't know how he got in touch with this Hornless Dragon clan woman. Suzaima could see that the woman came from a bad place. But he smiled slightly and said, I am Long Mo. You are? The woman froze. In the eyes of Gems, there was a trace of stupidity, and it looked a bit dull, which was totally inconsistent with her fierce look. But soon, the woman reacted, holding her fists, twisting her 2 necks, and gritting her teeth. Okay, you are so bold. Suzaimo was confused. He didn't know why he was bold. Is it just that Long Yi, and the beauty of Hornless Dragon Clan is Dao companion? I killed Long Yi myself, So is Long Yi's wife killing high sects? Are you Dao companion of Long Yi? Suzaimo tried to ask. There was a depressing laughter in the dragon group. Long Mo is terrible. It's so fierce to dare to tease treks like this. Many dragon clan have a look of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Pretend. You pretend me again. The hornless dragon clan woman wears white teeth, with both eyes as if a layer of ice has condensed. Icily said, "You, the bloodline impure outsider, dare to propose to me. I think you are act recklessly. Propose marriage?" Suzaimo froze. He just came out of immemorial divine spring. The hornless dragon clan woman suddenly opened her mouth and exhaled a cloud of white mist at Suzaimo. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and even a layer of frost formed on the ground. Dragon interest. Every dragon clan is born with capabilities. Of course, different dragon clan dragons have different strengths. The dragon breath of this hornless dragon clan woman is frost. Suzaimo was deluded, and saw the hornless dragon clan woman open her mouth and breathe out at him. The aroma came, and immediately, his head, red hair, face, body, and limbs shrouded a layer of frost. Then, at a speed visible by naked eye, it quickly condenses into ice. In a blink of an eye, Suzaimo had disappeared and a humanoid ice sculpture appeared in place. This is terrible. Being frozen by the dragon of Tyrannosaurus Rex, the internal strife will be severely damaged. It is estimated that it will not take 10 days and a half months to replace it. The dragons talked, but there was no sympathy. HMPH. The hornless dragon clan woman tapped on the ice sculpture in front of her, said with a sneer, "Let you reload. This is just a bit of a headache." Caca. Just then, in the sky suddenly burst into cracks. Hornless dragon clan. The woman froze. Then, under the gaze of countless line of sight, a crack appeared on this human-shaped ice sculpture, and it expanded rapidly. In a blink of an eye, the entire ice sculpture is already covered. Bang! A loud noise. A silhouette came out, chi and blood raging, red hair, and torrential weather. Gaze as if a torch, staring at the hornless dragon clan woman. Hiss. The group of dragons suck in a breath of cold air. The frozen dragon breath of the hornless dragon clan woman was okay. The hornless dragon clan woman quickly reacted, chi and blood rose, exuding a cold breath, and the whole person suddenly moved towards Suzaimo and rushed over. Boom. Hornless dragon clan. The woman rushed fast, but returned quickly. She had just rushed up and was hit back by Suzaimo. The hornless dragon clan woman rolled a few laps on the ground, and soon got up, panting slightly, gritting her teeth. "You dare to hit me." The words didn't fall. She only saw a flash, the red shadow flickered, and her figure fell again and flew out, slamming and falling heavily on the ground. Roar. The hornless dragon clan woman was furious and roared, and within the body came a crackle, and her body skyrocketed. The women's clothes burst, and a path of silver-white dragon scale was born, like crystal snowflakes, tightly arranged together. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1082. Chapter 1082, Big Misunderstanding. As the dragon's proud daughter of Dragon Clan, Longzai has a strong temperament and a strong battle strength. She is so brazen in Dragon Bones Valley that almost no one dares to provoke it. She was about to break through to Law Manifestation Realm, didn't expect, but was suppressed by an outsider. Moreover, this outsider dared to tease her openly. She doesn't care what marriage contract is. Her husband, like the Long Kang Big Brother on the Heaven Dragon list, becomes the five-clawed divine dragon, shaking the old and illuminating the new. What is this outsider? Dragon transformation. Longzai, without the slightest hesitation, directly transform into a half-dragon form, ready to shred this outsider not far away. Suzaimo didn't give Longzai too much reaction time at all, stepped forward, reached out his big hand, and moved towards his vest and shot heavily. Normally, this palm should indeed be shot on Longzai's back. But Longzai turned into a half-dragon shape, her body soared and stretched, and under Suzaimo's palm, it was not Longzai's back, but her round buttocks. This change happened in an instant. When Suzaimo realized it, it was too late, and he hurried up. Suzaimo did take back most of her strength, but she still inevitably slapped her palm on Long Zai's buttocks. The meat waves trembled. The entire battlefield calmed down instantly. Many Dragon Clan were stunned. Oh my god, what did this Longmo do? He's actually hitting Tyrannosaurus ass. Is that a fight? It's just touching. In the hearts of the dragons, bursts of roar. Long Zai had just turned into a half-dragon, and suffered from this. The whole body suddenly became extremely stiff, and for a moment, a flush of red appeared on the white face. Suzaimo sighed, expression helpless. He could even hear Long Zai grinding his teeth. This is a big misunderstanding. No explanation is even possible. Could it be that you accidentally hit your ass? This interpretation, I am afraid, will only let this female dragon into a violent run. I'm going to kill you. A few words popped out of Long Zai's teeth, and the surrounding temperature had dropped to freezing point. How had she been subjected to such an insult? Long Zai within the body chi and blood burst out, struggling to stand up and find Suzaimo desperately. Suzaimo was thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of her. She felt the movement of Long Zai, and before she had time to retract her palm, she pressed it subconsciously. Pa. Long Zai just got up, and that nasty palm fell on her ass again. Thump. At this time, she was directly pressed in place, unable to move. The dragons are uproar. This Longmo even touched it. You. Long Zai expression. Suzaimo whispered in her heart. Her palm moved, and landed on the back of Long Zai's head, cleverly stunned her. Anyway, let the female dragon faint before talking. The chi and blood of Long Zai within the body gradually subsided. The silver-white scales on her body are gradually receding. Long Zai's shirt has been shattered, and the dragon scale has faded, naturally exposing that fair white snowy skin. With a glamorous luster, a slender and perfect body will be exposed in front of the group of dragons. Gadoo, gadoo. There was a sound of swallowing saliva in the dragon group. Countless heads of Dragon Clan, eyes widened, ready to be full of eyes. Suddenly, a shirt was covered up to hide the perfect body. Oh, among the dragons, a sigh at the same time seemed quite spectacular. It was Suzaimo who took out his shirt in time, covering Long Zai, who was almost gone. The dragons stared angrily. This kind of thing, although Kulong's heart is energetic, but it is not easy to speak. Suzaimo got up and looked at a few hornless dragons not far away. Cup one fist in the other hand said, sorry, I was a little rude. There should be some misunderstanding in this. Please help me take care of it. Several hornless dragons were slightly stunned. They are all Dragon Clan. Where I heard such a gentle tone. A hornless dragon listened to Suzaimo's fun. He reacted first, pouting, and said, actually, you are not rude. Yes, that is. Another hornless dragon said with a smile, it's okay to touch your relationship, but next time, don't be in front of so many people. Hee hee. Several other hornless dragons also laughed. No one noticed that Long Zai, lying motionless on the ground, had a deep red on his cheeks. Suzaimo stroked his forehead, which was an unclear explanation. Let's go. Several hornless dragons raised Long Zai and moved towards Suzaimo and waved their hands. The attitude was much better than before. Suzaimo is still a little confused, and does not understand what she has to do with this hornless Dragon Clan woman. Thinking for a little while, he has no clue. He is going to leave these things behind and practice first. He had just turned around and immediately there was a person Dragon Clan greeted him and moved towards him with a thumbs up. Moke, my name is Longcan. You can call me A-chan. The torch dragon named Longcan was very enthusiastic and said, Mr. Brother, I know where your dragon's lair is. I'll take you there. It is good. Suzaimo is slightly startled, only nodded. Before that, he kept asking. There was no one who was Dragon Clan. Now, without waiting for him to ask, Dragon Clan has taken the initiative to stand up. In Dragon Clan, strength is respected. In Suzaimo, I wanted to come because I defeated Long Yi, the fifth in the hidden dragon list, and got the approval of Kulong. But in fact, he was really recognized by Kulong because he touched Long Zai's ass. Still 2 times. In Kulong's view, This matter is much better than any hidden dragon list. Suzaimo followed Long Can all the way. Many dragon clan around him looked at him. All showed admiration. Some dragon clan also greeted and gave thumbs up. Who is hornless dragon just now, and what does it have to do with me? After a while, Suzaimo couldn't bear it and asked, Mother brother, don't you know? Long Can asked. Seeing Suzaimo shaking his head, Long Can explained. Sister Zai was originally married to Yan Yan with her fingertips, but after growing up, Sister Zai was so angry that the two looked down on each other. When it breaks up, the matter will not be left. Dragon Flame is naturally the child of the red-haired ghost. Long Can continued, Mr. Brother, when you came to Torch Dragon Clan, you actually replaced Mr. Ryan, and several elders went to Hornless Dragon Clan again to propose a family. With the pride of Sister Zai, naturally refused to agree, so I killed you and prepared to teach you a lesson, didn't expect. Hee. Having said that, Long Zai moved towards Suzaimo, winked and smiled. Moke, if you can surrender Sister Zai, our Torch Dragon Clan will definitely treat you as a young master. Don't look at Sister Zai being grumpy. But she's nice. Long Can also helped Long Zai with a nice word. Hearing here, Suzaimo has responded, slightly fists, and gritted his teeth. These old bastard. This trouble was originally unrelated to him. It was Elder of Torch Dragon Clan who asked for a kiss, and this trouble dragon was brought in. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1083. Chapter 1083 Hidden Dragon List. First, I am afraid this matter is not over yet. Suzaimo doesn't plan to think about it any longer, as long as he returns to his dragon's lair. Even if this Long Zai kills high sects again, he cannot break through. Suzaimo pondered, then said, well, where is our cultivation technique for Torch Dragon lineage? I plan to check it out. Follow me. Long Can led Suzaimo all the way to the door of a great hall. After being checked by two guards at the gate of the great hall, two people entered. The area of this great hall is not large, and there are not many secrets in the cultivation technique. There are not as many cultivation techniques as Misty Peak. For a race like Dragon Clan, even if you don't cultivate any cultivation technique, just as you get older, your strength will keep rising. The cultivation technique, for Dragon Clan, is just a supplement. Suzaimo is also not very interested in Dragon Clan's cultivation technique. Even Dragon Clan's most peaks cultivation technique is better than the Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture. The only purpose he came here was to break profound truth in the Yang Divinity article, the Baron spell. The Primordial Spirit Secret Technique. I flipped through several ancient books, and Suzaimo's eyes lit up. Really? As he had speculated, the old and strange symbols in the Baron spell and Primordial Spirit Secret Technique are actually Dragon Clan words. Suzaimo didn't understand Dragon Clan's words, so naturally he couldn't understand the secrets. After confirming this, he copied some of the most basic ancient books in the Great Hall, and tried to learn the Dragon Clan text as soon as possible. Cultivation Baron, and the Primordial Spirit Secret Technique. Suzaimo leaves the Great Hall, bids farewell to Long Can, returns to his own dragon cave, and begins retreat cultivation. At the same time, these two battles in the Torch Dragon habitat spread throughout the Dragon Bones Valley at the fastest speed. Normally, Long Yi ranks 5th on the Hidden Dragon list, and his loss is the focus. But in the following period, most of the discussions among the dragons were the battle between Suzaimo and Long Zai. Few people paid much attention to whether Long Yi ranked 5th or 6th on the Hidden Dragon list. Blue Dragon Habitat. What? A blue dragon slightly frowned, with anger in his eyes, coldly said, somebody dare to bully Long Zai? Long Yang, I heard that the new Long Mo is not only bullying Sister Zai, but also hitting Sister Zai's ass. Another blue dragon whispered. The long dragon body called Long Yang is slender, with azure long hair, soft lines, and exquisite facial features. Although it is a man, it is more beautiful and feminine than a woman. If this Long Yang is changed to women's clothing, I am afraid that Long Zai must be compared. It's really recklessly. Long Yang slowly got up, headed out. A soft touch of glance, whispered, I have to comfort Long Zai's younger sister, She is anxious. I'm afraid it will explode. Soon, Long Yang arrived at the Hornless Dragon family. As soon as I arrived outside Long Zai's residence, I heard a roar of growls from inside. Soon, several hornless dragon expressions came out embarrassedly and were scolded by Long Zai, who was angry. Long Zai, younger sister, it's me. Long Yang stood outside the cave and said softly, I heard someone bullied you. I came to see you. Deng deng deng. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. Soon, a silhouette of Long Zai emerged from the cave. There was a smile on Long Yang's face, bright and dazzling. Long Zai stared at the red eyes, fiercely stared at Long Yang, gritted his teeth and said, You get away from your mother, you sissy. The smile on Long Yang's face froze instantly. Around here, there are many hornless dragons. Hearing these words, these hornless dragons were grinning and secretly shocked. Long Yang is a man, but he is born more beautiful than a woman. Coupled with a mild voice, from childhood to age, many people bully him and call him sissy. But then, no one dared to speak these three words in front of Long Yang. Long Yang grew up, endured a lot of humiliation, continued cultivation, and constantly slaughtered people. Although more and more beautiful, his strength is also getting stronger. To this day, he is already #1 on the Hidden Dragon list. In Dragon Bones Valley, except for Long Zai, Dragon Clan of Void Return Realm has been taught by both men and women. This is Long Zai. Change to another Dragon Clan, dare to say these three words, even if not dead, I am afraid it will peel off the skin. Long Yang was a little silent, and suddenly smiled, and said, Long Zai, younger sister, I know, you have gas in your heart. But, rest assured, that Long Mo I will fix it for you fiercely. No need for you. Long Zai coldly snorted, said, This is my own business. I will take care of myself. Long Yang, you look better than your aging mother. You are always pestering me. Don't bother me again. Long Zai scolded angrily and turned into the cave. Long Yang is not upset. She bows her head slightly, smiles softly, and softly muttered, Long Zai, younger sister, don't be angry. I will bring that Long Mo's head to meet you, and let you anger. Although Long Yang was laughing, in his eyes, he passed a soft killing intent. Bloodline is impure, outsider. Well, even if killed, it's nothing. Long Yang sneered slightly, shook the head, and turned away. Suzaimo, who was cultivation in his own dragon's lair, naturally didn't know that he just came to Dragon Clan for more than a month, and unfathomable mystery formed an enemy of life and death, and he hasn't met this person yet. Or, even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. Suzaimo at this time has been completely immersed in Yang divinity. After he really learned the text of Dragon Clan, he went back to watching the cultivation Baron spell and the primordial spirit secret technique. And then he really understood this Staulaw technique, profound truth of this secret technique. I really felt the horror of Yang divinity. Originally, the Baron spell was released in Suzaimo's hands. A huge area centered on him, like a quagmire. The creatures in this quagmire, regardless of the enemy or me, will be eroded by the Baron spell. But now, in the palm of Suzaimo, a grey misty mist emerges, rolling and changing, exuding a weird breath. In this mist, there seems to be a secret of heaven and earth. Grand Tao is reasonable. This is barren, do as one pleases, fickle. In the past, even at the center of the desert, the reduction of life essence was only 100 years old. If it's on the edge of barrenness, life essence cuts down even more slowly. And now, in the mist in Suzaimo's palm, as long as a creature touches it, it will be reduced at the rate of 500 years of life essence. After realizing the barren profound truth, it is 5 times larger than the former formidable power. This is a qualitative leap. Void Return Realm 5,000 years life essence. A dying of 500 years means that even the Taoist of Void Return, which has 5,000 years of life essence, can barely hold 10 breaths under the shadow of the Baron. Suzaimo waved his palm, and the mist disappeared. After comprehending Dragon Clan's text, the Baron formidable power rose sharply, which was second. The real gain is still the essence in Yang Divinitive Primordial Spirit Secret Technique. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1084. Chapter 1084. Once and for all. After half a year, Dragon Bones Valley, Torch Dragon Habitat. In a dark and warm cave, two rays of light suddenly lit up, like two burning flames. Under the reflection of these two groups of flames, the silhouette of the silhouette gradually became clear. It was Suzaimo, who had been in retreat for half a year. I saw him relieved. The flames condensed in his eyes gradually converged, and eventually disappeared into invisibleness, and in the entire cave mansion, the darkness was restored again. In the past 6 months, his gains have been tremendous. It's not just the perceptions of the Baron spell and the Primordial Spirit Secret Technique, but even the eyes of his Torch Dragon have mutated. Originally, in his right eye, there was a torch shining stone. And after half a year of cultivation, this torch shining stone has disappeared. To be precise, it is integrated into his right eye. Whether it is Torch Shining Sword Formation or Torch Dragon Eye, it is a secret technique derived from Torch Shining Stone. Comprehend? Now, these two secret techniques are reunited on Suzaimo. This eye technique can no longer be regarded as the Eye of Torch Dragon. The Eye Force erupted not only from the scorching Eye of Torch Dragon, but also from the sharp edge of Torch Shining Sword Formation. This eye technique has become the true Eye of Torch Shining. Suzaimo got up slowly. For 6 months, he could feel the changes in his body. Without the restraint of Black Primordial Spirit, he is almost the same as Dragon Clan. Day and Night Cultivation. Great Desolate Monster King's Secret Scripture. Within the power of the body, every day all is climbing. That's what Dragon Clan is for. As long as you keep growing, the power of within the body will keep rising. Coupled with the blessing of Great Desolate Monster King's Secret Scripture, Suzaimo's cultivation is faster, and there is almost no bottleneck in Void Return Realm. Suzaimo wants to cultivate Peak of Void Return Realm as soon as possible. Void Return Realm Peak. You can go to accept the baptism of Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar, step into Law Manifestation Realm in one fell swoop, and realize Dragon Clan's innate divine ability. Stepping into the Law Manifestation Realm, relying on this Dragon Clan true body, he can really be regarded as having self-protection. Of course, in Suzaimo's heart, there is another layer of expectations. In his memory, the Great Desolate Monster King's Secret Scripture to Yang Divinity is over, and there is no text left. But he always felt that it was not that simple. Great Desolate Monster King's Secret Scripture was originally 2 Monster Kings, and now, in his bloodline phenomenon, the Divine Dragon is counted to reveal 8 Great Demon King. In this way, there should be 4 Great Demon Kings not showing up. He wants to step into Law Manifestation Realm as soon as possible to see if there is anything left of the Great Desolate Monster King's Secret Scripture. Suzaimo stood up. Retired for half a year, he plans to go see Guyun. As soon as I left his cave, I saw his cave, and there were a lot of Dragon Clan. In addition to Torch Dragon, there were some Blue Dragon, Hornless Dragon, Horn Dragon and Rain Dragon. Come out. Come out. Go and inform Brother Yang. You stay here, I'll go now. Some Dragon Clan saw Lozirade after Suzaimo left the cave. Someone turned away and disappeared quickly. Suzaimo didn't care, and walked towards the lineage habitat of the dragon. It didn't take long before he saw Guyun. Seen in half a year, Guyun has changed even more. In fact, after Guyun's heart was broken by Diyin, he reshaped a heart in immemorial divine spring. In fact, this heart is no different from Dragon Heart. Half a year ago, he was bullied by many miscellaneous dragons, and never had time to cultivate, and the Dragon Heart did not show formidable power. Now, after half a year's practice, his breath has changed greatly, and he has been infinitely close to Dragon Clan. At least, in front of hybrid dragons such as Flood Dragon and Rain Dragon, Guyun has felt no pressure. Dragon blood is already flowing in his body. Turn into a dragon, only a chance. Seeing such changes in Guyun, Suzaimo was quite happy. The two talked for a while, and Suzaimo got up and left. Without going too far, a group of Dragon Clan came heading headed by Dragon Clan, full head, fine black hair, beautifully born, a little bit more beautiful than Long's eye that Suzumo had seen. However, the Dragon Clan's eyes were somewhat feminine, and he looked at Suzumo coldly. His face was not good. The trouble is coming. Suzumo sighed. I don't know what this mother dragon has to do with that Long sigh. Is her elder sister or younger sister? You are Longmo? The headed as your clothes blue dragon stopped Suzumo's way and asked coldly. Suzumo nodded. I have to say that compared to Long sigh, this female dragon looks much more normal, and her voice is beautiful. Unlike the loud voice of Long Sai. I'm Long Yang. As your clothes blue dragon said a faint word, and then stopped, as if waiting for Suzumo to show something of awe and door. Long Yang, hidden dragon list first. Whoever hears the name among Dragon Clan will not remain indifferent. Half a year ago, Suzumo accidentally glanced at the hidden dragon list. But for half a year, he has been studying Dragon Clan's writings, and has long forgotten the hidden dragon list. Hearing the name of Long Yang, he just stunned, a little dazed. Suzumo groaned a little, still cup one fist in the other hand. I have seen the girl Long Yang. As soon as the voice fell, the whole scene was instantly silent. Dragon Clan gathered around and grinned, drank in the air, and looked at Suzumo's eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Although Long Yang is beautiful, he is a man. Who among Dragon Clan does not know this is his taboo? Once, Dragon Clan teased him face to face, and he was forced into the Dragon Blood battlefield, fighting himself to be seriously injured, directly suppressing and killing that Dragon Clan. Since then, no one in Dragon Clan has dared to touch his taboo. Now, Suzumo's unintentional sentence is equivalent to touching the reverse scale of Long Yang. Long Yang's face suddenly cooled down. Suzumo saw the reactions of the surrounding dragons and realized that he might have said something wrong. But he couldn't think of the reason for this. After all, she was a woman, and Suzumo was reluctant to entangle with her, and once again cup one fist in the other hand, saying sincerely, Girl Long Yang, I may be a little offensive when I first arrive here, please forgive me. He was sincere, but these words were so harsh in Long Yang. Don't bullshit, go to the Dragon Blood battlefield. Long Yang gritted his teeth. Today, I want your life. Suzumo frowned. Until now, he was still confused. This is the first time he meets this Long Yang. How did he get to the Dragon Blood battlefield? According to Uncle Yan, being on the battlefield of Dragon Blood means being killed or killed. Even if it falls, someone will not intervene. Long Yang gave Suzumo a cold look, turned away, and headed for the Dragon Blood battlefield. Invite a battle in Dragon Clan. Unless you stay in your own dragon cave, you have no right to refuse. You must fight. Suzumo thought for a moment and had no clue, but still followed along. Expression was indifferent. Life and death battle. He has experienced too much. The expressions of the dragons are exhilarating. Black is pressing, and moved towards Dragon Blood. Passing the central square, Suzumo looked up and finally saw the name of Long Yang on the first line of the Hidden Dragon list. Hidden Dragon list comes first. Suzumo slightly smiled, softly muttered, It's okay, once and for all. After this battle, there should be no trouble. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1085. Chapter 1085. Once and for all. After half a year, Dragon Bones Valley, Torch Dragon Habitat. In a dark and warm cave, two rays of light suddenly lit up, like two burning flames. Under the reflection of these two groups of flames, the silhouette of a silhouette gradually became clear. It was Suzumo, who had been in retreat for half a year. I saw him relieved. The flames condensed in his eyes gradually converged, and eventually disappeared into invisibleness, and in the entire cave mansion, the darkness was restored again. In the past 6 months, his gains have been tremendous. It's not just the perceptions of the Baron spell and the primordial spirit's secret technique, but even the eyes of his torch dragon have mutated. Originally, in his right eye, there was a torch shining stone, and after half a year of cultivation, this torch shining stone has disappeared. To be precise, it is integrated into his right eye, Whether it is torch shining sword formation or torch dragon eye, it is a secret technique derived from torch shining stone. Comprehend. Now, these two secret techniques are reunited on Suzaimo. This eye technique can no longer be regarded as the eye of torch dragon. The eye force erupted not only from the scorching eye of torch dragon, but also from the sharp edge of torch shining sword formation. This eye technique has become the true eye of torch shining. Suzaimo got up slowly. For 6 months, he could feel the changes in his body. Without the restraint of black primordial spirit, he is almost the same as Dragon Clan. Day and night cultivation. Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture. Within the power of the body, every day all is climbing. That's what Dragon Clan is for. As long as you keep growing, the power of within the body will keep rising. Coupled with the blessing of Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture, Suzaimo's cultivation is faster, and there is almost no bottleneck in Void Return Realm. Suzaimo wants to cultivate Peak of Void Return Realm as soon as possible. Void Return Realm Peak. You can go to accept the baptism of Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar, step into Law Manifestation Realm in one fell swoop, and realize Dragon Clan's innate divine ability. Stepping into the Law Manifestation Realm, relying on this Dragon Clan true body, he can really be regarded as having self-protection. Of course, in Suzaimo's heart, there is another layer of expectations. In his memory, the Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture to Yang Divinity is over, and there is no text left. But he always felt that it was not that simple. Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture was originally 2 Monster Kings, and now, in his bloodline phenomenon, the Divine Dragon is counted to reveal 8 Great Demon King. In this way, there should be 4 Great Demon Kings not showing up. He wants to step into Law Manifestation Realm as soon as possible to see if there is anything left of the Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture. Suzaimo stood up. Retired for half a year, he plans to go see Guyun. As soon as I left his cave, I saw his cave, and there were a lot of Dragon Clan. In addition to Torch Dragon, there were some Blue Dragon, Hornless Dragon, Horn Dragon and Rain Dragon. Come out. Come out. Go and inform Brother Yang. You stay here, I'll go now. Some Dragon Clan saw Lozirade after Suzaimo left the cave. Someone turned away and disappeared quickly. Suzaimo didn't care, and walked towards the lineage habitat of the dragon. It didn't take long before he saw Guyun. Seen in half a year, Guyun has changed even more. In fact, after Guyun's heart was broken by Diyin, he reshaped a heart in immemorial divine spring. In fact, this heart is no different from Dragon Heart. Half a year ago, he was bullied by many miscellaneous dragons, and never had time to cultivate, and the Dragon Heart did not show formidable power. Now, after half a year's practice, his breath has changed greatly, and he has been infinitely close to Dragon Clan. At least, in front of hybrid dragons such as Flood Dragon and Rain Dragon, Guyun has felt no pressure. Dragon blood is already flowing in his body. Turn into a dragon, only a chance. Seeing such changes in Guyun, Suzaimo was quite happy. The two talked for a while, and Suzaimo got up and left. Without going too far, a group of Dragon Clan came headed by Dragon Clan Full Head Fine Black Hair, beautifully born, a little bit more beautiful than Long's eye that Suzaimo had seen. However, the Dragon Clan's eyes were somewhat feminine, and he looked at Suzaimo coldly. His face was not good. The trouble is coming. Suzaimo sighed. I don't know what this mother dragon has to do with that Long Sai. Is her elder sister or younger sister? You are Longmo? The headed as your clothes blue dragon stopped Suzaimo's way and asked coldly. Suzaimo nodded. I have to say that compared to Long Sai, this female dragon looks much more normal, and her voice is beautiful, unlike the loud voice of Long Sai. I'm Long Yang. As your clothes blue dragon said a faint word, and then stopped, as if waiting for Suzaimo to show something of awe and door. Long Yang, hidden dragon list first. Whoever hears the name among Dragon Clan will not remain indifferent. Half a year ago, Suzaimo accidentally glanced at the hidden dragon list. But for half a year, he has been studying Dragon Clan's writings, and has long forgotten the hidden dragon list. Hearing the name of Long Yang, he just stunned. a little dazed. Suzaimo groaned a little, still cup one fist in the other hand. I have seen the girl Long Yang. As soon as the voice fell, the whole scene was instantly silent. Dragon Clan gathered around and grinned, drank in the air, and looked at Suzaimo's eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Although Long Yang is beautiful, he is a man. Who among Dragon Clan does not know this is his taboo? Once, Dragon Clan teased him face to face, and he was forced into the Dragon Blood battlefield, fighting himself to be seriously injured, directly suppressing and killing that Dragon Clan. Since then, no one in Dragon Clan has dared to touch his taboo. Now, Suzaimo's unintentional sentence is equivalent to touching the reverse scale of Long Yang. Long Yang's face suddenly cooled down. Suzaimo saw the reactions of the surrounding dragons and realized that he might have said something wrong. But he couldn't think of the reason for this. After all, she was a woman, and Suzaimo was reluctant to entangle with her, and once again cup one fist in the other hand, saying sincerely, "Girl Long Yang, I may be a little offensive when I first arrive here, please forgive me." He was sincere, but these words were so harsh in Long Yang. "Don't bullshit, go to the Dragon Blood battlefield." Long Yang gritted his teeth. "Today, I want your life." Suzaimo frowned. Until now, he was still confused. This is the first time he meets this Long Yang. How did he get to the Dragon Blood battlefield? According to Uncle Yan, being on the battlefield of Dragon Blood means being killed or killed. Even if it falls, someone will not intervene. Long Yang gave Suzaimo a cold look, turned away, and headed for the Dragon Blood battlefield. Invite a battle in Dragon Clan. Unless you stay in your own dragon cave, you have no right to refuse. You must fight. Suzaimo thought for a moment and had no clue, but still followed along. Expression was indifferent. Life and death battle. He has experienced too much. The expressions of the dragons are exhilarating. Black is pressing, and moved towards Dragon Blood. Passing the central square, Suzaimo looked up and finally saw the name of Long Yang on the first line of the Hidden Dragon list. Hidden Dragon list comes first. Suzaimo slightly smiled, softly muttered, "It's okay, once and for all." After this battle, there should be no trouble. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1086. Chapter 1086. Suppression. Sister's Eye. Sister's Eye. Hornless Dragon Clan. A hornless dragon ran to Long Sai, panting slightly, and said, "Long Yang finds that Long Mo, two people will go to the Dragon Blood battlefield, and they will die." Ah! Long Zai's expression slightly changed, frowning and thinking. Sister Sai, this can be considered good thing. Who made that Long Mo ever bully you? Hornless Dragon said tentatively. "What do you know?" Long Zai stomped and turned to run. The news of Dragon Blood on Long Yang and Long Mo spread rapidly throughout the Dragon Bones Valley. Dragon Clan without retreat almost came to watch the battle. "You said, who wins and loses in this battle?" It goes without saying that Long Yang is number 5 on the Hidden Dragon list, and that Long Mo is number 1 on the Hidden Dragon list. And, I heard, he has just stepped into the Void Return realm. Yes, rather than who wins, who loses. How long can this Long Mo last? I heard that it was this Long Mo's own courting death that touched Long Yang's taboo. Long Yang and Long Mo too have not yet arrived, and around the battlefield, there have been a lot of Dragon Clan. It didn't take long for the dragons to fall apart. Long Yang gloomy face, walked slowly, boarded the blood battlefield. Dragon Blood battlefield. Suzaimo expression followed indifferently. The battlefield is wide and filled with heavy bloody chi. Two people are standing opposite each other. Long Yang, come down for me. My mother doesn't need you to help me out. Below the battlefield, Arrow suddenly came. But Long Zai appeared, moved towards Long Yang, loudly shouted. Long Yang glanced slightly and shook his head. Long Zai younger sister, this matter has nothing to do with you, it is this Long Mo's own courting death. Long Yang, you. Long Zai was speechless. Normally, Long Yang took a shot and helped her teach that Long Mo. She should be happy. Even if that Long Mo is killed, she has nothing to do with her. But somehow, in her deep in one's heart, She didn't want to have a life-and-death battle. Dragon Clan has gathered more and more here. Long Yang lightly saying, if you have any last words, you can explain them and I will do it for you. Suzaimo laughed dumbfounded and shook his head. There are no last words. Just don't let me down. Come here, I haven't exercised my muscles. Mania. When this sentence was heard, Kunlong was extremely arrogant. There was a hiss among the dragons. Many dragon clans sneered, but Long Yang didn't laugh. He suddenly found out that the Long Mo's performance was too calm. Long Yang folded her contempt, eyes slightly narrowed. Her feet suddenly strengthened emission. The whole person turned into an azure light, and in an instant, killed Suzaimo. Zheng. Long Yang reached out the palm, flexing 5 fingers slightly. A sharp fingernail popped out of his fingertips, flashing cold light. In this palm, there was a strong suction force, completely covering Suzaimo's body. What? Suzaimo's expression is surprised. Long Yang's hand is actually a very clever near-battle skill. Most Dragon Clan battles rely on fleshly body to fight close-up. Nowadays, Long Yang not only shows a strong fleshly body, the outbreak of terror, but also reveals this clever near-battle skill, which immediately seizes the upper hand. Suzaimo is not panic, rubs his palm into a knife, moved towards the void fiercely not far from the front. Ha ha, what the hell is this? Long Mo is busy. The group of dragons below saw Suzaimo this move and burst into laughter. But then, Kunlong's laughter came to an abrupt end. As Suzaimo's palm fell down, a huge ocean of vortex emerged on the battlefield, and a sound of horrible roars sounded, as if it could engulf 10,000 creatures and creatures, completely drowned. Vortex style. With the palm as a knife, the sword ending high volume erupted. Long Yang is slightly discolored. The drawing force erupted in his palm, and under the sweep of this horrible vortex, he collapsed instantly. His body was a little shaken, and his footing was unstable. Crash bang! Long Yang heard a long howl. Chi and blood broke out, and within the body came the sound of waves. Blood as tide. Long Yang's body within the body seems to have condensed to tide, fighting against the surrounding vortex chamber. His shape immediately stabilized. Call. The palm of Long Yang continued to move towards Suzaimo and grabbed it. Suzaimo had some emotions in her mind. He is cultivation so far, in the whole true cultivation world, he has encountered only 2 people who can cultivate blood as tide. Didn't expect, less than a year after coming to Dragon Clan, the 2 Dragon Clan he encountered, even reached this realm. Too late to think. Suzaimo also immediately issued chi and blood. Hong long long. The tide sounded. Suzaimo stepped forward and hit Long Yang's palm, fiercely punched him. Boom! 2 huge forces suddenly collided together, chi and blood eroded, as if 2 huge tides collided. A loud noise broke out. Long Yang expression slightly changed. Suzaimo also took a step back. Come to Dragon Bones Valley. This is the first Dragon Clan that can take him a step back. It is good. Suzaimo laughed heartily, stepped forward again, and moved towards Long Yang. Rushed forward. Long Yang frowned. The collision gave him a breath and he couldn't come forward again. But this Long Mo seems to be unaffected. In fact, Suzaimo cultivates the tide volume, within the body chi and blood, as if the tide is constantly surging, wave after wave, almost never stops. With the strength of the tide, his power is still rising. Suzaimo punched again. Fiercely cast. Long Yang didn't dodge, chi and blood burst out, and his backhand greeted him. Bang! Fist collision. Suzaimo takes another step back, and Long Yang deng 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 goes backward 3 steps. Before he could take a breath, a silhouette flashed in front of him. Suzaimo rushed up again, and punched him again. Bang! Long Yang next, retreat. Bang! 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 Suzaimo kept stepping forward, smashing with one punch after another. His strength kept rising, like unrivaled war god, imposing. His offensive was as dense as rain, but he was extremely fierce, and did not give Long Yang a breather at all. Long Yang shuddered with it and could only retreat. His face became a little ugly. Under such an offensive, He has no spare power to fight back. Don't say counterattack, even if you want to pull back, it's impossible. Right now, he's completely caught in Suzumo's offensive. No, retreat. Retreat. He can only keep resisting until he runs out of power. It's a vicious circle. In other words, he couldn't support it at that time. In this series of hard shocks, a faint bloody chi has appeared in Long Yang's mouth. His teeth have been shaken loose. Around the battlefield, it was already absolute silence. The dragons were stunned. The scene in front of them has completely exceeded their expectations. Long Yang on the hidden dragon list, blue dragon lineage, was suppressed by a bloodline impure outsider. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1087. Chapter 1087, Hearty. Long's eye opened her mouth slightly, her eyes exuding incredible colors. The power of Suzumo, she has taught. But how did she didn't expect that Suzumo could fight Long Yang? You know, Long Yang is blue dragon, bloodline is strong, hidden dragon list is the first, and battle strength is more than twice as strong. How could this bloodline impure outsider be suppressing Long Yang? Could it be said that the bloodline of the outsider is stronger and more noble than the Kang dragon blood vein? This is impossible. Long's eye quickly dismissed the idea. Taiku 9 clan dominates 10,000 ancients. Even the other 9 races don't dare to surpass Dragon Clan on bloodline. But how did this person do it? He has just stepped into Void Return Realm. If he can practice Void Return Realm, great accomplishment. Peak. What will it look like? Dragon Clan and Long's eye in Dragon Bones Valley are all too familiar, without any freshness. As for Suzumo, she knew nothing. Suddenly, she became curious about Suzumo. It looks like dragon transformation. Well, drag on like this. Long Yang is afraid to be suppressed to death by this Long Mo. Transforming into a half-dragon is enough to reverse the situation. The dragons whispered. On the battlefield, although Suzumo has the upper hand, the battle between Dragon Clan can't be considered at all. It is far from the point of victory or victory, let alone life and death. Under the pressure of Suzumo's strength to suffocate, Long Yang finally couldn't bear it, and a dragon's roar broke out. Within the body came a crackle. His body skyrocketed, and his clothes broke through. On Long Yang's body, a path of azure scales appeared, flashing cold light. His body climbed to a Jiang high, wrapped in green scales, airtight, no weak spot, strong thighs, sharp claws growing on the soles of the feet, deep into the stone platform. Such a dragon claw can erupt even more terror. The speed of Long Yang has improved a lot. Boom! Long Yang turned into a half-dragon form, and finally blocked Suzumo's punch. Half step back. Long Mo, this battle has just begun. Long Yang sneered. Toe-legged strength emission, tall body turned into an azure light, and moved towards Suzumo, fiercely rushed over. Good. Suzumo's eyes were bright. He didn't retreat halfway, he banged, stepped out of the plowing heavens step, and also moved towards the oncoming Long Yang. Bang! 2 figures slammed together, and a loud noise broke out. The whole void followed with a trembling. 2 of them fell out. Have equal shares. Hiss. This time, Kunlong slightly changed color. You know, after Long Yang transformed into a half-dragon, the strength, speed, physical strength, explosive power, and even defensive power have been significantly improved. But even so, Long Yang still didn't prevail. At this time, Suzumo's chi and blood had also urged to the limit. In addition to not using the bloodline phenomenon, his power has also fully burst out. Bloodline was surging within the body, billowing like a tide, and terrifying. Suzumo stood in place, dancing like red flames, gaze as if a torch, laughed heartily, happy. Come again. Hong Long. Suzumo's body flickered and suddenly disappeared in place. When she appeared again, she had already come to Long Yang's body. Boom. The 2 fought against each other, and the 2 of them fought hard again. At this time, none of them retired. 2 people are close at hand, staring at each other closely, relying on the strong fleshly body, forcibly withstanding the power that the other is pouring into the body. A short pause. Suddenly, 2 people shoot at the same time. Bang bang bang. Between the 10 short breaths, the two of them have fought and killed at least 2 times. The collision of energy, the splash of flesh and blood, horrible to see. Near the war front, the most dangerous. These 10 breaths are a good illustration of this. Below this distance, no one can guarantee that he is safe and sound. 2 people have been injured. The only thing they can do is to avoid the key points as much as possible. The battle between the 2 people may seem short-term, but in fact, the competition is burst, strength, speed and even physical strength. From Long Yang's point of view, he transformed into a half-dragon. With his endless physical strength and strong defense power, he must consume energy to the end. But after 10 breaths, Suzaimo's gaze was greatly rises. But the more fights the more brave is. Long Yang clearly saw that the wounds of his dragon claw on Suzaimo's body had not healed, but had stopped bleeding. Horrible self-healing power. Long Yang faintly realized that if this kind of battle continues, 2 people will win or lose. I am afraid it is still unknown. Bang! It was another matchup. Long Yang retreated, pulling away, breathing slightly. 2 figures. Stand still again. There was a burst of restlessness among the dragons, and there were 4 uproars. 2 people are already on the lottery. Suzaimo's scarlet robe was almost torn, with a path of wounds on her body, but it was not at the point and the scar was not deep. Long Yang, too, looked very embarrassed. The dragon scale on his body was shot down with dozens of slices, and several wounds were blurred in flesh and blood. Long Yang took a deep breath. Condensing, you are strong, far beyond my expectations. I decided not to keep my hands, to give you enough respect, and use my most powerful means to suppress and kill you herein. Suzaimo had a smile on his face and was not afraid. In this battle, he was a happy fight. At first, in the land of preaching the Tao, this fleshly body and bloodline could not be used. After that, fleshly body was abolished by Emperor Half-Ancestor. From the land of preaching the Tao to the present, Suzaimo has been struggling with energy, and now, finally, let out, only feel physically and mentally refreshing and hearty. No matter how Long Yang threatened, Suzaimo didn't take it seriously. Although he was slightly injured, the situation is still under his control so far. Come on. Let me see what else you can do. Suzaimo slightly smiled, chi and blood broke out, and the whole person rushed up again, pulling behind a series of after-images, carrying the momentum of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth, and came to Long Yang in an instant. Bang! Suzaimo makes a punch. This is the punch that chi and blood urged to the limit and burst to the apex, as if all obstacles in front of him could be turned into a powder. This is also the most terrifying punch of Suzaimo since the war. At the same time, his right eye suddenly flashed a dazzling brilliance, containing a sharp edge, like a scorching sun. Eye technique. Bang! A dazzling beam of light burst out, as if it could penetrate everything, burn everything, tear everything. This is Eye of Torch, shining more horrifying than the Eye of Torch dragon. 2 extreme powers suddenly erupted, and they worked perfectly together. There was no weak spot. Long Yang even smelled the breath of death and changed colors. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1088 1088 Divine Dragon Phantom. Long Yang had no time to think about it. Chi and blood peaked, within the body skeleton mutated, and the original Jianghai body quickly expanded and stretched. A slender body soared into the sky, hovering up. The complete dragon clan pattern, a 12-foot-long dragon body, covered with azure scales, 4 claws under the belly, showing off talent. The sloppy dragon head shakes up, and shuttles in the clouds. This is almost a perfect dragon body. Just as Long Yang transfigured the dragon body, the beam of Eye of Torch shining came and landed on this dragon body. The dragon body soared to the sky. The beam of light on this dragon body left a huge wound, and the blood flowed like a bee. More than a dozen dragon scales have fallen and have been burnt with sword marks on them. Seeing this scene, Kulong is uproar. Although the threat of Eye technique is great, it wins in an instant and unexpectedly. The power of eye technique is far less powerful than many spells. Even a powerful eye technique like the Eye of Torch Dragon cannot penetrate the defense of the blue dragon's scale and hurt its fleshly body. Now, Suzaimo's eye technique almost runs through Long Yang's dragon body. It can be imagined that if Long Yang did not imitate the complete dragon body in time, just this one, I am afraid that he has only half a life left. Boom! Blue Dragon swings his tail and hits Suzaimo's fist. Suzaimo was shocked and flew out. Long Yang, transformed into the form of Blue Dragon, is too scary, but simply cannot rely on Dragon Clan true body and bloodline alone. It seems that the two of them fought back and forth. But in fact, Long Yang suffered a big loss. He didn't say a word, but there was intense pain in the dragon eye. The wound on the dragon body cut by Eye of Torch Shining had a great impact on him. So far, there is no tendency to heal. You know, the blue dragon lineage, the fleshly body heals the most terrible. The burning power of the Eye of Torch Dragon alone could not hinder the healing of his fleshly body. But on this wound, there is still a sharp edge, which is constantly tearing flesh and blood, and it is on par with his self-healing chamber. Long Yang shuttles in the clouds, but the dragon blood drips constantly on his body, and every time he moves, the wound will cause severe pain. Behind Blue Dragon, in the sky is filled with heartwarming coercion. This is the coercion unique to Dragon Clan. All races below bloodline will be affected under this coercion. The humbler the bloodline, the greater the impact. Suzaimo looked up, his eyes brightened, but he didn't seem to feel it. Hong Long. In the clouds, a terrifying dragon head suddenly came out, opened his mouth, and moved towards Suzaimo. Spit out a huge torrent. The torrent fell down and landed on the battlefield, condensing a deep bottomless ocean. Guiyun, as fierce, also understands similar spells, but the fierce scourge can only be in the lake days. Xiao Yao is king, and Dragon Clan is the one who can really turn the river over. In the face of this power, Suzaimo is a small ant, almost instantly swallowed up by this tsunami. This spell is no different from the real ocean. In the face of this strength of heaven and earth, any power appears to be unable to withstand a single blow. Long Yang hovering in midair, spreading a huge divine consciousness, staring at the sea, as if looking for something. After a while, there was no movement on the surface, and Long Yang softly sighed of relief. Ang! Long Yang groaned, quite excited. Is it over? The dragons looked at the battlefield with the same thought in their hearts. In all fairness, in the entire Dragon Bones Valley, no one can resist Long Yang's Dao law in Dragon Clan of Void Return Realm. But this Long Mo is different. Even as Long Mo was swallowed and drowned, Kunlong's heart still felt a little uneasy. That Long Mo doesn't seem to fall so easily. Suddenly, the original calm sea surface seemed to be filled with a pair of invisible large hands and began to rotate constantly, faster and faster. A moment later, in the middle of the ocean, a huge vortex was formed. In the center of this vortex, a tall energy purgatory purging slowly floats up, and there is a sound of waves like ghosts and howl like wolves. Break for me. Suzaimo's voice sounded in purgatory. Purgatory shattered. A tall towering corpse mountain emerged, staining the entire ocean with blood red. Suzaimo was standing on the corpse mountain, just like the killing god in hell. Azure blade, Ding Hai Volume 2 knife intentions merged together. Suzaimo break free. Who? Long Yang was furious, gasping in his nostrils, looking down at Suzaimo. Suddenly, Long Yang dived down, opened his mouth wide, and a terrible growl erupted deep in his throat, shaking heaven and earth. Blue Dragon moan. 5 lineages of Dragon Clan, born to understand the method of Dragon's Roar. Don't say 5 lineages of Dragon Clan, even if it is a hybrid dragon lineage, like the Dragon or the Dragon's Roar of the Rain Dragon. Most cultivators can't bear it. The power of Dragon's Roar of 5 lineages of Dragon Clan is even more terrifying. Pure weak ominous beasts with weak strength may be directly shocked. And among the 5 pulses, the formidable power of Blue Dragon's grief is the strongest. because the strength of dragon's roar is very close to bloodline. Kang dragon blood has the strongest pulse, and the formidable power of dragon's roar is the biggest. Suzaimo complexion greatly changed. The sound of dragon's roar had just sounded, and he felt a sting in his ears. How strong is his fleshly body? Cultivating the great desolate monster king's secret scripture, most of the range secret techniques erupted, which had no effect on him. But this blue dragon's chant has not completely erupted, and his ears have felt pain. Suzaimo immediately realized that, in this state, he couldn't stop the blue dragon's moan. If it is hard, his eardrums will be pierced. The primordial spirit is subject to shock. Crackle. Suzaimo's within the body. Suddenly there was a skeleton change. Sting. His shirt was torn, his body was soaring, and a path of scarlet-eared scales grew on him, like a red piece of iron, exuding a hot breath. Dragon transformation. Half-dragon form. In Kulong's view, Long Yang transformed into a complete dragon clan form and failed to immediately suppress Suzaimo. This should not be the case. But the group dragons don't know, until the cultivation. Among the same level, the creatures that can drive Suzaimo to this step are the God Clan Commander of the Year. Even in the face of Yin, Suzaimo does not need dragon transformation. Distorted into a half-dragon form, Suzaimo's strength, speed, and defense also skyrocketed, and the tingling in his ears has offset a lot. But this is not enough. The blue dragon grief has completely erupted. Suzaimo's eyes were bright, within the body chi and blood surged, and behind him, a phantom of a divine dragon emerged vividly, hovering up. One man one dragon stared at Long Yang, who rushed over, exhaling a heartbreaking breath, overwhelmingly wanton. Staring at this one man one dragon, I don't know why, Long Yang's heart suddenly felt a little fear, and he subconsciously stopped his figure. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1089. Chapter 1089, Alarming Elder. What is this? A bloodline phenomenon? This Longmo actually cultivated the bloodline phenomenon. The group of dragons suddenly changed color. In Dragon Bones Valley, at least has 20 dragon clan trained to blood as tide. But there is only one who can cultivate the bloodline phenomenon. It is the only five-clawed divine dragon of the blue dragon lineage. It is also the head of the Heaven Dragon list today, the young Master Long Kang of the blue dragon lineage. But now, on another dragon clan, seeing the bloodline phenomenon, it is conceivable that the vibration of Kulong's heart. Although this Long Mo cultivates the bloodline phenomenon, his natural phenomenon does not seem to be as strong as Long Kang's natural phenomenon. It's too far to compare. Long Kang's bloodline phenomenon is enough to suppress Long Mo, this divine dragon, easily. Kulong guessed right and wrong. This divine dragon phantom is indeed the bloodline phenomenon of Suzaimo, but only one of his 8 monster kings. Suzaimo does not reveal all the natural phenomena. As a result, Long Yang hasn't pushed him to that point yet. In 2 years, 8 monster kings appeared at the same time, which is too shocking. Not to mention, after the 8 monster kings, a bloody butterfly will emerge. One dragon clan said in a deep voice, "Be that as it may, but even the weakest bloodline phenomenon is also a powerful, formidable power that cannot be underestimated." This Long Mo has been transformed into a half-dragon form. If he also transformed into a complete dragon body, Long Yang may be bodil rather than well. Impossible. Another dragon clan shook his head and said, Long Mo bloodline is impure, transfiguring a half-dragon, which is already his limit. This dragon clan is right. Today's Suzaimo can at most be transformed into a half-dragon form, and it cannot yet transform into a complete dragon body. I do not know why. But even in the form of a half-dragon, it is enough to support him to sweep everything. The power of the blue dragon grief has completely erupted. Suzaimo stood in place, gaze as if a torch, and suddenly opened his mouth. The divine dragon behind him also opened his mouth at the same time. The movements of one man one dragon were synchronized, and there was no difference. A roar shaking heaven and earth suddenly broke out. Heaven and earth tremble, and the color changes. Roar. Shock with the voice of dragons roar. 2 dragons roar burst out of power, colliding in midair. The whole heaven and earth seemed to be quiet. Suddenly, there was silence, big sounds. But every dragon clan felt a kind of trembling. Long Yang figure trembled, suddenly groaned. His face became a bit pale. Moving dragons. As everyone knows, Blue Dragon's grief is the strongest vocal force in Five Vein Dragon's roar. The collision of two dragons' roar sounds. But Long Yang is falling. What does this mean? Could it be said that this Long Mo's bloodline is more powerful than Kang dragon blood? The faces of Kulong all appeared in incredible colors. Suddenly, Suzaimo stood up, taking advantage of Long Yang's stature. He jumped up, cleared the clouds, and rode on Long Yang's neck. Long Yang is furious. It was a great humiliation for Dragon Clan to be riding around his neck. No one is above him. The dignity of Dragon Clan cannot be trampled. Regardless of Suzaimo, his legs are strong and powerful. He clamped Long Yang's neck tightly, raised his fist, and hit Long Yang's head, smashing fiercely. Boom! A loud noise. Long Yang wailed. Suzaimo, this fist is enough to break the divine weapon into pieces, but failed to knock open the head of Long Yang, showing the power of Blue Dragon fleshly body. But this fist fell down, and Long Yang's head was blurred with flesh and blood. Roar! Long Yang roared. His eyes were red, and the entire dragon body rolled continuously, bursting with twisting and twisting power. Even though Suzaimo's legs were pinching Long Yang's neck, he was almost thrown out of the air by him. Suzaimo quickly reached out his hands and held Long Yang's pair of dragon horns tightly to stabilize his figure. And Long Yang's body has no tendency to stop at all. He rolls, shuttles, circles, and spins in the air. Suzaimo's hands and legs' strength emission can only stabilize his body, but he can't get out of hand and continues to attack. The two sides were caught in a weird stalemate. Of course, if there is no accident, such a stalemate will consume Long Yang's physical strength greatly. If it continues, his defeat is inevitable. Long Mo made a big mistake. Yes, the Horn of Blue Dragon has a lot of attacking methods, and the essence of strength is gathered. Long Mo holds the Horn of Blue Dragon, which is his courting death. The group of dragons watched coldly, naturally seeing more real. As they discussed, Long Yang's dragon horn suddenly turned red, like a redine rod, and the temperature kept rising. Suzaimo stared. This should be the method of torch dragon lineage, but Long Yang is in control. Normally, if someone else continues to hold the pair of blue dragon horns, the palm will be burned to ashes. If you let go, you will naturally be dropped. But riding on Long Yang's neck was Suzaimo. Long Yang's counterattack. In his eyes, it did not constitute a threat at all. In the end, his right hand is a divine phoenix bone. Even if the flesh is burned to ashes, his right hand bones will not be damaged. In 2 years, Suzaimo will not hold a dragon horn in a silly way. He also has whole cards. Okay, let you try the Baron power. Suzaimo sneered slightly. His eyes brightened, and the decisiveness condensed in the palms of his hands. Suddenly, 2 grey misty mists appeared in the palm of his hands. These 2 mists enclose the scarlet-eared dragon horn and isolate the heat. Suzaimo still clings to the blue dragon's horns, and his palms are safe. Well, this Long Mo has a means to deal with it. It's 1 foot tall, and 2 people's victory and defeat. I'm afraid it's hard to say. What spell is that fog? How do you smell and ask? It doesn't look like formidable power. Many Dragon Clan are slightly frowned, with a bit of confusion in their eyes. On the surface, the Baron power is just the scorching of the horn of the blue dragon. But in fact, desolation has already acted on Long Yang. Long Yang's life essence is being cut at a rate of 500 years. In a blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed, and Long Yang's life essence has been reduced by as much as 5,000 years. Normally, the life essence of Dust of Void Return is only 5,000 years. Dragon Clan is one of Taiku's 9 races. It once dominated Taiku. Bloodline is powerful and different from a human race. Although Dragon Clan's breeding rate is extremely low, their life essence is long. Even without cultivation, there are hundreds of thousands of years of life essence. For human race cultivator, Only by stepping into the Great Ascension realm can there be a thousand-year life essence. This is the gap. Therefore, Long Yang, who has a long life essence, did not notice any abnormality after the barons came. The first to realize that something is wrong is not Long Yang, but many Dragon Clan elders who are watching in the dark. This battle, on the surface, is only the life and death battle between two Dragon Clan, but it has already alarmed elder of 5 lineages of Dragon Clan. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1090. Chapter 1090, Dragon's Reverse Scale. In the corner not far from the battlefield of Dragon Blood, standing in 5 blurry silhouettes, as if in another space, watching the battle silently. Even if Dragon Clan passed by, they could not be seen. The 5 silhouettes are elder from 5 lineages of Dragon Clan. Torch Dragon lineage, it is 4th elder who came to watch the war. You Torch Dragon lineage, do you really want this little baby to be a young master? Horn Dragon Clan elder is slightly frowned, and his tone is obviously questionable. Rain Dragon Clan elder also shook the head, saying, this child battle strength is not weak, but after all bloodline is impure and has limited potential and is not worth training. For Torch Dragon Elder to send Suzaimo and Guyun to Immemorial Divine Spring for healing, other Dragon Clan Elder has some criticism. Torch Dragon 4th Elder just laughed and said, keep watching. As time went on, several elders gradually showed a hint of surprise. Unexpectedly, the battle strength of this child can reach such a point. It was somewhat unexpected to me. His bloodline is impure and he can't imitate the complete dragon body, which is not a big problem. When he trains to Void Return Realm Great Perfection and accepts the baptism of Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar, he should be able to illusion. 5 lineages of Dragon Clan Elder commented while chatting. As the battle progressed, several elders' attitudes towards Suzaimo also gradually changed. Just after 2 breaths of desolation, Hornless Dragon Clan Elder slightly smiled and said, interesting, this child has the power to weaken life essence. For 500 years, it's okay to deal with lower races. It won't work against our Dragon Clan. Blue Dragon Clan Elder expression relaxed and didn't care much. After 7 breaths, Torch Dragon 4th Elder expression grave, whispered, nothing. The other 4 elders stared at each other and also noticed anomalies. Horn Dragon Clan Elder squinted his eyes and said, this Tao Law technique reduces the power of life essence, irreversible. Although the spell for life essence is extremely rare and precious, it is not without it. However, the power of these spells can be restored. To put it simply, the release of spell, the reduction of 500 years of life essence, the end of spell, the 500 years of life essence will be restored. But desolation is different. Reducing 500 years of life essence is equivalent to reducing 500 years, irreversible and irreversible. This is too terrifying. Who wouldn't believe their lives are long? Imagine a spirited and handsome young man who was suddenly cut off 70 years of life essence and became a dying old man. What a horrible situation. Even Dragon Clan, which has a long life essence, has been cut by 1000 years of life essence. It is impossible to remain indifferent. This Dragon Clan Juna life and death battle, as elder, should not have intervened. But Long Yang is number 1 on the hidden dragon list. Suzaimo is also an outsider who has not joined Dragon Clan for more than half a year. Blue Dragon Clan Elder squeezed his brows and moved out of in the sky. 4 other people quickly followed. Old Tree, isn't it good to get involved in the junior dispute? Dragon Clan, but never broke this rule. Torch Dragon 4th Elder frowns, saying, Blue Dragon Clan Elder also expressed hesitation. Just then, the expression of 5 Dragon Clan Elder changes at the same time. They were originally in the void and could not feel it. When they came outside, they clearly felt the barren, terrifying place. The power of this Tao Law, even ignore the cultivation realm. Hornless Dragon Clan Elder's eyes stared, and there was an incredible color in his eyes. Seems to be. Horn Dragon Clan Elder's face gradually faded, nodded. This means that this Tao Law technique has come to them, and their life essence will be reduced at a rate of 500 years. Of course, with their battle strength, Suzaimo can be suppressed and killed without a single breath. But even so, This Dowlaw technique is enough to be called shocking. Rain Dragon Clan Elder said meaningfully, "This Long Mo really surprises us too much." By this time, the Baron spell was released from Suzaimo. 10 breaths had passed. Blue Dragon Clan Elder's eyes flashed with determination, and he was ready to shoot. If you continue to consume it this way, even if Long Yang is not dead and exhausts too much life essence, a heaven chosen such as Blue Dragon Clan will also fall away. Just then, on the battlefield, there was a sudden change. Suzaimo, who had the upper hand, jumped from Long Yang's body, spreading the mist with both hands, and stood at the other end of the battlefield, expression indifferent. "Stop it!" Suzaimo, who had the upper hand, did not kill to the last one, but closed it in time. Loss of 5,000 years of life essence is not a fatal loss for Long Yang. This is a lesson and a warning. After Suzaimo closed his hands, Blue Dragon Clan Elder just stepped out, and also closed it back. Softly sigh of relief. Dragon blood on the battlefield. Suzaimo's eyes were calm and he looked at Long Yang not far away. In this battle, the outcome has been divided. In other words, life and death are divided. If he continues to show desolation, Long Yang has no choice but to have one ending, that is, life essence is exhausted and falls. He is not a killer himself, and he has no deep hatred with Long Yang. He does not intend to kill to the last one. Cut 5,000 years of life essence and give you a lesson? Enough. Long Yang hovering in the air, motionless, staring at Suzaimo, complex expression. In his eyes, there was no original anger. Suzaimo's retention, he felt it naturally. But he still won't give up. He is in the bones, prouder than anyone else. Long Mo, don't think you'll let go. You'll let me give in. Long Yang pursed her lips, expression stubborn, and gritted her teeth. I still have a trick. I haven't lost yet. Kulong heart startled. All felt the death of Long Yang. This is really going to be a fight. Long Yang, stop it. Long's eye couldn't help being yelled. Long Yang shook the head, looking at Suzaimo, slowly said, Long Mo, pick up. Primordial Spirit Secret Technique with Wrath of Blue Dragon. The words did not fall. Long Yang's eyebrows, azure light burst out. An azure divine dragon showing off talent broke out, opened bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, expression moved towards Suzaimo fiercely hit. Kulong's heart is tight. Primordial Spirit. Success or failure depends on this move. In the eyes of the dragons, Suzaimo joined Dragon Bones Valley less than a year ago and has not had time to practice Dragon Clan's Primordial Spirit Secret Technique. Facing this move, Suzaimo is probably bodil rather than well. But on the battlefield, looking at the oncoming Azure Dragon, Suzaimo's expression was calm. His eyebrows flickered, and the huge divide consciousness was condensed and compressed. At the center of his eyebrow, a palm-sized scarlet-eared scale slowly floated out. It looks very ordinary. Compared to Long Yang's Blue Dragon Fury, it is simply unremarkable. This is just a dragon scale. Dragon Reverse Scale. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1091. Chapter 1091. Recognition. Great Desolate Monster King's Secret Scripture. Primordial Spirit Secret Technique in Yang Divinity. Also the essence in Yang Divinity. The reverse scale is a piece of scale under the Dragon Clan's neck, which is very secretive. It is in the shape of a crescent. Once touched, Dragon Clan will be angry. Therefore, a word has been circulating from ancient times to the present. The reverse scale of the dragon, you must die. This sentence is exactly where profound truth of this primordial spirit secret technique lies. This scarlet-eared reverse scale in midair doesn't have to be killed into Long Yang's sea of consciousness and exposed to his primordial spirit in order to suppress and kill it. The anger of Long Yang's blue dragon, as long as it collides with the reverse scale, even if it is several tenjiang apart, his primordial spirit hides in the sea of consciousness, and divine soul will be destroyed. This is the horror of their reverse scale. This reverse scale cannot be touched. You must die if you touch it. Since ancient times, there is no such thing as a primordial spirit secret technique that can have such an overbearing power. When the reverse scale came, Kulong could not feel it. But Long Yang felt the scalp tingling, and a chill was blowing from the back. Have one's hair stand on end. A feeling came into his mind, as if you were next moment, you will die. At the same time, the 5 lineages of Dragon Clan Elder watching from a distance is also shockingly discolored. With their cultivation realm, they can naturally feel the terrifying breath emanating from the reverse scale. The Azure Divine Dragon in midair looks prestigious, powerful, and imposing, but compared to this reverse scale, it is too far away. 2 primordial spirit secret techniques erupted, and they collided with each other instantly. Even if 5 lineages of Dragon Clan Elder took the shot, it was too late. Long Yang is over. 5 lineages of Dragon Clan Elder flashed the thought at the same time. Blue Dragon Clan Elder's eyes showed deep remorse. When this Long Mo had just given up, he should come forward. If he can stand up in time, this terrible killing will not come, and Long Yang will not die. No wonder Long Mo. Life and death battle. Even if Long Mo suppresses and kills Long Yang, it is justified. Even more how? Before that, Long Mo had stopped. Perhaps Long Yang deserves it. Blue Dragon Clan Elder sighed in his heart. The primordial spirit fights slowly, but in a flash. In midair, this Azure Divine Dragon directly hit the reverse scale, and the entire dragon body stopped in midair. Then, in the eyes, a path of fissure emerged from the Azure Dragon's body. That reverse scale is intact. Not far away, Long Yang's expression suddenly froze on his face. His eyes straightened, his eyes were a little loose, and he gradually faded. Suzaimo slightly frowned. If he persists, although his primordial spirit will suffer some shocks, Long Yang is undoubtedly dead. But he really didn't need it. Suzaimo's heart moved and the reverse scale disappeared. In midair, the Azure Divine Dragon did not support it for a long time, and it turned into a light spot, dissipating between heaven and earth. Long Yang closed his eyes, and his huge body fell from the air, banging, and smashing on the battlefield, causing the dust to stir up 4 times. Suzaimo sighed. Long Yang is not dead, but its primordial spirit is also covered with cracks. Fortunately, Suzaimo closed it in time. If the reverse scale exists for an instant, Long Yang may have died out of divine soul and disappeared. 5 lineages of Dragon Clan Elder felt the changes in the middle, and they were all relieved. Blue Dragon Clan Elder is even more delighted. On the battlefield, the life aura of Long Yang within the body is minimal and barely detectable. Kulong didn't know the situation of Long Yang and thought he had fallen. There was an uproar among the dragons. Some were furious, some were surprised, some were sad, and some were caught on the spot. Long Kun wanted to come. Long Yang has cultivated to Void Return Realm great perfection. Even if the primordial spirit is fierce, he is not likely to end up in a dead end. But now, Long Yang fell to the ground motionless and could not feel a little life internal chi. Long Yang is dead. Many Dragon Clan rushed to the battlefield. Some blue dragon eyes are red with expressions of grief. Blue Dragon turned around and glared at Suzaimo, loudly said, Long Mo, I'm going to challenge you. It's on this dragon blood battlefield, a battle of life and death. Let me come. Long Mo, I challenge you. Another Blue Dragon Clan stood up. What are you doing? Torch Dragon Clan's Longkin quickly stood beside Suzaimo, loudly said, this is a 2-person life and death battle. No wonder Brother Mo just hit. We Torch Dragon Clan can still be afraid of you. Another Torch Dragon loudly said, pipe me down. Long Zai loudly roared. But above this noisy battlefield, her voice was soon drowned. The sentiment is fierce, and in an instant, the Dragon Clan group battle broke out on this dragon blood battlefield. What are you doing? At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in the air and passed into the ears of each Dragon Clan, containing a powerful deterrent. Kulong's heart was shocked and looked around. I saw 5 silhouettes standing in the air, exuding a strong breath. Coercion. Under this coercive repression, the blood that had just flown from the group of dragons gradually subsided. 5 lineages of Dragon Clan Elder is here. What trouble is there? Is there any rule? Blue Dragon Clan Elder looked around all around. His eyes were sharp. Among the dragons, No one dared to look at them. Elder, this outsider killed Brother Yang. Finally, a blue dragon couldn't help it. His eyes flushed. He said sadly, on the dragon blood battlefield, it was originally life and death battle. If you are afraid of death, don't come here. Blue Dragon Clan Elder coldly said. But the blue dragon is still unwilling. He is the same family as Long Yang, and in his heart, he is very close to Long Yang. Suzaimo came to Dragon Bones Valley less than a year ago, or torched dragon lineage. Bloodline is impure. In his eyes, is an outsider. Nothing. Blue Dragon Clan Elder shook his head. This is Dragon Clan's rules, no doubt. After a short pause, Blue Dragon Clan Elder took a deep look at Suzaimo, slowly said, even more how? Long Yang, he is not dead yet. The words fell, and the dragons were stunned. Long Yang is not dead? Normally, the primordial spirit suffered from this kind of trauma. Even if it did not fall immediately, I am afraid that it will not be saved. However, there are life and death in Dragon Bones Valley. Blue Dragon Clan Elder waved his sleeves, bursting out a Daolaw force. Long Yang's huge body transforms into an adult form. Blue Dragon Clan Elder's eyes fell on Suzaimo's body again, paused a little, and nodded at him before taking Long Yang away. Although Blue Dragon Clan Elder did not speak, this nodded one is already a rare one. Blue Dragon Clan Elder is thanking Suzaimo. The primordial spirit battle that just happened took place in an instant, and the dragons didn't know the changes, but Elder of 5 lineages of Dragon Clan could feel it. Without Suzaimo's hand, Long Yang has now fallen. This battle not only established Suzaimo's position among the Dragon Clan juniors, he also really received the approval of many Dragon Clan elders. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1092. Chapter 1092. As Blue Dragon Clan Elder took Long Yang away, the dragons gradually dispersed. Before Long's eye left, he turned to look at Suzaimo. His eyes were complicated. Of course, on the battlefield of Dragon Blood, there are still a lot of Dragon Clan around Suzaimo. They would not leave. Most of them are Torch Dragon. This battle is a morale boost for Torch Dragon lineage. The defeat of Long Yang means that Suzaimo becomes the new Hidden Dragon list first. For the first time in Indiana 10000, this is the first time that Torch Dragon Clan has reached the top of the Hidden Dragon list. Originally, some Torch Dragons who did not recognize Suzaimo did not object at this time, for fear that Suzaimo would not join the Torch Dragon lineage. Let's get out of here first. At this moment, 4 Dragon Clan elders descended from the air and spoke to the surrounding Dragon Clan. Long Mo, you stay. Torch Dragon 4th elder expression is gentle, and laughs at Suzaimo. Group Long Li goes. On the battlefield of Dragon Blood, there are only Suzaimo and 4 Dragon Clan elder. Long Mo, what's the spell you just released? What's the name of a grey mist in your palm? Horn Dragon Clan Elder asked. Baron. Suzaimo did not hide either. You release it again. Let's see. Rain Dragon Clan Elder was curious. In other words, he couldn't believe that the spell power of a Void Return Realm Dragon Clan could affect their existence at this level. Suzaimo turned over the palm. A grey mist appeared in the palm of his hand. Below this distance, the 4 Dragon Clan Elder feel more clear and true. Rain Dragon Clan Elder reached out a finger and touched the mist lightly. His fingers, just touching the mist, retracted. Hiss. Rain Dragon Clan Elder sucking a breath of cold air, looking at the other 3 Dragon Clan Elder, nodded. As predicted, the power of this Daolaw technique can even affect them. Just now, Rain Dragon Clan Elder is just a touch away. At most it is 10% of the breathing time, which has damaged decades of life essence, and, irreversible. These decades of life essence have completely disappeared. Hold it up. Rain Dragon Clan Elder hurried. Somehow, looking at this grey misty fog, he always felt shocked. Where did you learn this Daolaw? Horn Dragon Clan Elder asked. Suzaimo lightly saying, teached by a friend. Can this Daolaw be taught? Horn's Dragon Clan Elder's eyes exuded rays of light, and couldn't help asking. Even if they have become Dragon Clan Elder, they have a distinguished status, a towering battle strength, and can even compete with the old ancestor of Great Ascension. It is still heartbreaking to see this kind of spell. Sorry, no, Suzumo without the slightest hesitation, shaking his head to refuse. Dai once told him, Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture, he can't pass it on. According to Dai, Suzumo never forgets. There were regrets on the faces of Hornless Dragon Clan Elder and Rain Dragon Clan Elder. Only Torch Dragon 4th Elder expression, as usual, seems to understand Suzumo's intentions towards. Suzumo nodded. Horn Dragon Clan Elder condensed the flash of heat in his eyes. His face was dark, and he said deeply, Longmo, as a Dragon Clan player, cultivate Dragon Clan's cultivation technique, enjoy Immemorial Divine Spring. You should have hand over this Dao law. Suzumo frowned. This was obviously the Tunta newspaper, which made him feel aversion in his heart. Immemorial Divine Spring really saved his life and brought this Dragon Clan true body back to life. But he also joined Dragon Clan. If so, asking him to do anything will only make him offensive. With Suzumo's temperament, I would rather not have this Dragon Clan true body, nor would I give in. Some things are his bottom line and cannot be compromised. No. Suzumo's rejection was more thorough this time, and his tone was a bit cold. Horn Dragon Clan Elder narrowed his eyes. In Dragon Clan, a junior of Void Return Realm dare to refuse him like this and talk to him? Even more, how? This junior is still an outsider. Bloodline is impure, unidentified. Junior, say it again. Horn Dragon Clan Elder's gloomy eyes asked again. Longzong, what are you doing? Torch Dragon Clan 4th Elder pulled Suzumo behind him. His gentle face disappeared, his eyes sharpened, and he glared at Horned Dragon Clan Elder. This Dao Law has strong formidable power, and let him hand it over to Dragon Clan. Our Dragon Clan strength will become strong, which is not excessive. Horned Dragon Clan Elder lightly saying called Longzong. Torch Dragon 4th Elder coldly snorted, saying, if this child is willing, then it is good. But if he is not willing, you, me, every Dragon Clan, no one can force him. Hearing this sentence, Suzumo's heart surged. Regardless, Elder of Torch Dragon Clan did not consider him an outsider and was always guarding him. Why are you favoring him like this? Longzong slightly frowned, solemnly asked. Torch Dragon Clan 4th Elder said with a sneer, this has nothing to do with favoritism. Longzong, you are also a lot of years old, and actually forced a junior to hand over cultivation techniques. You still have to face. You. Longzong was speechless and his face sank completely. Hornless Dragon Clan Elder is a middle-aged beautiful woman, and she shook her head at this time. Longzong, this is indeed an excess of you. Although I want to cultivate this Dao Law, I will not persecute this child. Okay, don't make noise. Rain Dragon Clan Elder stepped out and hit the circle, saying, Longzong may be in a hurry, but he has a stronger tone. He is not malicious. It's better. Torch Dragon Clan 4th Elder said, we Torch Dragon Clan has decided that Longmo is the young master of the Torch Dragon lineage, occupying the title of Candle. Some old guys don't think about it. HMPH. Longzong couldn't hang on his face, left his sleeves, and soon disappeared. It's okay. Don't bother him. Torch Dragon Clan 4th Elder turned around, patted Suzumo's shoulder, and said, that guy is probably confused. Many thanks 4th Elder. Suzumo bowed his thanks. This time, thanks to Torch Dragon 4th Elder's clearance. Otherwise, with his temperament, if he argues with Horned Dragon Clan Elder, it is very likely that he will end in a miserable end, and Dragon Clan True Body will be abolished again. By the way, your primordial spirit secret technique was given to you by your friend? Hornless Dragon Clan Elder curiously asked. Ah, Suzumo nodded. What is this primordial spirit secret technique? Hornless Dragon Clan Elder asked again. Reverse scale. Hearing these two words, the three elders slightly startled, and then there was a stun in their eyes. Reverse scale. Reverse scale, will die. Rain Dragon Clan Elder softly muttered, nodded and said, no wonder it's so overbearing. Torch Dragon Clan 4th Elder groaned a little, and still whispered, Long Mo, this barren spell, and this reverse scale secret technique, are too, well, a little powerful. In the future in Dragon Bones Valley, fight against other dragon clan. Try not to use it. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1093. Chapter 1093 Return to the Northern Region. Dragon Bones Valley. After the battle between Suzaimo and Long Yang, less than a month later, Torch Dragon Elder came forward and named Suzaimo as the young master of the Torch Dragon lineage, given the name Longzu. In the past 6 months, Suzaimo has fully integrated into the Dragon Bones Valley. In the half-a-year-old battle, he became known as Dragon Clan and was recognized by many Dragon Clan, especially Torch Dragon lineage. In 2 years, the Torch Dragon Clan young master has a distinguished status far above other Dragon Clan. In 3 years, Suzaimo has become the first in the Hidden Dragon list. Another point, Long Yang, who has fallen to number 2 on the Hidden Dragon list, lost. Not only did he not fight against Suzaimo, but went very close to him. Whenever someone wants to challenge Suzaimo, Long Yang stops. In the past 6 months, Dragon Clan, who played against Long Yang, lost all of them. Even the second Hidden Dragon list can't beat, let alone challenge the first Hidden Dragon list. Not only Long Yang, Long Zai of Hornless Dragon Clan, but also the Torch Dragon lineage, and changed the once violent temper, became much tenderer, let the group of dragons clicking one's tongue in wonder, envy. However, Suzaimo felt a little overwhelmed. Even if this fleshly body is Dragon Clan true body, he has no intention of forming a Dao companion with Dragon Clan. Torch Dragon Clan Elder urged the marriage, and he still refused to agree. When he was annoyed, he could not retreat. In a flash, 10 years had passed. The bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. In the early morning, the morning sun rose, and the rays of light fell on the ancient temple, reflecting the body of a dark-haired cultivator. Suzaimo slowly opened his eyes, and put out a breath. 10 years ago, he had just stepped into the Void Return Realm to reshape the fleshly body. 10 years later, he has practiced to Void Return Realm middle stage peak. This cultivation speed is quite scary. You know, the further behind the cultivation realm, the harder it is to improve. At Nascent Soul Realm, Suzaimo trained from Nascent Soul early stage to Nascent Soul middle stage peak. It took 100 years. At Void Return Realm, he only used it for 10 years. At Nascent Soul Realm, Suzaimo not only had to cultivate, but also had to conceive Good Fortune Azure Lotus. Nowadays, Good Fortune Azure Lotus has disappeared, leaving only a bare lotus platform and 54 Azure Lotus seeds, which no longer need to be born in the primordial spirit. As a result, Suzaimo's cultivation base speeds up. In 2 years, at Nascent Soul Realm, he was the top cultivation technique of practicing 2 Buddhas, and at Void Return Realm, he practiced the top cultivation techniques of Immortal, Demon, Buddha 3 sects. The Demon sect cultivation technique is still from a Demon sect half-ancestor. Among them, the experience in Tao heart planting demon scripture does not require Suzaimo to feel it at all. Devouring the memory of demon sect half-ancestor is like a gimmick. Many of the essence profound truth in this demonic art, he can directly understand. In this way, just 10 years later, he has cultivated to Void Return Realm middle stage peak. I've been on this realm for a month. Suzaimo faintly felt bottleneck. Continue cultivation at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. I am afraid that it will take another 10 years, and it may not be able to break through this bottleneck for decades. Even more how? He was still thinking about it, and now he returns to the northern region, just to see some old people in the northern region. After saying goodbye to old Monkey Arm and red-haired ghost, Suzaimo left buried Dragon Valley and moved towards Big King City. At this time, he returned to the northern region, so he didn't have to hide. The Battle of Land of Preaching the Tao had a great impact. Later, the Emperor's half-ancestor was seriously injured. The primordial sect great expert fell, and the loss of several super sect body fusion great experts to the buried Dragon Valley had a greater impact on the entire true cultivation world. At least, so far, No sect dares to target him with the banner of killing foreign clan. No law manifestation Tao monarch, body fusion great expert, dare to cross Da realm and rush to him. Except for Sama level killing. Of course, in the eyes of many cultivators, Suzaimo has fallen from the altar. Without the dive phoenix bone, losing the fleshly body, and losing Suzaimo of good fortune as your lotus, from the perspective of group repair, even heaven chosen is not even considered. Even if you can come back alive, it's worth mentioning. At this point, no one realized that the demon who had made countless heaven chosen tremble and dread has returned. After entering the territory of Great Zu, Suzaimo was not in a hurry. He went all the way and looked at the mountains and rivers. Over the years, Great Zu has been better governed by Jiuxiu than before, with strong national strength. 100 people live and work in peace and harmony. More than 100 years ago, the Great Shang, Great Xia, and Great Yu three coalition forces invaded Great Zu and were buried by Suzaimo in the Grey Wolf Mountain range. After this campaign, Great Zu's national games have become strong. Suzaimo's heart is also happy for Jiuxiu. Too, the fate is not shallow, but after all, they are not on the same road. Jiuxiu, as the great Emperor Zu, naturally wanted to create a strong dynasty and usher in a peaceful world. But Suzaimo has to keep cultivation, pursue the nimble Grand Tao, and catch up with Dai. Even so, Jiuxiu has a very important position in Suzaimo's mind. He couldn't forget that when he hadn't had chi condensation, Jiuxiu looked at him with no contempt. He could not forget the Danbao token that Jiuxiu had given him. He can't forget that 100 years ago, a woman who had been a person, took the risk every year and came to buried Dragon Valley to confide in love. Without Jiuxiu, he and Su Hong wouldn't even see him for the last time. Su Hong is his big brother. He was pursued by Colored Glaze Palace. No one dared to get in touch with him, let alone accept Su Hong. Only Jiuxiu took the death and picked up Su Hong and hid it in the Big Zu King city, and one possession was 20 years. Suzaimo remembers all these friendships. In this life, he may not have any results with Jiuxiu, but as long as he is alive, he will protect her life. Before long, Suzaimo suddenly stopped. In the sky not far away, there is a layer of overcast clouds, which is formed by the extremely heavy response chi, condensed and not scattered. Suzaimo moved towards there. Before long, he had already arrived here. This is a village that is neither too big nor too small, with about 40 families. At this time, in the village, a corpse lies horizontally, vertically, and vertically. Each corpse was rotten, and its bodies were full of poison sores. A big hole was opened in the abdomen. The flowing blood had already dried up. Every corpse is staring with eyes, dead without staring, miserable death. Horrible to see. All these blood are black. Suzaimo slightly frowned, spreading out of dive consciousness, shrouding the whole village. More than 100 people in the village, men, women, and children, have perished, and there is no one living. Everyone's death is similar, with poisonous sores on their bodies, blackened blood, and a big hole in the abdomen, as if torn by something. It's not like what Monster Beast does. But in these mortals, Suzaimo did not feel the breath left by the cultivator. These mortals die weird. Suzaimo's face was gloomy. This is a worldly thing, and it has nothing to do with him. But seeing these unarmed mortals encounter such a calamity, in his mind, he could not help but think of the disaster that the Yan Country 100 family had suffered. Such a scene has strengthened his spirit of standing. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1094. Chapter 1094 Black Rain. 3 giant warships. Spirit boat flies over the Great Zu territory. On each spirit boat, there are nearly 100 cultivators. The atmosphere is strong and exudes coercion. Among them, there are dozens of dice to avoid return on each spirit boat, and the rest are all nascent soul true monarch. This is a force that cannot be ignored anywhere. The 3 spirit boats are magnificent, each with a huge banner that says Great Xia, Great Shang and Great Yu. On the spirit boat in the middle, 3 cultivators stand side by side, with majesty and dignity among the eyebrows. At first glance, They are people who have been in high ranks for a long time. If any cultivator in Zu King City meets these three people, they will definitely turn pale with fright. These three cultivators are the emperors of the Great Xia, Great Shang and Great Yu, three dynasties. 3 Kelshanzi Yujia visits the territory of Great Zu. This land is really good. At this moment, behind the 3 great dynasties, there was a voice, with a hint of playfulness. 3 Zhao Tanzi's figure shook, and he immediately flashed to make way for a passage. A green robe cultivator came pacing, Void Return Realm Cultivation Base. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and with a smile of evil charm, he slowly stepped onto the bow. 3 Zhao Tanzi originally had majesty, but after seeing this person, he bowed his head slightly, expressed respect, and said respectfully, "Master." The green robe cultivator stood up to the wind, through a bustling city, overlooking the densely packed mortal at the foot. A glance of brutality was passed in the eyes, and the cuff was gently shaken off. Pieces of black light were falling, and it was leaning on the land like raindrops. "Go, go." The green robe cultivator smiled slightly, softly muttered, "I know you are hungry. Go eat this group of ants, and enjoy yourself." In the city, pedestrians walking on the street only felt a wet face and touched it subconsciously. "I saw some black liquid on my fingers, like ink." "What the hell is it raining?" A pedestrian hurried past, wiped his cheek and muttered. No one cares. No one noticed the 3 spirit boats over the city. On the spirit boat, 3 Zhao Tanzi looked at the black light spots on the youthful sleeves of the green robe. "Master, rest assured, the land of Great Zu will soon be under your control." Great Emperor Xiu expression humbled and smiled charmingly. Great Shang Tanzi whispered, "Master, Great Zu ancestor life essence is exhausted and died. Great Zu does not have law manifestation Tao monarch, and these people, are enough to occupy Big Zu King City. But I heard that the first sect in the territory of Great Zu, there is a monster beast of law manifestation realm in Misty Peak. This." He. The green robe laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? That beast cannot guarantee himself, and the master has taken someone over." "Master wise." 3 Zhao Danzi quickly flattered. "Fellow Taoist, rest assured, my Dragon Tiger Pavilion's elder son has arrived at Big Zu King City. Even if there is any law manifestation Tao monarch, it will definitely not defeat elder son." A strong Taoist of Void Return stood up and expressed respect for the youth in the green robe. With the Dragon Tiger Pavilion Tao monarch, one of the top 10 high sects in the northern region, there is no mistake. The green robe youth's eyes fell on the Dragon Tiger Pavilion Taoist, smiling slightly, and asking, "How is the power of the golden silkworm Taoist?" After hearing this sentence, the red tiger Taoist's eyes suddenly became a little hot, and he grinned. "It feels very good. The battle strength has at least doubled. And many thanks to fellow Taoist." "Ha ha." The young man in the green robe smiled on his back, and the moment in his eyes was fleeting. Suzaimo stayed in this corpse-laden village for a long time without any clue. The death of these mortals was miserable, and the black blood within the body seemed to be poisoned. But these mortals had a big hole in their abdomen, as if torn by some monster beast. And he didn't find any monster chi near this village. Uninformed, Suzaimo set a fire and burned the corpses to prevent disease and plague before moving on to move towards Big Zu King City. A day later, there was a city not far away, surrounded by death. In the city, there was a sound of wailing and screaming. Suzaimo frowned, galloping away, and soon descended over the city. Looking down, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This city is horizontal, 7 vertical, 8 dead body lying on the ground. Each corpse was born with poison sores. A blood hole was opened in the abdomen, and black blood was flowing, just like the mortals who died in that village before. More than a dozen mortals. No one is spared. Some people have not died. They are still struggling. Their consciousness is blurred. They seem to endure endless pain, and they are constantly rolling and mourning on the ground. Suzaimo's body flickered, and he landed next to one of them. His divine consciousness swept away, only to discover that the persons within the body had a spiritual chi, or a chi practitioner. but the realm was low. If it were not for this spiritual chi, I am afraid he would not be able to sustain it now. Suzaimo hurriedly took out a few bottles of pill medicine from the storage bag, and could not help but say that a brain was stuffed into one of them. These pill medicines are perfect grade spiritual pills, which can detoxify 100 poisons. However, after the person swallowed these spiritual pills, the situation was not relieved in the slightest, and he was still screaming and dying. In this case, Suzaimo can do nothing. How could this be? Suzaimo shakes the person's body, solemnly asked, "What's going on?" Maybe those spiritual pills played a little role. The person's consciousness was a little clearer, and softly muttered, "Black rain. Black rain." Black rain? Suzaimo frowned. At this moment, he glanced down and fell on the man's belly. The man's shirt was already shattered, and a fist-sized blood bubble was slowly raised above his bare belly. Immediately after that, the blood bubble shattered. A black, snake-like thing was drilled out, the length of the arm, no nose, no eyes, and no ears, but it grew a terrible beast that was enough to tear flesh, full of sharp fangs. Ziz! This monster beast screamed and broke the person's abdomen, as if sensing something, suddenly turned his head, opened his mouth wide, vomited scarlet tongue, and moved towards Suzaimo. Rushed over. Evil creature! Cold light flashed in Suzaimo's eyes, a scarlet-eared flame flickered at his fingertips, and this black monster beast was enveloped in an instant. Under the shroud of immortal sect, this monster beast remained silent and instantly turned to ashes. This monster beast he has never seen before. Even on this monster beast, he couldn't feel any monster chi. Suzaimo's face was gloomy. This is obviously not a natural disaster, most likely a human disaster. These mortals have nothing to do with him. But this brutal means without human path still made a strong killing intent in his heart. Except for Diyin, he has not given birth to this killing intent for a long time. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1095 Chapter 1095 3 Consolation. Looking at some still screaming, Suzaimo said nothing. Although his battle strength is strong, it was the most terrifying evil in heavenly desolate continent, but there is nothing he can do about this scene. These people can no longer be saved. The only thing he can do is to end the suffering of these people. Suzaimo flicked his fingertips, and issued a Dao law force to kill these mortals, and then released the immortal sect fire, burning the entire city to ashes. Suzaimo set off and moved on. Not long after, his eyes moved and he saw a group of cultivators galloping not far away, as if talking about something. "Have you heard that Great Zu ancestor life essence is depleted and has already died during meditation?" "Ah, the law manifestation Dao monarch that founded the Big Zu dynasty." "It's him. Didn't expect. He just fell, and he has lived so long." "I heard that if this ancestor wasn't sitting in Zu King City, Great Zu would have been annexed by other 3 great dynasties." Suzaimo twiddled his ears and heard what these cultivators talked about clearly. He was lightly frowned, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Ancestor of the Big Zu dynasty, he heard. At first, Nianchi and Little Crane King were able to enter the intermediate ancient battlefield. It was the cooperation between the old immortal crane and the great Zu ancestor that opened the space node of the ancient battlefield. The ancestor has already entered the twilight, but now there is no breakthrough, the life essence is exhausted, and it is still common sense. Suzaimo wondered, what should be extremely secretive? How could it be known as well? If 3 great dynasties heard the news, I'm afraid it would be bad for Great Zu. Suzaimo no longer thought about it. A pair of magic power wings split open behind him. His body was surrounded by electric light, and the whole person turned into a purple electricity, which surpassed these cultivators in an instant and fell into the void. Big Zu King City. In the palace, cold and cheerless, a woman dressed in a pale yellow robe, with green silk like a waterfall, has a beautiful face. Although she does not use pink daisies or pearl beads, she is very expensive. The woman caressed her forehead, leaned lightly on the back of her chair, her eyes closed, and her eyebrows were filled with tiredness, as if she was taking a nap. A middle-aged man walked in from outside the great hall and looked at the woman who slept, and sighed softly. During this time, ancestor passed away, the pillars of the entire dynasty collapsed, and all the burdens fell on this woman. Because this woman is the emperor of Great Zhou, Jiuxiu. These pressures, not to mention a weak woman, even a 7-foot man like him, can't bear it. These days, the news of ancestors' return to the West did not know how to spread it, making the entire Great Zhou turbulent. After a long time of hesitation, the middle-aged man still whispered softly, reporting to heaven, "The kings have arrived in King City and come to pay their respects." Jiuxiu moved, and awakened from his dream. He put out a breath, and then nodded, and said, "Uncle Mings, you have worked hard." "It's nothing." This middle-aged man is following Ming's true monarch, once Emperor Zhou. Now he has cultivated to Void Return realm. Jiuxiu went outside. The condolence of the kings this time is what she meant. Now that the news of ancestors' return to the West has been leaked, it would be better to push the boat down the river and convene the kings of the Great Zhou vassals here and beat them. Two people moved towards the depths of the palace, where Great Zhou ancestor was buried. The kings have also arrived. At this moment, a shadow came galloping fast, expressing anxiety. But it was Bai Goen, a former White Goshawk squad commander and one of the commanders of the embargo now. Over 100 years later, Bai Yuhan has also cultivated to nascent soul realm. "Yuhan, what's wrong?" To make Bai Yu cold so urgent, it must be a major event, but Jiuxiu is still expression calm, solemnly asked. "Heaven, major event is bad." Bai Yuhan gasped slightly and said, "Three great dynasties' spirit boat has approached King City. 3 Kelshanzi gathered, dozens of Taoist of Void Return, nascent soul true monarch, more than 200 people, threatened to come to condolence." Jiuxiu complexion changed. "What?" Ming's Taoist was shocked in his heart, exclaimed. 3 Zhao Tanzi entered Great Zhou at this time, and came with such a powerful cultivator. It was definitely a bad visitor. It could not be a pure condolence. Originally, in the Big Zhou King City, there was Ancestor, the law manifestation Tao monarch, who was sitting in the town. The 3 Kelshanzi did not dare to go deep. Now, Ancestor is back to the west, and 3 Kelshanzi comes immediately. "Heaven, leave now, but not too late." Bai Yuhan expressed concern and persuaded. Ming's Taoist groaned a little, and also nodded, and said, "Our Taoist of Void Return in King City adds up to less than 10 people. I'm afraid they can't be beaten." Bai Commander is right. He has to stay away from the edge. "Avoid?" Jiuxiu laughed at himself and asked, "Where can I avoid it?" "Go to Misty Peak." Ming's Taoist Shin said, "Misty Peak has an old immortal crane to sit in the town. As long as the old immortal crane is supported, Danzi can truly cultivate the army, come back, and regain King City." Jiuxiu shook his head and said, "The foundation of Great Zhou is here, the King City of Great Zhou is here, and the 100 surnames of Great Zhou are here. Anyone can retreat, but I cannot retreat. I'm Great Emperor Zhou. The kings are in the palace. If Jiuxiu retreats, Great Zhou will be dead." Message to Misty Peak, and Immortal Crane Senior is here to support. Jiuxiu breathes deeply, with a look of persistence on his face, saying, "Call all Taoist of Void Return and nascent soul true monarch in King City and let them arrive as soon as possible." The other party is just Taoist of Void Return, nascent soul true monarch, as long as we can stick to it, and wait for Misty Peak Immortal Crane Senior to arrive. The 3 cultivator will be buried here. "As you bid." Bai Yu chirped in response, struck out a crane from the storage bag, wrote a few words, and released it. At the same time, Ming's true monarch also released a path of Ling, summoning Taoist of Void Return in King City. Deep in the palace, in front of a grave, the kings stood side by side, expressing solemnity. Not long after, Jiuxiu led many cultivators. 9 Taoist of Void Return and 9 nascent soul true monarch followed her, horrifying and roaring. "What is this?" The kings are heart-shivered with cold. They all knew that Emperor Zhou called them over to beat them, but didn't expect Emperor Zhou to have such a big battle. "Princes, if you have finished your condolence, please come back. Jiuxiu arrived here without talking too much to the kings, and said it directly. The kings stunned. But then, a prince responded and left. The remaining princes also resigned. At this moment, in the sky not far away, a dark cloud came over, and the clouds billowed, covering the entire Big Zoo King city. I heard that Great Zoo Ancestor is driving west, and Great Emperor Xia is here. Come and condolence. Great Shang is here. Come and condolence. The Great You are here. Come and condolence. The kings were dismayed and looked around. I saw above the sky, the spirit boat of 3 giant warships broke through the dark clouds. A path of silhouette stood on the spirit boat, exuding a great deal of coercion, and slowly coming. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1096. Chapter 1096. Flying Wolf Taoist. Although the cultivation realm was not high, all the people present were highly weighted, and cracked soil conferred the king title, and soon realized what. 3 Zhao Tanzi Yujia came in person, and also brought so many cultivator condolences. Obviously the visitor was not good. If Emperor Zhu couldn't handle the catastrophe, I'm afraid Great Zhu will be divided up today. Jiuxiu was uneasy in her heart, and her hands were cold. But in this situation, she remained calm and expressed no fear. She must not mess. Her position is chaotic. Everyone will be signed to eternal damnation. The only thing she had to do was to delay as much as possible. The spirit boat of 3 giant warships docks above the group. Repair. Why, Emperor Zhu doesn't seem to welcome us. Great Emperor Xia slightly smiled, asking loudly, if the 3 people come to pay their respects, I naturally welcome it. But if they have ulterior motives. Jiuxiu did not continue, but in his tone, there was a hint of killing. Even when facing the 3 dynasty army, she did not show a little fear. He smiled at each other, and there was a touch of irony in his eyes. If Jiuxiu was so calm before then, he might really be able to bluff them. But now, they are winning. With the power behind them, let alone a Big Zoo dynasty, even the high sect's aristocratic family in the northern region, they can settle it. The spirit boat dissipates, and the 3 army slowly descends. Even though the news had been received for a long time, there was still a trace of restlessness in the cultivator on the side of Great Zhu. Not everyone can keep calm in the face of such terrible battles like Jiuxiu. Among the crowd behind the 3 dynasty emperor, a green robe cultivator was caught between them, and his eyes fell on Jiuxiu's face, showing a hint of playfulness. Great Emperor Xia came to the grave of Great Zhu Ancestor, shook his head slightly, and sighed, it's a pity, unfortunately, you died early. You can't see the death of Great Zhu. Great Zhu group repair expression changed. This is an unabashed provocation. The 3 emperors worshipped at the grave of Great Zhu Ancestor in turn, then returned to the front, and faint smile looked at Jiuxiu. Emperor Zhu, you are so calm. Don't you want to wait for Misty Peak's support? Great Emperor Xia laughed suddenly and asked out loud. Jiuxiu didn't say a word. Great Shang Danzi laughed and said, tell you the truth, you can't wait. From today, not only your Great Zhu will be removed, but Misty Peak will be destroyed. Hearing here, the cultivator on Great Zhu's side can no longer remain calm. Jiuxiu's expression was cold and condensed. 3 people, there are 9 Taoists of Void return behind me, more than 30 nascent soul true monarch. If we fight to death, your 3 great dynasties will also have a great injury. Great Emperor Xia smiled casually and said, Emperor Zhu, do you really think that you can fight against us? Flying Wolf, go. Tone barely fell, and behind the Great Emperor Xia came a Taoist of Void return, with a ruthless rush in his eyes, covered in murderers looking. Flying Wolf Taoist. Ming's Taoist frowned. This Flying Wolf Taoist is a loose cultivator from the northern region. He is cruel and fierce. He has been famous for years. Didn't expect to surrender to the Great Xia dynasty. Flying Wolf Taoist twisted his neck 2 times, and within the body came a crackle skeleton sound. For some reason, under the gaze of Ming's true monarch, a path of silver light appeared on Taoist's neck and cheek. It seemed that earthworms were crawling inside, and soon disappeared. Flying Wolf Daoist strode Meteor and moved towards Jiuxiu directly, courting death. Behind Jiuxiu, there was a person Daoist of Void Return, and he stood up, leapt, waving his sleeves, and a flying sword galloped into a cold light, stabbing at the Flying Wolf Daoist. This sword is extremely fast, but the Flying Wolf Daoist is faster. His body flickers, and he has disappeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, everyone just felt a heat on their cheeks. I saw in the air, the Flying Wolf Daoist appeared there, and actually tore the Daoist of Void Return shot into two halves, swallowed his primordial spirit into his mouth, and chewed. Blood fell on everyone's cheeks, and the warmth came. On the Great Zoo side, 9 Daoist of Void Return have gone to one of them. Hiss. Group repair sucking a breath of cold air. Ming's Daoist also turned pale with fright. Daoist's battle strength is several times stronger than what he knows. Kang Lang. The Wolf Daoist shook his arms, and a pair of cold light claws appeared on his wrists, which were marked with 4 Dao Law patterns. Top grade Daoist magic tool. This is not common in Great Z's true cultivation world. Ming's true monarch has only one high grade Daoist magic tool. Kill. In the eyes of Flying Wolf Daoist, a strange silver light flashed directly into the crowd. Ming's Daoist quickly took Jiuxiu back. 3 Daoist of Void Return shot at the same time, and issued a Dao Law magic tool to form a huge barrier, trying to trap the Wolf Daoist in it. But the Flying Wolf Daoist is too fast. His body is weird, and under continuous flashes, he actually crosses the barriers and comes to the 3 Daoist of Void Return. The stump of the stump is broken and the blood mist is gushing. In a blink of an eye, 3 Daoist of Void Return are already dead. Daoist of Void Return beside Jiuxiu. Only 5 left. Die for me. 2 Daoist of Void Return stood out, without the slightest hesitation, condensing the divine consciousness, and erupted a divine consciousness attack. On the Great Zoo side, no one understands the primordial spirit secret technique. Daoist is not afraid, but also gathers divine consciousness, colliding with 2 Daoist consciousness of Daoist of Void Return. A loud noise burst. Immediately after, 2 digits of Daoist of Void Return groaned. In the eyes of Flying Wolf Daoist, there was also a pain. Divine consciousness was stunned and 3 people were injured at the same time. On the side of Great Zoo, another Daoist of Void Return took the opportunity. Cold light flashed, and a sword fell on the Wolf Daoist's neck. Glang. This sword was chopped up, and there was a sound of Jinj fighting, and the firelight force splashed. Impervious to sword or spear. Ming's true monarch stared. When was the fleshly body of Flying Wolf Daoist so strong? Even if this flying sword is just an ordinary middle-grade Daoist magic tool, it is absolutely impossible to puncture the fleshly body of Flying Wolf Daoist. Another Dao Law technique came, hitting Daoist's chest firmly. But it just beat him back. The Flying Wolf Daoist stood up again. His eyes flashed with silver light, grinned, and several Daoist of Void Return shot towards him were killed. Puh. Blood light emerges. In less than 10 rounds, another 4 Daoist of Void Return were folded under the hands of Flying Wolf Daoist. Jiuxiu's side, only Ming's, a Daoist of Void Return. Many nascent soul true monarchs in Great Zoo are back and forth. 5 people dare to come forward. Even the Daoist of Void Return fell down, and they didn't help. Ming's Daoist just felt cold all over. Only then did he realize what kind of terrifying cultivator they were facing. Jiuxiu 10,000 disappointed. Great Zoo. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1097. Chapter 1097. Someone bullied you. I'm not right. Ming's Daoist's face was ugly. Although Daoist's battle strength is strong, it cannot be so strong. Even more how? If Daoist has such battle strength, why take orders from the Great Xia dynasty? Since the destruction of the Dagon Empire 10,000 years ago, the 4 dynasties in the northern region are no longer as strong and glorious as the former empire. At that time, among the Dagon Empire, there were 2 big Buddha sects. The strength of the empire itself can also be compared with super sect. Nowadays, don't say that compared with super sect, even if it is compared with the top 10 high sects in the northern region and the major aristocratic family. The 4 dynasties are not as good. With the battle strength of Flying Wolf Taoist, it is more than enough to worship high sects. Why join the great Xia dynasty? Ming's true monarch faintly realized that the enemies facing Great Zhou might be more terrifying than 3 great dynasties. 3 Zhao Danzi came to the king's city. How much confidence? Great Emperor Xia laughed casually. Emperor Zhou, why are you Taoist of Void Return from Great Zhou so weak, unable to withstand a single blow? Great Yu heavenly said, Jiuxiu, more than 100 years ago, your good friend Suzaima killed me 3 million coalition forces in the Grey Wolf Mountain range. This account, it's time to calculate it. Jiuxiu knows that he will die today, Great Zhou will perish, and he has no fear in his heart. Said with a sneer, your 3 dynasties, invade Great Zhou, wherever you go, the 100 people who slaughtered, more than 1 million. Those peasant, dare to resist my 3 dynasties, is a mantis trying to stop a chariot, bring about one's own destruction. In the eyes of the great Shang Emperor, there is a passing smile, said with a malicious smile, Jiuxiu, Suzaimo has become a dead person, I don't know if I will die. This blood debt can only be counted on your head. Hearing that name, Jiuxiu's eyes darkened. 10 years ago, she also heard about the battle. The fleshly body was destroyed and the divine phoenix bone was lost. Good fortune as your lotus relied on all kinds of things. Even if Suzaimo can return, I am afraid that is not the invincible demon. Such a blow is enough to destroy anyone. Jiuxiu looked into the distance, and sighed in his heart, Zaimo, I wonder if you are unharmed. We in this life have no chance to see you again. In this brief moment, there was a strong thought in her heart. Like a marquee before dying, a scene emerged in front of each other. She was immersed in it, smiling lightly, her eyes gradually getting wet. These scenes finally condensed into a silhouette, appearing in her blurred vision. Azure clothes, slender figure, black hair fluttering, eyes clear, looking at her with a smile, soft eyes, walking slowly. Is there an illusion? Jiuxiu sucked his nose, laughed at himself, smiled slightly, and drew a short sword, ready to stop himself. Just then, she suddenly discovered that the cultivator's eyes were looking in that direction, staring at her eyes, expressing shock. Su, Ming's Taoist pointed to the distance, said incredibly 2 words, but couldn't say any more. Jiuxiu suddenly realized something and looked up suddenly. I saw, not far away, an azure clothes cultivator. She really appeared in her sight, and in a blink of an eye, she had come near. Isn't it an illusion? Who is this person? Great Emperor Xio asked frowning. This azure clothes cultivator is just Void Return realm. But why do some cultivators see this person as if they saw a ghost? It's him. The Red Tiger Taoist of the Dragon Tiger Pavilion had his eyes fixed, and said in a deep voice, Huang Wu Taoist, Suzaimo. In the crowd, a flash of cold light flashed in the eyes of the young man in the green robe, softly muttered, interesting. Didn't expect it. But it only dealt with some small fish and prawns, which led to a big fish. Ah, great, you said with a sneer. If this person was a little deterrent 10 years ago, now he is just a waste. Jiuxiu stared at the person in dismay, still a little unbelievable, and called softly, Zaimo. Her voice trembled, slowly extending the hand palm, trying to touch Suzaimo's cheek, but she didn't dare. Her palm was in the air. She was afraid that she would touch it and the illusion would disappear. Suzaimo came to Jiuxiu, extended the hand, and gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Feeling the warmth in that palm, Jiuxiu had no doubt in his heart. This is not an illusion. The person in front of me is Suzaimo. Just here Suzaimo sighed gently. Someone bullied you. For some reason, this sigh fell, and on the back of the cultivator, a chill suddenly blew up, and his hair was erected. This feeling is like being trapped in a huge danger and being stared at by some pure-blood ominous beast. Even green-robe youths frowned and felt scalp tingling. He shook his head to dispel the feeling. Jiuxiu didn't say much. The majesty of his body disappeared in an instant, as if he had been greatly wronged, but nodded, and, at this point, no one was aware that the death sentence had been pronounced with this "pretend to be there, so make up mysteries." The flying wolf Taoist suddenly snarled, "Huang Wu Taoist, your former glory is over." What natural phenomenon is at the top of the list? What is number one true monarch, and number one Taoist? These vanity names have nothing to do with you. Oh, Suzaima couldn't help laughing. This time, he was only in retreat for 10 years, like the wolf Taoist, who is unrecognizable in the true cultivation world. Any cat, any dog dared to jump out. Taoist may have some reputation in the northern region true cultivation world, but it is far from the real heaven chosen. He hadn't even entered the land of preaching the Tao. In other words, he didn't match Suzaimo's shoes. Of course, Taoist dare to be so arrogant, related to the half-ancestor expert who shot him 10 years ago. According to common sense, if you lose the dive phoenix bone, lose good fortune as your lotus, and the fleshly body is destroyed, Suzaima will inevitably be reduced to the most common Taoist of void return. However, no one knows at all. Suzaima reinvented as your lotus true body. Although the fleshly body and bloodline are weaker, the battle strength is stronger than 10 years ago. Suzaimo, you are here. Great Emperor Xia's eyes were cold, and she said in a deep voice, more than 100 years ago, I used 3 lives to repay the blood debt of the 1 million true cultivation army, and I will use your life to pay it back. Kill. Flying wolf Taoist yelled. His body flickered, and suddenly moved towards Suzaimo, rushed over, and a pair of blood energy sharp claws were found at the wrists. Suzaimo looked at the wolf Taoist. Within both eyes, suddenly a strange black light appeared. Heavenly Demon Pupil. A night technique in Tao Heart planting demon scripture. Tao Heart, a weak-minded cultivator, can easily be controlled and lose consciousness. The flying wolf Taoist stopped suddenly, and the whole man seemed to have lost 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal souls, standing stupidly. His eyes dull. Although Heavenly Demon Pupil has no lethality, it is demonic art of antiquity time after all. This flying wolf Taoist cannot resist. Ah! There was an exclamation from the crowd. Just how ferocious and powerful this flying wolf Taoist is, everyone is watching. Taoist of void return of the 8th Zhou dynasty was killed by all of him. But now, the wolf Taoist can't match Suzaimo's gaze. After a glance, he has given up resistance. Today, flying wolf Taoist stands still, motionless. Don't say it is Suzaimo. You can suppress and kill any nascent soul true monarch with no difficulty. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1098. Chapter 1098 Strange Power. It's a night technique. Red Tiger Taoist, one of high sects, reacted immediately and said something in the crowd. At this moment, Flying Wolf Taoist was shocked, and suddenly there was a change in his body. Above his cheek, a path of silver thread emerged strangely. Then, in his eyes, silver rays of light emerged. What? Suzaimo's expression moved, a look of surprise in his eyes. This flying wolf Taoist obviously has a very strange power. With the outbreak of this power, he even broke the control of Heavenly Demon Pupil. Suzaimo didn't think much about it, flicking with his fingertips. Magic power condensed into a sword chi, and burst out. This Tao law force word chi, instantly fell into the eyebrows of Flying Wolf Taoist. For ordinary Taoist of void return, Suzaimo doesn't have to use any spell at all. It is the simplest change of magic power, which can be combined into a sword chi, which can cause huge lethality. Although he is a void return realm middle stage, the primordial spirit has become extremely pure through the tempering of the top cultivation techniques of Immortal, Demon, Buddha 3 sects. Divine consciousness is more than 1,000 miles, and stands shoulder to shoulder with the law manifestation Tao Monarch. Magic power is more scary. This is the purest crushing of power. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, the Flying Wolf Taoist had just broken the control of Heavenly Demon Pupil and was about to wake up. Suzaimo's magic power sword chi penetrated his eyebrows. The Wolf Taoist's primordial spirit disappeared on the spot and disappeared. Although the Flying Wolf Taoist fell, Suzaimo was confused by the sudden extra force above him. Obviously, without this strength, the Wolf Daist's battle strength would not have reached this level. It's impossible to suppress and kill Great Zu 8-bit Taoist of Void Return alone. Go on, kill me. Great Emperor Xia fiercely said, kill Huang Wu and you will be famous under the heavens. Yes. He's only one person, you guys go together. Great Yu also sang loudly. Shwa shwa shwa. Immediately after the three emperors, 8 Taoist of Void Return stood up, and a path of weird silver appeared on their faces. In the end, there was a flash of silver in the eyes of these Taoist of Void Return, and they shot at the same time. In an instant, more than a dozen flying swords came through. In the air, several Taoist of Void Return also condensed a Tao Law technique, and came. Again this method, Suzaimo slightly frowned. These magic tools and spells of Taoist of Void Return are not worth mentioning. However, the kind of silver thin lines that emerged from them has almost doubled their strength, so the battle strength has skyrocketed. This approach, Suzaimo has never seen. Of course, even if the battle strength of these Taoist of Void Return is doubled, it is not a fear. Suzaimo extend the hand, point forward. Hong Long. Above Kungsu's head, a dark cloud suddenly formed, dark as ink. A path of blazing thunder and lightning dropping from the sky. Go up to the sky, go down to the earth. The razor arcs are constantly intertwined, forming a huge thunderstorm. The green robe cultivator is suddenly discolored, the first time reverse. The cultivator of 3 great dynasties also reacted and pulled away. Hong Long Long. This thunderous thunderstorm exudes immense coercion, as if it can destroy 10,000 objects, and instantly involved the 8-bit Taoist of Void Return. Their flying sword, spirit tool, and spell are all shrouded in purple storm. A moment later, the storm dissipated. There are only 8 corpses that have been defocused on the ground. They are beyond recognition, and their bodies are billowing with green smoke. It is already divine souled. These spells of Taoist of Void Return were also devoured by this thunderstorm and disappeared without disappearing. There are many flying swords and spirit tools scattered on the ground. This Tao Law technique is so horrible that even the magic tool can't bear it. Purple lightning secret art, after the fusion of King Lch, formed a complete cultivation technique refining the spirit. The original purple electricity storm has also become the current lightning storm. Formidable power is even more amazing. There are 3 great dynasties, 3 Kelshan emperors, many Taoist of Void Return, nascent soul true monarch, each and every one expression horrified, trembling in shape. Deep fear in his eyes. Swarm swallowed. Doesn't it mean that Huang Wu Daist's fleshly body has been abolished and lost good fortune as your lotus, dive phoenix bone, and battle strength? Didn't you say that Huang Wu Daist has become a waste? What is going on right now? In the face of this Tao Law, they feel like a tiny ant. This is not an illusion. The lightning storm, with Suzaimo's current magic power, would not be much weaker than the power of Law Manifestation Tao Monarch if it exploded at full force. It seems to be a little bit louder. Suzaimo shrugged. Expression is easy. He released this Tao Law, which was not intended to deal with this group of Taoist of Void Return. He mainly wanted to see how the formidable power of this Tao Law. After all, since Buried Dragon Valley's retreat, he hasn't fought against anyone. The green robe youth frowned tightly, and the original contempt jokes in his eyes had long disappeared. The battle strength of this Suzaimo seems to be somewhat different from the rumors. With his strength, he calculated the hand, and he was not absolutely sure to suppress and kill Suzaimo. Of course, he can remain calm today. Even if they are Taoist of Void Return, they are unable to subdue this Suzaimo. In the Big Zu King City, there is also a Law Manifestation Tao Monarch of Dragon Tiger Pavilion. So much movement happened here that the Law Manifestation Tao Monarch must have noticed it. A few of you together. At this moment, Red Tiger Daist yelled. Huang Wu fleshly body was destroyed, and the reshaped fleshly body was fragile. If you fight with him close to you, you will definitely be hit hard. One word awakened the dreamer, and Kungsu realized 10 years ago, Suzaimo lost his fleshly body, and his primordial spirit was not traumatized. Now, they are fighting against Suzaimo. They must not be opponents. In the real cultivation world, all cultivators know some common sense. If the Taoist of Void Return loses the fleshly body, whether it is seize the body or buying a Void Return realm fleshly body, it will be difficult to regain its previous battle strength. Once, Suzaimo fleshly body was horrible and invincible in melee. Today, fleshly body is his biggest weakness. At this point, 6 cultivators suddenly popped out of the crowd, and the silver light flashed in the eyes. All the speed broke out, moved towards Suzaimo galloping away. Fellow Taoist, be careful. When Ming's Taoist saw Suzaimo motionless, he quickly reminded him, they want to be close. Fellow Taoist has to get away. No, no. Suzaimo slightly smiled, with a divine consciousness. Within the body magic power surged and condensed on the fingertips. Flick with your fingertips. Ha ha ha. A Tao Law Force sword chi burst out, extremely fast, and moved towards the 6 Taoist of Void Return who rushed over. A Taoist of Void Return was too late to dodge, and was directly pierced by the magic power sword chi in his skull, and the primordial spirit died. The other 5 Taoist of Void Return hastily slowed down. One of them turned sideways, avoiding the sharp edge of magic power sword chi, and before breathing a breath, he saw a scene in the corner of his eye. Suddenly scared, the soul flew away and scattered. That Tao Law Force sword chi had passed by his side, but suddenly stopped, like having spirituality, turning the blade, moving towards his back. Brain stabbing. Blood light flashes. The Taoist of Void Return fell to the ground. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1099. Chapter 1099. What do you want? Use dizzy consciousness of Suzaimo to control magic power and change 100001000. In midair, this Tao Law Force sword chi is full of spirituality, as if it has life, and surrounds the Taoist of Void Return that rushes over and shuttles. Su. Even if Taoist of Void Return can escape the first attempt, it cannot escape the second attempt. Even if you can escape the second time, you can't escape 2 sword chi, or even multiple siege of sword chi. Several Taoist of Void Return stood in place, moving around, let alone being close together. They were already on the line. 3 Kelshanzi was astonished at this time. They subconsciously wanted to turn their heads and looked towards the green robe youth. But soon, a voice sounded in the mind of 3 Jiaotanzi. Don't look back. Dare to look at me. I will let you die now. The voice of the youth in the green robe contains the cold and gloomy killing intent. 3 Kelshanzi trembled, and never dared to take extra action. The green robe youth was somber, his eyes turned, looked towards the red tiger Taoist beside him. His eyes were cold, with a hint of doubt and killing intent. Don't you say that your Dragon Tiger Pavilion his law manifestation Tao Monarch in Bigza King City? The young divine consciousness sound transmission of the green robe said, where is the other person? There is so much noise here. He hasn't shown up yet. Red Tiger Taoist looked ugly. Normally, Elder Sun did arrive at King City, but somehow Elder Sun did not show up. In fact, the Elder Son of the Dragon Tiger Pavilion is just around the corner. But he dare not shoot. The buried Dragon Valley is still alive, and today's true cultivation world, few people dare to cross the Great Realm and hit Suzaimo. You know, at the time in the buried Dragon Valley, a half-ancestor of primordial sect was seriously injured, and the body fusion great expert died. According to the said by buried Dragon Valley, even if Suzaimo dies, he will not intervene, but can only be regarded as Suzaimo's poor academic performance. But if law manifestation Tao Monarch takes the shot, this will change. He suppresses and kills Suzaimo easily, but he and Dragon Tiger Pavilion will endure the anger of an old ancestor of Great Ascension. Even the old ancestor of Great Ascension, which is late, cannot bear the Dragon Tiger Pavilion. On the battlefield, just in a blink of an eye, the 6 Taoist of Void Return who had just left were already dead. Red Tiger Taoist slightly fists. Under the gaze of the green robe youth, he felt like a thorn in his back. A group of waist red tiger Taoists stood up and pulled out a huge thick-backed knife directly from the storage bag, twisted his neck, and made a sound of caca. Above his cheek, a path of golden silk appeared, strange and abnormal. As soon as a path of golden thread appeared on the cheek, it disappeared quickly. However, in the eyes of the red tiger Taoist, a group of weird golden rays of light appeared. Suzaimo's heart moved, slightly frowned. Again, this weird means. Moreover, this golden silk thread is obviously one level higher than the silver silk thread. After this golden thread emerged, the breath of the red tiger Taoist became significantly stronger. Just then, Jiuxiu also made a squeak. Dragon Tiger Pavilion. Jiuxiu noticed the red tiger Taoist sect token, expression grave, and said in a deep voice, "How did the Dragon Tiger Pavilion participate in the dynasty battle as one of the top 10 high sects in the northern region? Since 10,000 years, none of the 4 dynasties has the support of high sects or aristocratic family, like the Bigzu dynasty, except for some small sect forces in the territory. The most famous ones are Misty Peak and True Fire sect. This phenomenon is not surprising. Also from the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. At the beginning, the Dagon Empire was powerful and powerful. Among the territory, there were 2 big Buddha sects to guard it, and the high sect's aristocratic family even surrendered. But even so, a catastrophe is coming, and the Dagon Empire is also scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. The 2 big Buddha sects are also destroyed and dissipated on the heavenly desolate continent. After that, although there were 4 dynasties in the territory of the former Dagon Empire, the high sect's aristocratic family was no longer involved. It can be imagined that even the super sects, such as the 2 big Buddha sects, were destroyed by the Dagon Empire, and the high sect's aristocratic family was even more cautious. There is almost a tacit understanding between the high sect's aristocratic family, who will not be associated with the 4 dynasties. Today, the Dragon Tiger Pavilion has actually participated in the battle of the 4 dynasties, which is equivalent to breaking a balance, which surprised Jiuxiu. Is this what Dragon Tiger Pavilion means? Or is this Taoist of Void Return's own move? Red Tiger Taoist stared at Suzaimo, grinning, dragging a huge thick-backed knife. A bang, chi and blood burst out, and moved towards Suzaimo, rushed over. Call. The wind is whistling. The speed of Chi Taoist's stature is more than twice as fast as the only Taoist of Void Return. Dragon Tiger Pavilion is one of the top 10 high sects in the northern region. The Dragon Tiger Sutra insect is a high-grade body refining cultivation technique in the true cultivation world. The Red Tiger Taoist's fleshly body and chi and blood are not weak. With the strange power derived from the golden thin line, the speed of the whole person has reached the limit. Behind him, even traces of afterimages appeared. Zaimo, be careful, Jiuxiu whispered. The battle strength of the Taoist of Void Return is obviously not on the same level as the Taoist of Void Return. Suzaimo's expression is indifferent. There are still no fluctuations in his eyes. Standing in place, there is no meaning of backing out, flicking with his fingertips, and shooing out a sword chi. Hey! Sword chi is broken, and moved towards the Red Tiger Taoist's eyebrows. Red Tiger Taoist's figure was still in the air, but suddenly turned around, avoiding the word chi dangerously, and kept moving forward. Hey! Sword chi U-turn. Red Tiger Taoist flashed again. And if he wants to maintain the forward speed, he must not be able to perfectly avoid Suzaimo's magic power sword chi. Sword chi crossed the arms of Red Tiger Taoist. A blood arrow spewed out and scattered in the sky. Red Tiger Taoist's shoulder, a huge sword injury emerged, and blood flowed. What? Suzaimo frowned. Normally, the sharp edge of this sword chi is enough to cut off the entire arm of Red Tiger Taoist. But now, there is only one wound left on him. With the help of that strange power, the fleshly body of Red Tiger Taoist is much stronger. Just now, the wound is still drenched with blood. Just in a blink of an eye, the wound had stopped bleeding, and a little golden light flashed on it. The flesh and blood on the side of wound 2 began to close in the middle, and there was a tendency to heal. Interesting. Suzaimo's eyes slightly narrowed. Just as he was a god killer, Red Tiger Daoist has rushed forward, expression mad, eyes stunned. I silly said, Huang Wu, pay me with your life. Below this distance, he was quite sure to cut off Suzaimo's head. On the thick-backed sword in the hands of Red Tiger Daoist, 5 rays of light dazzling. 5 Tao Law pattern, perfect Taoist magic tool. This is extremely rare among the 4 dynasties. Blade light flashed, fiercely chopped down. Suzaimo didn't seem to notice it. Just as the thick-backed knife was about to be cut on Suzaimo's neck, he suddenly extended the hand and held it complete motionless. Holding the blade of the thick-backed knife in his hand, he was safe. Suzaimo tilted his head slightly, and faint smile asked, what do you want to do? Today 3 even more. Is there applause? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1100. Chapter 1100, Cut Red Tiger. Kung Su was stunned and lost his voice at the same time. The expression of Red Tiger Daoist froze instantly on his face, his eyes exuding incredible colors. Suzaimo's question rang in his mind. What do you want to do? Red Tiger Daoist was in a mess. Yeah, what does he want to do? He burst out with all his power means, even at the expense of Suzaimo's magic power sword Chi, in order to rush over, draw closer, and fight close to him. But now, between 2 people, it is just a stone's throw away. His thick-backed knife was held firmly by a palm that looked fair and delicate, unable to move. He is the perfect Taoist magic tool, blowing hair and cutting iron like mud. I am afraid that it cannot depict the sharpness of this thick-backed knife. But such a divine weapon is pinched by the cultivator in front of you, not holding the blade, but holding the blade flashing cold light. What does he want to do? What can he do? His plan, his analysis, and the many backhand cards he is about to explode, in this brief moment, are so ridiculous. Red Tiger Daoist didn't understand. Emperor half-ancestor's shot, abolishing the fleshly body of this person, is 1000 true 10,000. Land of preaching the Tao, many cultivator are watching. How can this person's fleshly body resist the sharpness of the perfect Taoist magic tool? The most terrifying thing is that his thick-back knife can't even scratch this person's skin. The Red Tiger Daoist could never think of it. Suzaimo, this Azure Lotus true body, although on the bloodline, is not as powerful as Dragon Clan true body. But the hardness of this Azure Lotus true body is not weak at all. You know, the 6th grade good fortune Azure Lotus can be compared to the innate Tao Monarch magic tool before it breaks. And Suzaimo's skin is shaped with lotus leaves, not to mention the perfect Taoist magic tool. Even the innate Taoist magic tool will not hurt him. Red Tiger Daoist thought that the former evildoer had already fallen to the altar, and he had to step on it. But only then did he realize that the once 10,000 ancient demon evils were still in peak, aloof and remote, and he couldn't even touch each other's clothes. Just because of this broken copper and iron, also want to hurt me? Suzaimo's eyes were greatly rises. His fingers strained. Just listen to Kaka, Sheepo is shocking. Suzaimo grabbed the blade with his bare hands. The 5 blazing rays of light on the thick-backed sword faded instantly. A perfect Taoist magic tool, in the eyes, was abandoned by Suzaimo with his bare hands. The sound of breaking sounded, and the cultivator present was choking for a moment, and the heart followed for a while, and forgot about breathing for a while. 3 Looking at Suzaimo's eyes towards the cultivator, endless fear was revealed. This person has completely exceeded their perception. This scene once again awakened their long-lost, almost forgotten memories. They finally realized who they were facing. This is the terrifying existence that once hid 8-Bit's disciple in land of preaching the Tao, by the strength of oneself, suppress and kill. Heaven chosen who died in the hands of this man is countless. Compared to those heaven chosen monsters, they are insignificant. Red Tiger Daoist swallowed, expression frightened, and began to recede. In front of Suzaimo, he didn't even dare to make too much moves, just step by step, moving backward slowly. Rushing in front of Suzaimo, He took less than 3 breaths. But it was only 3 steps back, but it seemed as if a century had passed. He has been terrified. Suzaimo looked at Shio coldly. Red Tiger Taoist shook the head, and smiled softly. I want to go now. It's late. An electric light flashed. Suzaimo has disappeared. Shu Taoist's pupils suddenly contracted, and both feet had a strength emission. The whole person wanted to retreat backwards, but only felt cold light flashed in front of him. Suzaimo pinched the broken blade of the thick-backed knife and made a fiercely stroke on the throat of Red Tiger Taoist. Kai. Blood mist gushing. Suzaimo's body disappeared again and he had avoided it. The Red Tiger Taoist stared at his eyes. His pace was sloppy, and Deng stepped back, covering his throat. But the scarlet blood continued to gush out along the fingers. Although the power of the golden silkworm within his body is strong, the vitality of his throat is severely hit and it is still difficult to heal himself. The life of this fleshly body, internal chi, is rapidly passing away, and chi and blood are dying. Red Tiger Taoist realized that this fleshly body had been abandoned. Rays of light flashed, and his primordial spirit escaped from the top of the head. Primordial spirit. Suzaimo seemed to have expected it and threw it away. The thick-backed sword still in his palm disappeared, turned into a cold light, and instantly fell on the Red Tiger Taoist's primordial spirit. Red Tiger Taoist didn't say a word, but died on the spot. After beating the Red Tiger Taoist, Suzaimo seemed to crush an ant with his hand, expression indifferent, and glanced at a corner in the distance unintentionally. In this corner, a cultivator is hidden, dressed in Dragon Tiger Pavilion robes. She must be grey, and arrived in the King City early, hiding the Dragon Tiger Pavilion elder son in the vicinity. Even though the sect disciple fell, he didn't show up. He is still patient. But at this moment, Huang Wu Daist's gaze drifted towards him, which made elder son heart shivered with cold. Mike, can this child find me? Elder son is slightly frowned, and his eyes are startled. Just as he was puzzled, Huang Wu Daist had taken his gaze back, and it seemed like a glance just now, just a coincidence. Elder son softly sigh of relief, secretly said, I am more concerned, this child is just a void return realm middle stage. How can I detect me? The other side. Suzaimo looks back. Immediately when he landed here, he already noticed that there was a law manifestation Tao monarch hidden in that corner. The strength of his divine consciousness is comparable to that of law manifestation Tao monarch, with the help of spiritual awareness. Elder son's actions cannot hide his induction at all. He didn't care about this law manifestation Tao monarch. If this person does not show up, he will not actively provoke him. Suzaimo's gaze fell back on 3 Jiaotanzi. 3 Koshanzi just felt a cold in his heart. Escape. 3 In the mind of Jiaotanzi, there is only a single thought head. The Dragon Man Pavilion's law manifestation Tao monarch didn't show up. They only had one way to escape. No one is allowed to leave without my permission. Suzaimo's voice sounded, not light, but passed into the ears of each Taoist of void return, with unquestionable majesty. But the cultivator of 3 great dynasties has scared the court entirely to break, and dare not stay. To everyone, staying in King City is a must. Counting nascent soul true monarch, there are more than 100 cultivators left for 3 great dynasties. And Suzaimo is only one person. As long as everyone flees and flees to all around, Suzaimo cannot leave them all. The green-robe youth was also caught in the crowd and fled outside the city while chasing. Suzaimo's eyes were cold, his figure rose slowly, and he floated in the air. Isley said, to act blindly without thinking, kill.